Welcome everyone. Including A-Cup Paladin, or is it Aiden Democrat? Either way, I've decided on a new policy for today's stream, as you can see in the background. The policy is, YouTube is a bastard, and they censored me and then refused to let me back on when they should have. And I don't think I'm actually going to be banned for showing tits, and I need more views. So let's just shamelessly put tits on the screen for the entire show.
Very base.
I, for one, approve.
It was a silly idea from the pre-stream that I'm probably not going to turn off. However, if anyone wants me to turn the tits off, you can pay to turn them off. I would, but I don't think anyone's going to.
You'll then be lambasted as a gigantic fagotoid.
You would.
Do.
Yeah, you would be. You would be ousting yourself.
Yes, I think.
So who's gay enough to do it?
You would like to come out of the closet.
Yeah, this is a great way to do so.
1 second. Something broke before the stream, and I now need to fix it. Okay, that should be working now. All right, just restart that. Okay, good. So we have some stories today, including a very interesting one that we just saw before we started. Sorry, I'm very distracted. We just saw before we started about Dominion voting systems, which we'll get to. We'll do some memes first. Only have a few. So here's Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine,
I've seen those,
yeah, it's funny. Ukraine says, I just sent another salvo of drones to destroy your gas refining capacity. Don't forget to deliver the gas I ordered. And Russia said, I just obliterated 60% of your gas storage. The next shipment of gas is on the way. That absolute insanity, supported here by the EU, saying the 12th sanctions package to stop you from exporting gas is already in effect. Please ensure it doesn't interrupt the gas you're exporting to us. Germany and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Really have been. Every time. I mean, it's been 3 times in a century they've tried to destroy the West.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
And then you've got over here Israel and Palestine. What the fuck kind of conflict is this?
Well, apparently a resolved
like
one.
Else.
Yeah.
Apparently it's all over now. Trump has made peace in the Middle East.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we might cover
totally.
That today. Quick question. Triple, you make comics in the Flork style, which I think is very good. Have you ever considered making comics in this guy's style? Because I think this is a pretty good style to emulate. It looks quite easy to emulate too.
A lot of people have.
She has. I like the Thanks Busak one.
Oh yeah, that wasn't his style. I think there's been maybe 2 that have been. JPEG says Germany was a mistake. Sincerely, a German.
Oofed. The guy who made this, he's like a lunatic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
There you go. Thank you.
So basically, people have to take up the position of making things in his style.
Guys, I have a suggestion. Here's the suggestion.
And then there's
scrolling tits.
Oh yeah, put it rolling. Keep rolling. There you go. That is more I mean, it's more dynamic. Oh, no, make them go too. Yeah, make them go too fast, so they have to keep. I don't know. Actually, is it better if it's faster or slower?
I think making it slow like this means that its position on the screen varies, which means that it's not always covered up by stuff. We do 20, maybe 25, and that's not too distracting. There we go. Good luck not being distracted today, chat. Also, this will make it much harder for YouTube to detect that I've done this as well, if it cares.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Outstanding move, really.
Genius.
Wolf says, better suggestion, remove everything else from the screen and mute everyone's mics. I think that's a different kind of content. Plug says, usually that's not how you motorboat tits. If I attach a motorboat to the tits, they will move faster. So I could do that. Or I could just do more memes. A Ladybird book of challenging wanks.
Oh no.
Indeed.
Featuring Thun Gretaberg, seen here as a 12-year-old girl, played by a, 24-year-old girl?
I don't know how she's so
Greta-
young. It already looks like she hit the wall 3 times over.
Yeah.
So this is the thing that I've noticed. Gen Z, for whatever reason, is very weird about their youth. I think it's because it's because all the generations that preceded them, they understandably hate, I think. So they and I guess that always happens to a certain degree. But I've noticed that a lot of, like, now starting to get into their mid-20s, Gen Z influencers are intentionally doing things to make themselves look tiny and younger. So Greta cuts her hair like she's mentally retarded or a 6-year-old. You know, there's only 2 people who have haircuts like
Going
that.
for the
And then
full
wear a
medieval
fucking
style
frog hat.
bowl cut.
Yeah. Well, she is autistic, but there was some other guy that we were covering on my stream a while ago, some Democrat influencer who's like appealing to Gen Z, and his whole thing is to try, like, he has his set, everything around him is big. Like, he's got fake books that look really big and are clearly fake, and other objects behind him, like a clock and stuff, that are oversized to basically make him look smaller, which as a man is certainly a move. Like, you're still a man. I can understand why women would do something like that.
He's trying to
As a
appeal to soy
dude,
boys,
very-
though. Look,
Yeah, I guess so.
look, all I'm saying is, Greta, ignore the face
Yeah, there you go.
and the brain and the personality. She has, in fact, developed as an adult.
Yeah.
If I had just put this
AI
as the
image.
background of the screen to the entire stream, would you have known, chat? Would you have? Yeah, you just enjoyed Greta Thunberg tits. It's like Hitler's art. So I'll put Hitler's art scrolling through the background for the next one.
I think that would be more acceptable.
Do you think YouTube would prefer tits or Hitler art?
But this is AI.
Wait, did Hitler ever draw tits?
I mean, you know he had to have had done so at some point.
It
It's
comes
just as
with
part
the
of it is-
territory.
What we could do,
You know she drew
is-
buildings and landscapes, but still.
chat,
He
go
had
and
to have,
can
he
someone in
didn't go to art
chat?
school, never mind.
Can someone in
Maybe
chat
not.
go and ask AI, render a nice pair of breasts in the art style of Adolf Hitler?
AI, this is what AI really was designed
That's what
for.
AI is for. Yeah, exactly.
Please.
And before the
Please.
output is just titties on Hitler.
Yeah.
Titties in the
Okay,
painting style of Adolf
slash
Hitler. Let's go.
support Titler. There we go. Anyone in this server who is female is basically Titler. At least
Yeah.
according to some
I know he
people
painted
outside.
landscapes. And he didn't have a really strong style, so it might not really be able to give you much of anything other than tits as an oil painting.
Okay, we'll do this then. Photograph of Hitler painting tits in oil.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's a giant moth that just flew in here. Fuck.
Well,
I keep
say
being
hello.
attacked by moths.
Socialize with it.
Oh my god, that's huge. Holy shit.
That's what she said. So
They're just dusty butterflies, though.
dusty butterflies, the niggers of
Yeah.
the butterfly world. I also have this. An oil painting or painting the tits with oil, asks Nachos. Why not both? Speaking of tits, there's a new Olympic category, and I think it's really going to take off.
And she's off, door open, beer in hand, clean grab, caps off mid-stride, that's textbook, to the recliner, pass made, first sip, stop the clock, 5.12 seconds.
Germany quick and surgical, Mexico with the rhythm, France swirling smooth, look at USA flying, USA scrubbing to glory, that shines gold! Oh, Germany's brush snaps, goo all over her! The crowd goes wild and the US basin is crystal bu-
3, 2, 1. And they're off. The Danish athlete quick out of the gate, a smooth S pattern with the canister. Jamaica right on her hip, USA accelerating on the far lane.
And they're off in the women's vacuum final!
Look at Clark, push that stick back.
Beautiful straight lines already! Brown's closing in, Lou trying to keep pace, but Clark...
Olha a velocidade da Ana Luísa no chão. Movimentos circulares, espuma perfeita, cronômetro na casa dos 23 segundos.
So, you know, AI does have some uses. Aiden has taken a photograph of the moth on her bedpost. Look at the size of it, she says. That doesn't look that big, Aiden. Unless that bedpost is a lot bigger than it looks. Grok has indeed produced breasts in Hitler style. Oh, can I not hear you guys? My earpiece is still working, but Discord isn't. Thank you, Discord. Very cool. What do I have to do for you to just work Discord reliably? It even testing. Yeah, it's just not outputting. See if I see.
And
Okay, I fixed it. I forced Discord to switch audio devices. I can hear you guys now. Can I hear hecklers, actually? Did that break as well? Okay, there we go. It's working now. I can hear you now. I don't know, maybe it was broken before, but I can hear you now. Anyway, Adolf Hitler has been supported in chat. Well done. And you know what Hitler was, Aiden? He was a liberal. By some definition. Oh, nice. Discord's broken again.
the
How
first
fucking
soy
big that
boy.
moth is.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nothing.
It's huge. For
a
here, that's
moth,
huge.
That's not particularly large.
And to fly
I've
into my
seen moths
house.
get as big as my hand.
Yeah, I've seen lunar moths and stuff. Yeah, that are enormous. But we used to get them in West Virginia. Those things are fucking huge. But for here, that's a very big moth.
Sorry, while I was talking about politics and trying to fix my tech, were you guys just moth posting?
I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah,
Are you a
moth
big fan of
posting.
Lamp?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's why he's in here is because he's a big fan of Lamp.
Isn't it? I guess it is dark, yeah. Fair enough. Well, are you going to offer him a drink?
Yeah, he's welcome to it.
Yeah, looking at Hitler's painting there, Pug, is that a real Hitler painting or is that an AI one? Because, yeah, I can see the issue with perspective.
Yeah. It's because he didn't go to art school. So it's something you learn pretty early on is how to just like, when you go to plan out your drawing, how to make sure that it makes sense from
It's a real one,
perspective.
says Pug, yeah.
He was
There's no
mostly
one there.
self-taught, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So you're going to expect, like, that is something that you learn pretty much like day one art school is the perspective stuff. But if you're trying to teach yourself, particularly in the 20s and 30s, yeah, you're not going to be able to find easy tutorials online or whatever on how to figure out
There wasn't a
perspective,
lot of
obviously.
documentation at that time. So for its time, that is very impressive.
It is.
Especially
Considering
when
he
you
wasn't
have
trained,
fuckers like Van Gogh, who also famously couldn't do perspective and coped about it.
Yeah, they just force you to. I mean, that's why they force you to do it like first year art school.
Speaking of discipline, did you appreciate the discipline on this athlete on screen?
And what is she doing?
Well,
Opening
I'll show
the
you.
fridge to make a sandwich?
She's off, door open, beer in hand, clean grab, caps off mid-stride, that's textbook, to the recliner, pass
Based.
made, first.
Unfathomably based.
There's loads more as well, but yeah, it's traditional women activities as Olympic sports, and I don't know. I think this will get a lot more views.
Yeah, very based.
Stooge, Hitler was an autodidact and also an auto something else. Erotic asphyxiator, clearly. I mean, any modern day any modern day authoritarian has some sort of weird sexual predilections. So Hitler probably did too.
It does seem to be that case, at least on the right and the left as well. When you get into the
entire
auth
left
category,
does.
the entire left does, and but in the auth category on the right, you also get a lot of degen stuff.
Which is weird. You'd think it would be the opposite, but again, I'd like to
No,
disperse.
Ilsa, she-wolf of the SS,
Yes, I'd like to once again promote compensation theory when it comes to ideology. Anyone that has an authoritarian ideology is compensating for it by being a femboy, or vice versa. Anyone who is a femboy is compensating for it by having an authoritarian ideology.
Let's see if I can find this post. There is a hilarious post about some guy who was like, I've just shit myself. I was masturbating and all of a sudden I shit myself and I want to hide it from my mom, but I was wearing an SS uniform at the time and I'm like, I haven't found it. It was a Reddit post. It was so funny. I can't find it.
Aiden, stop self-promoting.
No, I can't find this Reddit post or where it was. I saw it on Twitter.
Sure you did.
You know, honestly,
All
it
right.
sounds
Jerry
like something
Nadler,
what Mr.
yeah.
Fuentes would have posted.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm pretty sure it was
see.
a shit post, quite literally, but you know.
Let's see what else we have. Now, Aiden, you were saying that
Huh?
you're not sure of any, this peace deal from the White House. You're not really, you're somewhat skeptical of how well it's going to work. Well,
Yeah.
I have a way to reassure you that a peace deal from the White House will be successful, because here is Melania presenting it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be great. Melania Trump secures agreement with Russia on displaced Ukrainian children. Not quite a
Oh,
peace
this one
agreement,
not
but
on
same idea.
Israel-Palestine, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she might have actually been involved directly. We don't know. First Lady Melania Trump announced Friday she secured an agreement with Russia on the reunification of Ukrainian children with their families. I'm guessing this is something Russia was willing to do anyway, and Trump just thought, yeah, sure, I'll give this one to Melania because it's good. It makes it look like good for her, but maybe she is doing stuff. I don't know. Trump spoke for 6 minutes, sharing that he had been keeping an open channel of communication with Russian President Vladimir Putin over displaced Ukrainian children. She shared that Russia agreed to return Ukrainian children with their families, and in the 24 hours since the agreement, 8 children have been returned. Good. There is a speech on it, but I won't go over it. The reason I clicked on this is I thought it was something more, like a more major agreement. So that's an old fucking reference, Buddha. But I think you were there on that stream, Aiden, weren't you? Where I did the this with the thing.
where I did the this, yes.
The this, yeah.
Eloquent.
You can see it. And Nachos, however, was not there at the time, so she does not. Can someone post the original meme so Nachos can see it? Yeah, but basically, I had a white
so many
shirt
layers
on,
deep,
and I deliberately made it into the very abusable meme template.
And then what was that? Lance from the Surfs, right? And he went on fucking Tim Pool's show and did the worst thing you can possibly do, which is hold up a largely blank sheet of paper, making it highly exploitable. Damn.
Yeah.
Never do that kind of shit, Lance.
Spooner, you've gone one layer deeper than your original. Can you go a second layer deeper, please? There's a bunch of memes from that day, including that one. I don't know what they're under in the meme system, if they even are in the meme system. All right, let's see what we got next. All right, I was going to look at this because I have a theory. Hexeth announces Qatar will build Air Force facility at US base in Idaho. Okay, this is not what I thought it was, but that's very odd.
Yeah.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Friday announced a finalized agreement that will allow the Qatari Emiri Air Force to build a facility at the Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho. What? Why?
That sounds a bit Conquered Nation-y. What the fuck? Yeah.
That is very odd. Okay, here's what I was going to look at for this. The US lost what was the air base in Afghanistan that was right next to China? Bagram, which is like an hour away from China's main nuclear refining facilities. So it was a very important strategic place to have. Biden gave it up. And Trump's been trying to get it back. If he can't get it back, I was going to look at a map to confirm this, but I think Qatar is somewhere in that vague area. So I wonder if Qatar is they're going to build an air force base there and that'll be the replacement. But it's the other way around. Qatar's building one in the US. So my theory is, okay, at best, maybe it's worth it so that the US can put one in Qatar. And that's just what Trump feels he needs here and that it's worth it. But
that's
I don't know.
So crazy. A foreign military having a base on your soil is insane.
Well, I mean, that's the case for the US and most countries around the world, but still, Qatar does not have that kind of power.
Unless you're a conquered nation,
Qatar is a slave
the only places
state.
that happens is in essentially conquered nations, where the US has Air Force bases. That again, the US is the country that's supposed to put Air Force bases and military bases in foreign countries. I'm not saying it's right. It's just that's just how it has worked for the last 60 years.
Not the other way around.
You know.
Give me a second, chat. I need to sort out my audio.
It's so over.
It's not a full base. Read the line. It's a facility at a U.S. Air Force base.
Oh, okay.
We are getting to the full details,
better,
but it's still concerning either way. I think. I need to upgrade my audio setup, chat. The prevalence of LC3 has got to the point now that I could have a actually good low latency audio solution for about £100. Which is not great, but it's better than it used to be. So I might do that at some point. Maybe I should put them on my throne, actually, in case anyone wants to help. Anyway, Yeah, so let's figure out what happened. So, Defense Secretary Peter Hegseth on Friday announced a finalized agreement that will allow the Qatari Emiri Air Force to build a facility at the Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho. The agreement, which Hegseth announced alongside Qatari Minister of Defense Sheikh Saud bin something at the Pentagon, will allow Qatari pirates to receive training alongside US soldiers. Not pirates, I said that wrong. There are no foreign military bases in the US, but some foreign militaries do maintain a presence for training. The Singaporean Air Force also has a presence at the Mountain Home Base. Okay, that's not quite as bad. It's sort of like a military hotel for the Qatari pilots who are there while they're learning.
It's not too bad. It's a bit strange, but the headline it makes it sound way worse than what it actually is. Yeah.
To be fair, the headline is accurate. It's just that it's not clear what it means exactly.
Okay,
surely
why
intentionally.
Qatar of all places?
Yeah, they must be getting something out of this.
Money.
I don't
Qatar
think
has
it's
a
that
lot
simple.
of money. But I know it never is. But that's a place to start with it.
The US right now is not really in need of money. It's in need of a lot of other things, but not really money. So I'm not sure that's the
people
answer.
always love more money.
Yeah, but I haven't seen Trump's
abound.
government doing that. Like that corruption, I haven't seen that happening in Trump's government yet. It seems
I don't
too
trust
loud to be corruption.
Maybe. I mean, I hope not, but it just that would be my immediate guess, right?
I'm going to have a look at a map. Hold on. Let's open it in something that doesn't instantly zoom in on where I live.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the West's relationship with Qatar has not been particularly good as of late.
No, I didn't think so.
It strikes me as a very
either.
strange move.
Yeah, it's actually a good point, Stooge McDuck. How is Al Jazeera covering it? Because that might be a way to get a different sort of perspective than CBS.
Okay,
Al Jazeera's
Qatar,
got a spin on it.
Yeah, my theory doesn't really work because Qatar's nowhere near China. That part of the world, I don't have a very good instinct.
I didn't know that you
for
thought Qatar was near China.
No, I didn't
what you were
think
saying.
it was. I don't have a good instinct for the geography of that area. But yeah, there's a big gulf between it, literally. So yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Well, India's in the way and a bunch of other things.
Maybe,
yeah.
Well, we
maybe
could
Trump,
get India out of the way if we tried hard enough.
Maybe Trump wants Qatar just to scare the rest of the Arabian Peninsula.
I don't know.
I'm
not sure.
I don't know. It's a strange one. Let's keep reading though. Maybe it says, Hegseth says he is proud that today we're signing maybe he's doing it just to piss off Israel, actually, because I don't think they like each other, or do they?
They don't.
It's a bit complicated because a lot of everyone around Trump does like Israel a whole lot. However, he hasn't really been treated well by them, and Trump makes things personal.
Yeah.
So, and despite the fact that he also has personal familial relations with the Jews, and in terms of his daughter, his son-in-law, but he also is petty, and that can be a good thing.
I think Trump is still pissed off with Israel and would want to do something to pressure them, and maybe this is it, but I'm not sure.
It could also
maybe
be related to the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. The Yemen rebels were causing some issues with shipping in that area.
Support Gulf of Aden. That's what it sounded like you said. I don't know if it is.
No, it is. No, Aden is like an Islamic name. I didn't know that when
Aden, A-D-E-N, yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough. The location will host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. What this could be is they want to... So Israel has a monopoly in access to the Middle East, and the US wants to break that monopoly just to weaken Israel. So if that's what they're doing, it could be worse for Israel than almost anything else Trump could do. Except nuke them.
Well, yeah, there's worse things, but yeah, interesting.
But think of the sympathy
a signal
for the diaspora.
Oh, actually, look up what then, like, you know what, if you can find it, it would be interesting to look up Al Jazeera versus like the Times of Israel or whatever, an Israeli outlet.
Al Jazeera, U.S. Air Force facility. Regional power signal objection. I think this is something else, actually. It looks like they're not...
Qatar.
It looks like they're not talking about it.
Wait, no,
Google is reviewing.
Scroll down. 3. The third one. Well, we know about the U.S.
June.
That's not it. Never mind. Unless it may have been in.
It may have been.
They may have been talking about it for that long.
No,
I've not
Iran's
heard about it
attack
till
on
now.
Al Udeid Air Force Base. It looks like
That's it. No, okay. No.
It looks like it's a US airbase in Qatar that was attacked by Iran or something.
Yes.
Al Jazeera. Okay, so they're not talking about it. Israel. So Times of Israel, US Air Force facility. Yeah. Okay, they have talked about it.
Yes, there you go.
See if we can taste any bile in this article. Qatar to build Air Force facility at US base in Idaho in further boosting of ties. Site to be used to train pilots and house F-15s. Blah blah blah. Doha purchase from US. Hexas says hailing Gulf countries' efforts in mediating Israel-Hamas ceasefire. I guess that's what it is. But that's what Israel wants you to believe it is anyway, for some reason. Maybe that's the least damaging lie. Qatar will build an Air Force base at US military base in Idaho, blah, blah, blah. Peace Hexas said. Agreement represented the further warming of ties between Washington and Doha and came less than 2 weeks after US President Donald Trump signed an executive order committing the US to defend Qatar if it came under attack. I'm guessing that's kind of the first step to this diplomatic engagement. Qatar seems to want stuff from the US, and I hope the US is actually getting something worthwhile from this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolf. What the fuck is this? Oh, you looped it. Oh, it's not playing for me. And once again, thank you to Discord for not playing. All right, well, we'll just show it on stream then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay, the AI, unfortunately, it made her attractive, which
when she smiles, but you don't need that. The key part that needs to be looped is now looped.
Well, let's see how well it loops. It's a 10-second clip. About to switch now. Oh, it doesn't look very well.
Yeah.
What you can do, Wolf, I don't know which one you're using, but there's one that I've used where you can give it a starting frame and an ending frame.
Yeah.
And then you can make it loop perfectly. I did that for Admiral Phil McCavity. You remember that, Aiden? You were there, right?
Yeah.
That's a really fucking long boat.
True. Okay, no worries, Wolf. Warming of ties. Just over a month ago, an attack unfolded when Israel fired missiles into Doha. Oh, I didn't know about that, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Such an attack unfolded. Yeah. Over a month ago. Targeting Hamas's top leaders as they huddled to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal. Is Doha in Qatar? Why would Hamas be in Qatar? I guess Hamas is Qatar supporting them? Strike failed to kill any of Hamas's top leadership and ended up galvanizing the entire Arab world around Doha's calls for the US to rein in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's weird that the Times of Israel is saying that. Several weeks later, Trump had the Israeli premier apologize to his Qatari counterpart in the Oval Office, handing him a scripted apology that Netanyahu was coaxed into reading. Okay, I didn't know about this, but Trump is actually putting some pressure on Netanyahu when he needs it.
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't actually hear about, or maybe I just blotted it out because it's fucking Middle East bullshit, but it might be that these are sort of the beginning steps of Trump being able to divest from Israel.
It doesn't fit any nice narrative, does it? Except for, it's performative, I suppose. Which maybe it is, who knows?
I have sort of got my hopes up about Trump divesting from Israel a few times in the past, and it did look like he wanted to and was going to, but then he ended up coming out and saying, Netanyahu's great. But at the same time, he has a lot of reasons that he kind of has to, I guess. But it's still not clear to me exactly why Israel has so much power over the US.
His base wants him to, which is why you might do something like that, although it didn't get any attention. And that's actually the curious part. Because if it was just a signal to his base, then that would be everywhere. Then you would have heard that from everyone about how. No, again, that is the framing of it from the Times of Israel. To be fair, but I do remember that happening, and I don't know if it was official, if it was confirmed that it was a scripted apology. But I don't know. Interesting.
The thing is, Trump is like the one person that could turn the normie boomer against Israel, but deliberately doesn't. And that really makes you wonder why.
I think he wants to a little bit, but there must just be some behind the scenes threats or blockers on that. But I think he's trying to get through them.
Provided he did want to do that, you'd have to be very careful about it. And little things like, but just because, for the boomer mind, yes, Israel is America's not only greatest, but basically only ally. And I'm saying that as like, if you talk to American boomers, that is how they think of it. They, for example, they hate the British. I'm just like, do not consider England an ally in any way whatsoever. Just at least every American I know doesn't. So that kind of stuff falls through, even though, despite joint military operations in the Middle East all the time.
We've got a bit of a bad rap, especially with our most recent prime ministers.
Well, yeah, that doesn't.
Feeling the next one might be a bit better.
What good rep does Israel have ever? None.
True.
But to the boomer, again, our greatest ally. We have to protect them. We have to help them.
We took the strategy of like just trying to be worthwhile, although our prime ministers are bad at it. Israel takes the strategy of buy US politicians.
Quite literally, scan their barcodes and purchase them.
Which I had that. I'm not sure if I had it open. If someone has that, post it. I'll open it because I think I had that ready to look at. Ginger says, if I was in Trump's position, I'd be using Israel as a cudgel against the Muslims, but I would be trying to make it a very cheap to run cudgel. Yeah, make them a vassal. But maybe this is the way to do it. I think I'm still not exactly sure why Israel has so much power over the US, but my leading theory would have to be that they're providing something that only Israel can provide. So Trump is probably trying to develop Qatar into a competitor to Israel.
This is it. I got it.
Maybe this is blackmail. Yeah.
It's blackmail. It's the only thing they provide.
It's Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz
is who, Matt Gaetz,
revealed this information.
Initially, I resented the fact that there was no appreciation for nuance. Like if you asked any questions about any decision of the Israeli government in any place regarding settlements, regarding Gaza, whatever, you were like, you had deviated from the script. And I just, in any policy area, I had resentment over that. And then I saw the way the AIPAC worked, and that was weird for like a country lawyer like me. I remember my first AIPAC reception, and like your fundraiser tells you have to go, and your chief of staff tells you have to go, your committee chairman all tell you have to go, and you get there and you wear this name badge, and I remember there's a QR code on it. And what we were supposed to do was go talk to donors, and then if they liked you, they scanned your QR code to make a donation, like on the spot. And so
crazy.
Just imagine how demoralizing that is to like be told that your job for the next several hours to go chat people up, hoping they would scan you like a can of tomato soup on the way
like
out
a slave on auction.
Literally purchasing.
Right. And so I saw that and I was like, wow, that is so freaking weird. And then, I was in Israel.
Still amazing to me that lobbying is just completely normal and accepted in the US.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
It's a bad idea.
I went multiple times.
I know making something illegal doesn't stop it from happening, right? But
yeah, I mean, it would happen no matter what, I suppose.
Yeah, reduces it a lot. Makes it more difficult.
Perhaps the argument is, maybe the argument is, and this would be, I guess, the best argument for it, is that make it legal makes it more transparent, right? So now you have to do it out in the open. And that doesn't mean it doesn't also happen in the back end, which it assuredly does, but that would be the argument for a lobbying. And knowing what the lobbyist groups are.
True. I suppose that's a good enough argument to just make it, just to say, like, yeah, US is just the experimental zone for that. Everywhere else in the country, we're going with probably the safer option. But the US has always gone for the more volatile option, which has typically big benefits and drawbacks either way.
And I did not like the fact that I found someone in my room rooting around in my stuff that should not have been there at the King David Hotel when I came back to my room when no one was expecting me to be back in my room. And I just
presumably Israeli law enforcement.
Well, I don't know who it was. I just thought, like, this is weird. All of these things.
I know who it was. The King David Hotel.
Yeah, who could it possibly be?
Yeah, I think they've just got very good at this, the Israelis.
Things combined are odd, and then the policy outgrowth seems to be an obsession about the Middle East that has not served my generation well. I just don't.
Yeah. I don't know what podcast he was on there, probably some 2-bit small one, but I commend him for saying that because that's the kind of thing that all politicians in the US should have been saying for decades. But I suppose probably the way it was done was gradually rolling it out to the point that it was always under the radar, at least for most people.
It's probably been going on for years. The QR code is just the modernization of it. I'm sure in the past it was, take down somebody's name, they give you their business card, and that works the same way.
Barcodes have existed for decades anyway, so it wouldn't have to be a QR code anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, could have been a quite literal barcode or something to the equivalent of it. But no, so just giving someone your business card, and they put it in their Rolodex and in the analog sense of all this stuff.
Yeah. Romon says, of course it happens in the back end. They're in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Am I right in
Did you like
remembering
that picture of that AI image of Hitler painting a tit rather than tits?
Oh. I was thinking of the one that Ezreal posted where he's painting me.
Yeah, a tit rather than tits.
I see what you mean, Aiden. I see what you mean. So I didn't get that initially. I'm gonna have to make a response to that. Okay. Anyway, let's read a little bit more of this. Yes. Okay. So, did you even figure out what this was for? What the US is getting back from this? Today we're announcing a letter of acceptance. Hexeth size blah blah blah. The base will be host to a contingent. It's just another example of our partnership. Yeah, I think this is one of those things where it doesn't cost the US almost anything to do it, but it pisses Israel off, which is something that Trump seems to want to do. Maybe I'm being too optimistic there, but that's definitely a possibility.
Trump does not like being told what to do. Very clearly, he has oppositional defiant disorder or something equivalent to it. He does not like being told what to do. So it may just be that he really hates not only how much control everyone thinks Israel has over him, but so the perception, but also if he actually feels as if they are trying to control his decisions, then I think he would be oppositionally defiant.
Yeah. My highest ambition for Trump is that he overcomes the one major flaw he has, which is the Israel lust stuff. I don't know how much the Israel lust is endemic to him and how much it's something he knows he has to do. And I don't know how much that has changed since he's been in office. And this is a very optimistic position. I acknowledge it's not the one I believe. It's the one I'd like to believe, and I think it's plausible. He has now decided, all right, I've got a lot of shit to do, but one of those things I'm going to do, one of my main missions in this 4-year term, is I'm going to get the US out of Israel's thumb.
While we were saying this, Ivanka Trump just posted this 6 hours ago.
Yeah. Not ideal. It's the daughter who doesn't always follow Trump's beliefs.
I know.
It may have been that, again, like Trump may be under their thumb and has to do stuff like this. It doesn't contradict the theory. It just makes the theory more detailed. Or she might have done it voluntarily.
You're suggesting that she's Kushner's concubine.
Well, yeah.
Is Kushner the one she's married to? I can't remember.
Jared Kushner, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't follow celebrity drama.
Wait. Now, unless I'm wrong, also. Oh, you can't put ideas in my brain. It was Kushner, yeah.
AI video was a mistake. That's not good. That's not a good look for Trump.
No, it's not.
Unfortunately, it's worthwhile criticism. Yeah, that's also true. Elon is... Well, actually, is Elon... Did he stop? I can't remember now. Oh, yeah, hey,
at least the responses are good for the most part.
Oh, no.
You know? Oh, it's just a brick wall, too.
It's time to stop. Okay, yeah. I'm going to have to install some sort of program to look at these videos in like maybe 6 months to a year, because I won't be able to tell if they're real or not. Some sort of program that will analyze them in an AI sense, or will look at whatever encoding they probably put onto. Yeah, because there's visual heuristic analyzing, but they probably, if they've got any sense at all, put some sort of encoding in the video data which you can read, which says yes,
perhaps.
This is an AI.
Like I was watching a video earlier where someone ran the video of Hassan that has since come out of his old dog Fish of him grabbing him by the tail and like pulling this dog by the tail and then saying, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. And they ran that through an AI filter and it gave one gave a 4% chance and one gave a 0. So
we saw that.
And it was posted on his channel too. So, I mean, in the past, so the likelihood that it's AI is completely...
there's no point scanning it in that case. Yeah. We talked about that last stream, but I decided not to play the video. But and
it wasn't known at the time. But still, just as an example, though, that you can recheck videos through AI. And I don't know how accurate that is. Typically, you can tell. But how long will that be the case is the question. Yeah, right.
Yep. All right. Let's go on to the next story then. Trump potentially, involved anyway in the Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado dedicates her Nobel Peace Prize for Donald Trump.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't see that. This was probably happened while I was doing other stuff because I was still contentious up until a couple hours ago.
So there's a few...
Right?
There's a few caveats to give here. What does the Nobel Peace Prize even really mean? Well, that's fucking debatable. Not a whole lot.
They gave it to Kissinger.
She probably dedicated it to her parents and to her friends as well, people that she knows. Donald Trump being named
did give one to
is
Kissinger,
important,
right? Or did I dream that?
No, he did. That was on earlier. I challenge. Let Uzlu get through a sentence. Difficulty impossible.
Sorry.
That's all right. I'm kidding. But whenever I have you on, Aiden, it always happens.
Sorry.
Stop apologizing. Stop apologizing.
Apologize.
Chat. Where's the sorry meme? Is it equal sorry?
Now you need to apologize for so profusely apologizing.
I'm sorry for saying sorry.
There it is. It's equals Aiden sorry. Next, I'm going to make you apologize for a time that you should have apologized, but didn't because we told you not to apologize.
Oh my God, that's like an actual nightmare I would have.
/support apologetic paladin. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of caveats here. Prize doesn't mean much. The dedication doesn't mean that Trump won the award. And we don't know what it was for exactly. And plus also, if the award meant something, Trump would have been, at least for several of the things he's done, the obvious correct winner of it. He has done more for peace in his presidencies than anyone has done in the last 15 years, probably, or more. But the Nobel Prize Committee doesn't want to do that. So someone getting the award and then be like, to Trump, is a good image, even if there's a lot of caveats. Aiden says, I'm sorry for being annoying. It will happen again. I'm sure it will, Aiden. You have to figure out a way to correct that.
Look, that's why I love that image, because it's just like, sorry, it will happen again.
Is that raccoon your spirit animal?
Yeah, I look like a raccoon, so.
Okay. Washington Post says...
I have really dark lines in my eyes. I always have. I've always had really dark... like not bags, although now I do more because I'm old, but I've always had like they call it the Evans eyes in my family. My dad's like that. My grandma was like that.
You can't call yourself old. You're not many years older than me.
Yeah, very old indeed, actually.
Aiden is willing to self-denigrate as long as there's a chance it offends me.
Right, like 33 is basically like that's the new 90.
Well, yeah, once you hit 25, you're now too old to be tribe leader.
Aiden, I still have another just under a month of being 32. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, why do you think Wait, nothing. What?
Yeah, Nachos has called you an old hag, Aiden.
All right.
As she is wont to do.
I admit I've already acquiesced to this.
Support Aiden Hagedin. There we go.
Yeah, I'm hag maxing. Dude, I love hag maxing.
Isn't hag maxing when you date hags?
No, I'm just her. Dude, I'll post again the fucking fit I wore to be on Voices podcast today because that was total hag maxing. And so
don't post your nudes in.
What? No. What? I mean, the thing I wore when I talked to Benjamin Boyce this afternoon, because it was very Hagmax.
Well, they're probably in the same folder. I love how you didn't deny having
obviously.
nudes. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Washington Post says, yes,
Wait a
Trump
minute.
deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
Where I can't say anything, and it sounded fucked.
Well, why don't you just try apologizing then?
Sorry.
Stop saying sorry, Aiden. Stop apologizing.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
There's Hagmaxing for you.
Chat, roast this picture. Who's Miles Edgeworth?
Yes, I do look like Miles Edgeworth. Thank you. That's the fit I was going for. That's the exact look I was going for. I was trying to Edgeworth Max, but I couldn't. From Ace Attorney.
From Ace Attorney.
Oh, I've vaguely heard of that.
Yeah.
I've seen the memes.
Yes. I'm so glad. Yes.
Yes, nachos. That is really hated.
No, it's AI didn't pop it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Aiden is actually an overweight middle-aged man with a voice changer and AI.
Yeah.
Oh, nachos has complimented Aiden, lads. It's over. It's over.
I love that brooch too. It's a little cardinal. It's very cute.
All right.
See nachos. We could be friends.
Oh God, the women are forming an alliance.
You don't have to be so aggressive. Yeah,
quick! Another woman needs to jump in and break it up.
Yeah.
Fuck no, says nachos. / denounce woman alliance. Nachos the taco eater. Where's that come from? Nacho says one nice thing about one piece of clothing that Aiden's wearing, and someone in chat's like, "Oh, lesbianism. That's it. That she's going to be, she's going to be between her legs in seconds."
That's how it works, right? Or something. I don't know.
Chat, can we get Woman Alliance to be the lowest item on the board? Because currently, the Jews is the lowest icon on the board.
Oh, you say can down, dude. Okay.
Yes. So the Jews is the lowest currently, followed by Minecraft Movie and then Hawk Tours.
I think it should be lower than Minecraft Movie, honestly.
Did you like the Minecraft Movie? Are you a fellow Minecraft Movie appreciator?
I mean...
Would you not go that far?
I've not seen it, so it's hard to say, but I saw the memes.
It's a fantastic movie.
Would I watch the Minecraft movie?
Good question.
Ever.
Okay, Woman Alliance is now in the bottom 3. Which makes sense for it being women, bottoms.
Yeah, that's just where it belongs.
JPEG, you capitalized
in the bottom.
The D on downs. Aiden, there are some women that aren't bottoms.
No.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Okay. Pierre says you're trying to make it compete with both the Jews and the Minecraft movie. Are you ready to ban Sick Puppy to get this done? Kabalbi has been supported for some reason. Let me find out who supported Kabalbi. I could have guessed. And Tom Boyce has been supported as well.
All right, who supported the Jews? Your racist card is revoked.
I know who it was, and I am dismayed.
Oh no.
Shame indeed. Bugs is not going any lower. Yeah, someone with a lot of coins, a lot of credits, going to have to push it lower. Oh no, Cybersmith has just entered the bottom 3 as well. Is Cybersmith a bottom, chat?
Well, he's in it, so.
True.
Transitive property.
Oh yeah, he is into trans.
If he is of the bottom, then he is a bottom. Is what I'm saying.
Someone was supporting the Jews and has now flipped to denouncing it. Do you like how I added
Many
that
such cases.
so that it showed it?
Many such cases.
Yeah.
It all depends on whether or not you got a QR code scanned at CPAC.
Indeed. If you guys are getting the application did not respond, just try sending the same command again. That should only happen just after it reboots. I'm not sure why that's happening. I see it's happened twice. I'm not sure why, but that's something that mostly is Discord's end. It could be a network issue, but just try running the command again. It should work. Nacho says, I will align with women to destroy cyberspace. We need our attendance. Yeah. Happened twice, says Eric. If everyone's getting it, let me know and I'll restart the bot. But that's usually a network issue or a Discord API issue. It usually isn't an issue with my code.
So is there a way that we can see everything that's been put up on the board?
It would be too much data to output. /leaders gives you a sampling, and
Too
the
much data.
middle
No
bit,
such thing.
that's what the data is. The middle bit gives you a random selection from across the board. So it will, like, if you keep typing leaders, you will eventually get the whole lot output to you. AC says, are you absolutely sure every branch reaches a response to the interaction? Yes. Yes. I mean, I haven't, like, it's not structurally necessary for them to, but in my testing, yes. But I will check that, but I'm pretty sure. Eric says Discord might be having intermittent issues. It's true. Is it still, okay, it worked on the third try, says Eric. It's just as likely to be a Discord problem, in fact, more likely to be a Discord problem, than it even is to be a network problem between Discord and my code. What, Dirk? What does that refer to? Oh, testing. Okay. Was that just a face roll? All right. Next thing. World leaders, lawmakers, public figures to Nobel Committee says no leader has done more for peace. Award Trump the prize.
They straight up just said, no, we don't award Nobel Prizes to people who have destabilized the world, essentially. Do you have that clip?
I don't think so. It might be in here.
Oh, one second. Okay.
AC, I don't have it.
No, it wouldn't be in this
right now.
Oh.
But
yeah, I'll send it. One sec.
You should be AC, yes. But I'll look in more detail later. But as they're saying, like, after retrying multiple times, it worked. So it's almost certainly a Discord end or a network issue. The code was fairly rushed, though, so it's not perfect. I could make it better. World leaders, lawmakers, and public figures are calling on the Nobel. Thank you, Ian. Calling on the Nobel committee to honor President Trump after he brokered what Israeli officials hailed as a miraculous deal set to free all remaining hostages and bring an end to the Gaza war.
Miraculous.
An achievement hailed as historic and unprecedented, with allies calling him the president of peace and the peacemaker of the world needed. Maybe Trump is trying to make sure that he gets a Nobel Peace Prize before he leaves office and is willing to slob Israel a bit to get it. But then as soon as he gets it, he'll stop. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. He doesn't really appear to have been doing that. I mean, brokering the peace deal is a good thing. Doesn't mean, again, that apparently Israel has already attacked again after the peace deal was supposedly brokered. So whatever the fuck that means. But yeah, we'll see. Yes, it does. And Trump does clearly care about his legacy. It's why he stamps his name on everything. So being known as a guy who brokered peace in the Middle East would be a big deal. I think it's more that just, I think that's it. A lot of it is going to be the hubris, the egotism a little bit, maybe. And if that, but again, at the same time, he's disrespecting Netanyahu. So.
The Nobel Committee chair shares his thoughts on Trump's campaign to win the award.
President Donald Trump has repeatedly said he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize and he'd like to have it. He even said that it would be an insult to the United States if he doesn't get it. What does as the chairman of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, think of this, and how has this campaign-like activity by the president and his supporters, domestically and internationally, affected the deliberations and the thinking in the committee?
So I'll be the first to say that if you ask for a role in Cabal, you're less likely to get it. However, if I mean, it's not quite analogous, but if you did something that caused me to have just enormous immediate trust in you, and it was like manifest, and you'd be doing it for months or something, and you just happen not to have the roles, and you were like, hey, can I have some roles? Like, if I knew you personally, if you were my brother or something, a brother I do not have, by the way, but if you were, you came in the server and you're like, hey, can I get some roles? That's a reasonable thing to request, because you've already done the thing that's deserving of them. You just don't have the accolade. That's analogous here. Like, asking for it when they should have already given it to you is kind of fair.
Analogus, I think you mean.
Have you got particular topics on the brain right now, Aiden?
No, but it is analogous though.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear that ISIS tried to rebrand? Yeah, it's data oriented. Yeah. They're anal ISIS now.
Okay.
In the long history of the Nobel Peace Prize, I think this committee have seen any type of campaign, media attention. We receive thousands and thousands of letters every year of people wanting to say what for them leads to peace. This committee sits in a room filled with the portraits of all laureates, and that room is filled with both courage and integrity. So we base only our decision on the work and the will of Alfred Nobel.
That was not an answer.
No, it was not. And they sit in a room with a big portrait of Obama, who was infamous for his drone strike, or not drone strike, just striking tendencies, and that he absolutely was not a peacemaker by any fucking definition. I have no idea how you could possibly portray Obama internationally as a peacemaker. I could see people making arguments within the United States, but internationally, it's absurd. And just only shows how ridiculous and pointless and stupid the Nobel Peace Prize is, which is why no one takes it seriously. Maybe Trump does, but no one else does.
All this guy has just said.
Obama the reason why Ukraine is in such a retarded state today?
If you track the data back far enough and you actually look at what was happening in Ukraine during the Euromaidan, then yes, the Obama administration and a lot of his cronies had their hands directly in the Euromaidan.
All that this guy's just said is, we have high standards. Okay, but why don't they apply to Trump, though? No answer.
Because he's shitty. He's just orange and bad.
This was just the most informal and indirect way of just insulting Trump and saying, no, he doesn't deserve it. Fuck him. So I can understand why Trump wouldn't be too happy with them about this. And I think, I saw the Veritasium video on Nobel, assuming that that's accurate. Nobel was a giga autist. I don't know if he would have been able to cut through the complex social stuff here, but I think he probably would have liked Trump overall. And to have these shitty bureaucrats representing Nobel is perhaps an insult.
When was it? I know that people do know this, but Trump is the first president in a long time to basically not start any new wars.
Mm.
Now, there have been conflicts, yes. There have been attacks, particularly very early on in his presidency, in his first term. He bombed somebody, and I was very upset about that, I remember at the time. But
that was the one the mainstream press was very pleased about, I think, isn't it? Syria.
And yes, and it was an early sign in 2016 where it's like, wait, what? This thing that I am furious about at the time, again, it's been 8 years now. The thing that at the time I was very upset about, because this is not what I wanted from Trump. This is the antithesis, was what the mainstream media praised him for. And he hasn't done it since, for the most part. So, and that you really can't be said about any other recent American president. Yeah, and by the way, the woman who won it, this Maria Corina Machado or whatever, she just, as far as I understand, lives in Venezuela is Venezuelan and talks about how bad Venezuela is. That's what she has done. She's a public speaker. I'm not saying that public speakers aren't important, but in terms of actually being able to influence peace, I'm not sure what she really does comparative to Trump.
By the way, there is the current Aiden topics. As you can see, liberal Aiden is in third place overall. if we can get it to climb by just a little bit more, then Aiden will be forcibly renamed to Liberal Aiden.
Ugh. But Aiden Nachos is that higher? Yeah.
That's Nacho's rename.
Oh, behind. Oh, okay. Oh, good. Okay.
So Womon is currently at the top. Hence, Nomon is renamed to Womon. But I think
to
really
savor it for a little while first. You know, it would be
Maybe.
so unfair to take it from him this quickly.
Maybe. Oh,
Fuck you.
that is true. Chat, go ahead and support Liberal Aiden and Womon, and then we'll put
I'm
Liberal
sure you
Aiden
can
in
hear how
after
You're tipping
Womon's
the
had a vote.
scales. You're
Yes, I'm tipping the scales. Did you know?
Wow.
Did you know people can pay me to get Cabal credit?
That's different, though. They should have to pay you. Now you're doing it for free.
I'm not doing it for free. What am I doing for free?
Tipping the scales.
How am I tipping the scales?
I'm the one that does things.
You just
for
told people how
free,
to vote.
apparently, despite being a Jew, which is
Aiden,
strange. But
I know you're not familiar with how democracy actually works, but they don't have
It's
to do
cringe
what
and
I
gay.
tell them.
Yeah, but it's cringe and gay, and they do.
See what I mean?
Yeah, but what? Wait, no, but what?
Pug makes a good point.
what?
I think we'd need 8-Ball's help to get Liberal Aiden above Womon. Can someone ping 8-Ball? Don't forget, chat, 8-Ball does have a lot of coins, but does have a lot of credit influence, but he's not insurmountable. And that influence is shrinking day by day. A lot of you may have Cabal credit that you haven't redeemed yet, that you can redeem now and force Liberal Aiden upon her, if you wanted to. So Liberal Aiden has been supported by yet another person. It's still in second, though. Womon in first. Nomon, why don't you start campaigning for Liberal Aiden?
I can.
Bet. So Maria Corina Machado says, this recognition of the struggle of all Venezuelans is a boost to conclude our task to conquer freedom. I'm sorry, what?
Conquer freedom.
Yeah,
The fuck does that mean? That sounds.
To conquer freedom.
It sounds almost like the
Hang on a
Soviets
minute.
trying to conquer food or conquer bread or whatever it was.
What? No, yeah. I mean, we have to conquer freedom.
the
It's
bread
bad.
lines by executing everyone that's lined up.
I mean, in terms of the framing of narratives, that's like saying to conclude our task to conquer democracy, to conquer liberalism, actually, is what it sounds like she said.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. Aiden, rename yourself.
Okay.
There we go.
Womon,
Oh my
you can
God.
also rename
Wait, how
yourself.
do I even do this? All right, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait.
Honestly, the UI is so awkward, Aiden,
Give
that
me a
it's
second,
easier
'cause
for
I gotta
me to
figure out where it
rename
is.
you than for you to rename yourself.
Wait, edit pre-server profile. Yeah, I got it.
So it's behind by 39,000. Whoa,
Wait,
I think
excuse me.
I think 8-Ball 8-Ball switched
acceptable?
from supporting to denouncing Womon by the looks of it, just inferring, which pushed Womon down the board quite a bit. And so now Liberal Aiden is above the second place item of Dicycle by 39,000 Cabal credit, which is a lot.
All right, it's done.
I'm sorry, Aiden, but that's not literally what it shows on the board.
Damn it. Okay.
Chat, if you have some imagination of what a Liberal Aiden profile picture would look like, maybe we can make her do that too.
What? I'm being forced to do all these humiliation rituals.
Some women are into
Oh,
that.
you
I
know,
don't
at
know.
least you're not being branded as a
What?
brony.
Chat,
that would be terrible.
/ support Brony Aiden.
I mean, that's pretty bad. You've already gone through and tried to get
Look,
this to pass.
Look
Look at the
I
speed
was
of smell
dubbed
democracy
Quattro
operates
not
at.
too long ago. All right, you're getting off pretty lightly.
True.
There's Cloptro. Nachos is saying that you love the humiliation, Aiden.
Many women do.
That was a long silence. I noticed that there wasn't a denial at the end of it.
Many women do.
Brony Aiden is now in fourth.
Oh no!
No, Oh no, that's way
Dude.
worse.
Hold on. Naden.
Oh, that is fucking amazing.
Diabolical.
It's diabolical.
Slash support diabolical. There we go. I don't know what that would do. Osama bin Laden. Naden. Okay, yeah, there's 8-Ball. You can tell when 8-Ball supports something because it suddenly shoots up to the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay, Naden is now in second place.
Oh my god. Okay.
You shouldn't have
it's more
closed the
catchy,
screen.
to be fair.
That's you. Lets you
Okay.
change your name, should you? It's still
No.
14,000 credit behind. It's quite a lot. Bugs says you know when 8-Ball does it. You certainly do. Oh, someone flipped it announcing liberal Aiden, I guess, to try and get Naden above. Oh, there it is. There it goes. There you go. Naden is now in first place. She's already changed the name.
I was waiting. I was just waiting. Yeah, I did say I can ignore the brony part about Spirit. I deserved it, okay?
All right, there we go. Now let's see if it holds long enough for someone to actually make some artwork.
Hodl.
Hodl indeed.
Yeah, you gotta hodl.
I think
Diamond hands.
The Kabbalah system does still have the same issue as it did with the previous incarnation. It's not as bad, but it's not nowhere near as bad as it was in its first incarnation. But with this system, it's still a bit too easy to flip things without putting anything new into the system. Unless you've got an active competition between two rich people, there's no reason to actually put more in, which means that it's too easy to just do stuff without it fulfilling its main reason. So
This is actually very important. If you're a weird schizo like me, the Washington Post did say that Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize.
Do you remember a few minutes ago when I was trying to read this out and you kept talking over it?
Oh, yeah. Never mind. Wow. All right, I'm gonna shut up now. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I read it like 3 times.
And it did not clock in my brain at all what had happened. Because you didn't frame it correctly. You didn't frame it as, what was meant by this?
I framed it in 3 different ways. Someone's just supported quiet Aiden. I assume that's someone wanting her to be quiet. Oh, Discord's just cut out your sound. Oh, 1 second. Thank you, Discord. Very cool. Discord works for more than 5 minutes. Challenge impossible.
I am something of a retard myself.
I didn't get it because it wasn't the big Washington Post, font. It was Trump talking about it. I didn't see the gray upon gray Washington Post.
Well, it's a good thing that every time I mentioned this, I stated that the Washington Post had said it.
Okay, my bad.
I mean,
I'm apologizing.
There's certainly a lot of distracting booba in the background as well.
Yeah, true. Look, what am I supposed to do?
Makes brain turn off.
Yeah.
All right, quiet Aiden is moving up the board. I do plan on actually
I'm not
having
going to
a
listen to
feature.
Uzaloo.
Having a feature where
I'm not just.
I don't know. A lot of girls like listening to me. I'm going to have a feature on the Kabbalah leaderboard where it takes only the inputs from the last sort of day, and then we can use that to do stuff that's per stream. So like the JF voice, for example, we can just use the Kabbalah leaderboard to determine whether that happens or not. And I might also do something with it where there's some static buildup of influence on the items rather than it just being a pure reflection of who's currently supporting it. It builds up over time the more people are supporting it. Maybe I'll have the decay flow directly into the topics that are supported. I don't know. Well, I'll think about that. But yeah, it's not bad, but it does need some improvements. Right. Yes, that is quiet. You could just Photoshop Aiden onto that.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh.
I mean, quiet's fine, but...
It's happened.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Blued in. No one says Uzlu looks for Mama J off in
Oof.
the wood stream when. Oh. Yep, that is actually Aiden, by the way, chat. Cosplaying as the most overpowered female character in video game history.
She's my favorite. I love her.
Mm-hmm.
She's like your bro. She's your mentor. It's awesome.
Your bro that you want to fuck. Nacho says lame. You're being called lame, Aiden.
Aw,
you
oh well.
Play Metal Gear.
Yeah, you got to play Metal Gear.
I've never played a Metal Gear game of any kind.
Actually, I was invited in here under the auspices that we were going to bully you into playing Fallout New Vegas.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Did you think you could escape?
I've never played a Fallout game. Never played a Metal Gear game.
Okay,
go ahead. Chat.
We need to make like
a
list of games that you must play.
Put it in the Cabalade system. We'll determine which one is most popular for me to play by which one is the highest up in the Cabalade. Zane says Uzlu played in New Vegas. I don't know. I don't know if it's any good. I've heard some things about it. I don't know if it's any good. After all, it was made directly by Todd Howard himself.
Thing, except that it's glitchy and buggy, but not anymore. So with
across
all the fixes,
all sides of the aisle, everyone universally agrees that New Vegas is good.
Yes, it is universally beloved.
Yes, it's one of those kind of games.
But if it's universally beloved, then I don't know. I don't want to be too, too conformist. I don't know if I should play it, chat. I mean, I don't know. Maybe everyone's just wrong. Maybe it is bad. What do you guys think?
Well, see, if we're wrong, then you will have a valid point to critique it. But only by playing it yourself.
Arblas says, play Faith, the Unholy Trinity. Is that the very low res one? I've seen someone else playing that. No, I think I'm thinking of a different one, actually. I don't know what that is, then. I haven't heard of that. Okay, so here's what I do instead, right? Quattro and Naden. I'll just watch a VTuber Let's Play of Fallout New Vegas. That'll be fine, right? I'll get the same experience.
Yeah,
no,
totes.
It's not.
Yeah.
No.
AC, I exclusively form my own opinions and don't trust the opinions of other people.
Yeah, again.
I think that's what he's saying. Actually, I think that's his point. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Nacho says, "Play it. Beans on toast. Beans on toast is quite nice." Aiden will agree.
It unironically is. I like beans in general. Like this NWA posting beans, eating beans. Excuse me. Yeah, beans on toast is good. I don't understand all of Americans' weird hangups about British food is memes.
So partly true, partly it's this.
Yes.
I've noticed a strange phenomenon in Britain, which I think is true. In the US, your food comes pre-salted. In the UK, it doesn't.
It's not about the salt. The Americans'
that's probably
whole
why.
issue with
Hold on. That's probably why Americans think it's tasteless and bland. Is because you're used to it coming pre-salted. Just add more salt when you eat it, and it's fine.
But they're not judging it based on taste. They're judging it based on pictures, because they have no fucking idea. Mate, no, because I've never seen an American post about that shit who's ever actually been to England. I just never seen that. Because it is a pure image-based reaction to it of this stuff looks bland and plain. It's all beige. So
that can be explained
bad.
by any food that is English but has not been adopted by Americans is considered English by Americans and thus looks weird because Americans don't like it because they didn't adopt it.
Basically.
So it's self-fulfilling.
I don't know why we didn't get black pudding at all, because it's something Americans, given their obsession with bacon and sausage, would genuinely like.
Black pudding isn't nice to think about. It's blood.
But who cares?
But it's quite nice.
No meat is nice to think about. If you start to break it down, it's all blood. But yeah, the amount of blood in black pudding is higher.
I mean, less people eat organs than flesh, so.
Sure.
It's not like you're trying to pitch haggis.
Yeah. I've never had haggis.
I have. It's actually quite good. But
fucking Nomon with the organs are great to comment.
Now, what did he mean by this?
Yeah, what did he mean by this?
Listen, chat, I've got very used to screenshotting messages that appear in live chat that the user may not want to have appeared in live chat after the Harry incident equals Harry. Do you remember that, Aiden?
Yeah.
Oh, we have the Nadine art. If one could even call it art.
Thank you. You made it the Chad, though. Thanks. Very based. Very based.
You should see the one that I was using as my profile picture when I was dubbed Kloptro.
I think I prefer this, to be honest. What do you think, Aiden?
It's nightmare fuel. It's really awful.
You got to put the pussy hat on her, chat. To line up with the people in the background. Aiden, are you with her?
No.
Big time feminist, Aiden.
Yeah. Well known. Well known for that.
She's an advocate for women getting what they deserve.
I am. That's true. That is true. I would not ever deny that. Women should get what they deserve.
Yeah. Okay, should we try and cover something? Bad news from Japan. You may have been interested in this, Aiden. You're Japanese originally. See? I knew I could trick you into proving my point. Japan's ruling coalition splits, throwing Takeichi's PM bid into doubt. So it was big news when Takeichi, I think I'm saying that right, but hopefully I'm not, became the most, Takaichi, became the most powerful politician in the country when she headed the party, which was at the head of a two-party coalition, which seemed that it would be strong. It seemed that they would get on. And then she would therefore be the next prime minister. However, that coalition is split. So let's try if we can find out why. And by the way, she appears to be based, by all accounts, chat. She is similar, I think, from the same sort of line of politicians as Shinzo Abe, who was considered pretty good. She's often called the Japanese Trump. I don't know much about her policies, but that's the sort of starting point.
Well, that's been the recent narrative, yes, is that she's Japanese Trump.
Komeito ends 26-year partnership with LDP over funding scandal. That sounds like something that could be artificed. Let's find out. LDP's hardline leader Takeichi aims to become Japan's first female premier. Opposition parties seek to stop her in parliament to vote. Yeah, I wonder, because it's Japan, I wonder how many of them are just like, yeah, all her politics are fine, and I like the coalition, but she's female, so I can't support her.
That genuinely might be a big part of the issue there.
It genuinely might be, yeah. Yen firms as investors wear
as someone on the right, I wouldn't support a woman for running for political office. Hell no.
Well, I would want to look at them individually.
Countervailing factors.
Male men are more well suited to leading, but you can have outliers. So you can have a female that's well suited to lead. It's just rare.
Sure, it is possible, and it has happened, but rare.
That's the thing. When we're dealing with mass scale decisions, go with the tendency, go with the stereotype. When we're dealing with individual decisions, especially very public, like visible individuals, go with the individual standards, because there's more variation within the group than between.
Yeah,
I think that's true of races as well.
Well, yeah, there will always be exceptions. Again, I always bring up Catherine the Great, is a woman who appeared to be, for everything I know about her, deeply autistic, and therefore very good at ruling.
Yeah, and this is a Japanese woman, so she's definitely autistic.
So already autistic, right? You got the autism as a baseline.
Yeah, the baseline, exactly, yeah. So the Liberal Democratic Party, despite their name, I think they're a more sort of right-wing party, which has ruled Japan for almost all of the post-war era. I didn't know that, actually. Selected hardline conservative
Japan is a
Takeichi.
one-party state and has been for its entire history as a quote-unquote democracy. It is a one-party state in function, right?
That can work if the party is genuinely diligent enough to adapt to the times, but I'd be very cautious of that.
The way it just ends up working is that whatever is popular in Japan amongst the people ends up being represented in the LDP. So it functionally, that's how they're one part. Even though, yes, they are a democracy with multiple parties, one party acclimates to what it is that people are asking for.
It's very impressive because the idea, like, you could do this in a functional, healthy democracy. You could do this where one party they see an insurgent party gaining steam and they just adopt its policies and then they just disappear. You could do that, no problem at all.
That's essentially what they have done. Yes.
Pretty much be genuinely representative, and there's pros and cons to that. But
it's why Liberal Democratic Party, even though you said sounds like a leftist party. No, it's because they are what the fuck ever, when the fuck ever.
Which seems to have served Japan fairly well, actually, surprisingly. It's not always the right thing to just do what the people say, but. Well, I mean, they've avoided most of the culture war stuff. They've dipped their toe in and are now rebelling against it hardcore. They've been massively successful post-war.
I think it is democracy, but many would argue that Japan is not a democracy because they are a one-party state.
No, I think it is because the state is receptive to the people. They have to be. And now, and I might be wrong about that.
Yes.
If they're not, then fine.
I actually do agree.
Yeah.
I actually do agree. But Japan is unique because of the people of Japan, right?
It's not democratic if the leaders don't represent the people. If voting is cut off, that's one way that it can become non-representative because it misrepresents the people's intention. And if the representatives just stop doing what the people want, that's not democratic either. But having a single party for 70 years isn't necessarily non-democratic. It certainly allows for more non-democratic things, but it doesn't have to.
However, you will see particularly leftists saying that Japan is a fascist state because they have voted for the same party. No, they're Japanese. They're different. They're very different from Europeans. So I don't think this works everywhere, but it's worked this way in Japan. It's clearly not how it works in other countries. You get sidesism.
I think there's a lot to be said for the sort of rapid oscillating back and forth of Western countries, particularly the UK and US, don't get any ideas about the word oscillating, because that's the pendulum swinging. In Japan, though, I think the pendulum may just be swinging a lot less, so little that one party can just adjust constantly to the needs.
I mean, that is how it has worked in practice, yes. Yeah.
The US pendulum swings far, the UK pendulum swings less far, more sort of balanced, a bit more stable, but a bit less adventurous. Yeah. And Japan's may just swing even less than that.
Right, so they can just take care of it within a single party. But yeah.
So let's read a bit more. She must win approval in Parliament to become premier later this month. Well, that's bad timing, isn't it? That had been seen as fairly straightforward given her coalition had by far the most seats. What do you mean why?
Why is it bad later this month?
Because this has just happened. Like they didn't have much. They don't have much time to fix it. They got a month to fix it.
Oh, okay.
Bad for her.
Yeah. Okay, got you. Yeah.
That was short of a majority, but with partner Komeito's exit and opposition parties seeking to unite behind an alternative candidate, her path has suddenly become less certain. So she's the leader of the LDP, the biggest and eternal party. The other party have they left the partnership, and what are they called? Komeito's party, either way. Following a meeting with Takaichi on Friday, Komeito leader, that's the name of the party, okay, never mind. Tetsuo Saito said the two parties' 26-year partnership had broken down under the LDP's failure to respond to a political funding scandal that has dogged the ruling group for 2 years. Okay, so here's a possibility. She's just got in as the leader of the party, just in the last few days. And now they've broken with her on the basis of a 2-year scandal. Almost all of which she was completely uninvolved in. Probably, I don't know. Right. She was high up in the party. Maybe she was. Right, that's a possibility.
Yes.
But it's also possible that she wasn't involved, and because there were two sort of branches within the party, and she was one of them. So maybe it was the other branch that was corrupt. Possibility. And now they're using this as an excuse to break with her for some other reason, probably a globalist reason.
Again, just from the outside, looks like that.
That's a distinct possibility. Something to think about. He said Komeito would not support Takaichi in the parliament vote, expected to be held in the second half of October. Maybe they just want something. Takaichi called Komeito's decision extremely regrettable, but said she would do whatever she could to win Solness.
He said that they have to sort it out fast because Trump is coming in 2 weeks for an official state visit, and they can't afford the national embarrassment of not having a prime minister to receive him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess she's sort of the closest thing they have to de facto prime minister right now, or is there still a previous one in office?
It would be the previous one, whoever's in office right now, which I don't even know, to be honest. I genuinely don't pay any attention to Japanese politics for the aforementioned reasons. The same party wins every time. So there's not, and always has. So there's no real reason to pay attention to it. I know that a lot of people see this as a big change, but yeah, it's more that the party acquiesces and acclimates. Which in and of itself is telling. If they're calling this woman the female Trump, or the Japanese female Trump, then yeah.
I mean, right now, democracies do need to just be doing what people want them to do, because the people are right, and the aristocratic classes that have formed are wrong. So that's fine. That's a great formula if that's what Japan will do. And maybe that's how they've been mostly free of the culture wars, because they have been very receptive to the people, and the people don't like globalism, because it's not for them either way. The political turmoil comes ahead of a number of Japanese diplomatic engagements with multilateral summits in Malaysia and South Korea, and US President Donald Trump widely expected to visit Japan by the end of the month. The yen strengthened by 0.5%. It had fallen to an 8-month low earlier this week as investors fretted that Takeichi's big spending plans would weigh on the world's fourth largest economy. Why is it that every time we see, well, not every time, but too many times, we see like, big new conservative leader, big spending plans? That's not conservative. I mean, it's not the only thing that word means.
No. That's very myopic thinking. For example, if you want to get rid of all the illegals in a country, that's going to cost a lot of money.
Aiden, I didn't mean
the idea that
as a universal
I'm just saying, rule. Right, but I'm just pointing out, however, that just because someone is saying they're going to spend a lot of money doesn't necessarily mean they're not trying to conserve something or that they're not on the right.
I know.
And it's in fact a problem is that the right just doesn't do anything. And that's what they seem to think conserving is doing fucking nothing.
Well, the right have been doing things in the last few years anyway.
Yes, but historically, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, the right's been pretty motivated to do evil globalist things in most cases recently, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because they're not conservative. So, I was sort of tongue-in-cheek with that comment. I'm thinking also of Liz Truss, who probably is genuinely at least a bit conservative, but her plan when she came in was massive
got fucked.
Borrowing. Yeah, I don't think that was really her fault, but massive borrowing, massive spending.
No, I don't think it was.
Which her ideas could have been.
Isn't he polling lower than Liz Truss now? Also?
Oh yeah, I think
much
fucking
lower. Hilarious.
I think so. Yeah, I think he's the least popular prime minister in like 100 years or something.
Yeah, based.
Okay, Somnus is saying Comito has 3 demands to rejoin a coalition. 1, anti-corruption reform after the funding scandal. Depending on exactly what they want, that doesn't sound so bad. I hope that she would be okay with that in principle. 2, that Takeichi refrain from continuing certain politically incendiary acts while PM, visiting a specific shrine connected with suspect figures from World War II. That's an oddly specific one. Maybe that is a matter of principle. Maybe that is a globalist
I'd have to look into that. I didn't know about that. Yeah.
And 3, a reassurance that there won't be total anti-immigrant immigration legislation. Well, it's the time for it.
Well, that's gay, and she shouldn't agree to those terms.
Yeah, it is pretty gay. I can see how the market would not want a lever that can be necessary taken away completely. So she could say, okay, it's not total in that we're not going to say that it's illegal to import people, but we are going to stop doing it as a government. We're only going to allow a trickle at most. Like, you could still maybe do that. Comito is promoting a Buddhist party. Interesting. Are they as peaceful as the Buddhists in Cabal? In which case, we're all doomed.
They're advocates for pencil stabbings. Got it.
Pencil stabbings, yes. Is that what you said? I mean, that's the main thing I know about Buddhists. Because we have a Buddhist in Cabal who has, I think, twice threatened to stab me in the neck with a pencil. So that's the main thing I know about them.
Just peacefully, you know.
Very peacefully. He says that he's from
pencil stabbing.
Yeah, he says that he's from a non-pacifist sect of Buddhism.
Which I mean, many such cases, to be honest. But like, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
The idea that Buddhism is this like totalizingly peaceful religion is like fake and gay bullshit that mostly Westerners made up, I think.
Yeah, I suppose so. So the stereotypes definitely are peaceful, but yeah, there's plenty of Buddhist terrorists in the world. Roland
yes,
says,
many, actually.
Roland says, might be just because he's a nig. That's true. James, if you look at James Boop, he does have the melanated role, thus proving that he is black in real life.
Wow. Scientifically?
Ontologically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's strong. Like the roles in Cabal are strong, powerful.
There you go.
Speaking of which,
the ontology.
I'd like to remind you that there are several other roles that you can assign to people. For example, here is the current leaderboard for the cult bicycle role. As you can see, Dicycle is in first place. I believe she still has the cult bicycle role. But there are other options to give that to. If you do /leaders, not all of you can run this command, but most of you can, and then go to filter, you can see a bunch of filters. Most of these actually do something. Whoever's at the top gets the specified role. I think Human Pet is currently not doing anything because it's. I'm saving that one. Discord Kitten is still on the old system, but I will move over to the new system at some point.
Wait, what are you saving Human Pet for?
It's for something. Yeah, for something very major. Someone says, look up the Yasakani Shrine for context on the second of March.
Yeah, Yasakani is also a strange name. I think he means Yasaka. Yeah, famous Shinto shrine. That's Shinto. It's Buddhist. No, hang on. I'm just getting fucking filtered by Google results. Maybe I don't see anything. Wait.
Chat. Press 1.
Yasakani is such a weird. That's such a. What crab fucking shrine is it?
Chat.
What sweet crab shrine is this? Like, that's what it means.
She wants to show off her Japanese knowledge. Chat. Press 1 if
sort of. It's
the
very
tits
close.
are more distracting than pleasant, and press 2 if the tits are more pleasant than distracting.
No, I don't think that's the right name, but
the first one to type 2 was Nacho's. A woman.
Yasakuni. Okay. Yasakuni makes way more sense. Yeah. Yasakuni.
Going forward, we need more titties on stream. Clearly, that's what the people want.
That's a Shinto shrine though. It says it's not Buddhist. I don't know. The history though of this, maybe, yeah. You said. Sorry, now I'm just interested in this. Let me jump away for a second.
Aiden's distracted. Oh, Dicycle has been promoted again. Okay. So
this is what it is. The shrine lists the names, origins, birth dates, and places of death of over 2 million people. Among those are over 1,000 war criminals from the Pacific War, 12 of whom were charged with Class A crimes, the planning, preparation, initiation, or waging of war. 11 were convicted on those charges, and 12th found not guilty on all such charges, although he was found guilty of Class B war crimes. The names of 2 more men charged with Class A war crimes. So whatever, there's people who are convicted of war crimes whose names are on a placard there.
I'd have to look into the specifics to know whether that's worth supporting or not. But I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that it probably isn't clear cut.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got that confused. The Buddhist party wants the PM to not go there, so the PM is probably Shinto. Yeah. Well, the thing is that Shintos are almost always also Buddhists and vice versa. So in Japan, it's kind of not all the time, but there's a lot of overlap there. They're not actually like mutually exclusive.
They should just get crusaded. Look, I've seen Samurai Champloo. The Christian arc is pretty cool. Just make them all that. Cool. We still haven't really got there.
Wow, unfathomably based. What the fuck? What's happening here?
Aiden, I am a
Christianized Japan.
I am a confident Gnostic atheist who is pro-Christian.
Okay.
Christianity is not true, but it is useful. And if you have to have a religion, Christianity is by far the best choice.
What an excellent advocate.
There is one thing I think we can all agree on, though, and that is their censorship laws are very gay.
Nachos says no gods, no masters. But Nachos, consider what if Christianity genuinely, on aggregate, successfully tricked people into being better people? On aggregate. Not every case, but on aggregate. And I believe it does on aggregate. Therefore, I am pro it existing, but it is tricking them into doing that. Yeah, well, Nachos, they should do it themselves. That is the kind of thing that someone who's never had to rule anything says. They don't do it themselves. So how do you make them do it themselves? You trick them into it. Yeah, it is manipulation, Nachos. Congratulations. It is manipulation. So what do you mean so fucking? They're your neighbors, Nachos. You need them to be good people. Who cares? The people that get killed when they're not good people. We're not talking here, Nachos, about like on an individual level, and maybe this is a woman brain thing, but we're talking like mass level when you have to make a society strong, powerful, and cohesive quickly and aggressively that it can fight the rest of the world off. What you need is a religion that tricks them into being high trust and being good to each other. Christianity does that better than any other religion.
I don't know why you have to frame it in such a way, but that's fine. It's not incorrect. I just have issues with the verbiage.
Spooner says, you're on a good path, Oozloo. Someday you will see God. I will never believe in God. But I do believe in Christianity. That's bad wording, actually, because that's misleading. But I believe it's better for it to be believed by most people in a society that I want to succeed.
So you do agree with Peter Hitchens, then, yeah?
I don't know. I haven't heard all of his ideas on it.
That was his like exact recent as of the last couple of years thing he said. Okay. Is that he basically lamented all the work he had done in the name of atheism because he really would prefer to live in a Christian society. Whoops.
Dawkins said the same thing as well.
Was it Dawkins or Hitchens? I keep getting them confused. I always do.
It's the second time you've done that.
Yeah, I know. I did it recently as well.
Dawkins and Peter Hitchens are quite different. But yeah, Dawkins has been on a good path. And like back in my more avid atheist days, I liked Dawkins. He was not right on everything, but he was actually genuinely very smart and willing and like open to ideas. So the fact that he flipped from sort of cringe leftist neolib atheist to somewhat conservative atheist, it's good.
Cringe atheist, yeah. The cringe part inherently comes before the atheist part.
No, it inherently comes before the leftist part, actually, especially these days, or the neolib part.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
So yeah, Christianity tricks people into doing things that are beneficial for society. It's not true.
No, it doesn't.
But it is
I am in no way tricked. That's okay.
And you're different because you're smart enough to know that you're being tricked, but you also have many factors in your brain that dismiss that and suppress that awareness because it's more useful to you to believe it genuinely.
No, I'm fully aware of it. I just think that that's not the way you should frame it, is all I'm saying.
If I'm trying to advocate for it, then no. But if I'm trying to tell the truth, that's what I believe is the truth.
Okay.
It is.
It is the truth for a lot of people. For a lot of people, yes. It's
weren't Christian and you encountered it for the first time and you were asked, does this appear to be the genuine word of the creator of the universe or a set of good stories? You would all say a set of good stories. And
it's not just good stories, it's histories, it's numbers, it's a historical text.
It is what I said, even if it's a few more things as well. My point is, it is obviously written by people without any divine inspiration. Obviously. And you would all agree if you weren't biased towards believing it. However, the specific things that are written have followed successful groups of humans throughout history. Other religions have as well, but Christianity has spent most of its time, or not most of its time, but a lot of its time in the presence of high trust societies, which were forming on their own anyway, but Christianity sort of joined that process as well. It was there, it's part of it. It wasn't, they're not Christian values or humanist values, it's both. It's evolved values, but religion is part of evolution. So it's both. And so that's the religion that supports and promotes a high trust society, and high trust societies are better than low trust societies. So there you go. The reason it's good is because it's evolved alongside the societies that work, and thus the things it causes people to believe, even if they're not true, are beneficial on aggregate. Not in every case, but on aggregate. Nacho says, I don't trust or want to be around people that had to be tricked into being a decent person. Yeah. You may well say that on an individual level.
Anyone who's retarded has to be tricked into being good. Christianity at least has a decent track record at that. Retards do need to be tricked into being good because they will want to fulfill their base needs because they are closer I'm sorry, but they're like closer to animals because they don't have a higher brain function. So yes, stupid people do need to be essentially tricked into doing it. And Christianity, I agree, is better at doing that. I agree entirely that Christianity is for most people a trick. But I mean, obviously the greater thinking about it is different. But yeah, people need a kind of, if you do this, and the same reason that your parents punish you, and you know that, oh, if I act up, then I'm going to be punished. That does work. It works on children, so why wouldn't it work on adults?
So here's an example
The same thing
of
as
how
crime
it
and
works.
punishment.
Here's an example of how it works. For most people, there are two reasons they don't do bad things. One is empathy, and two is authority. For psychopaths, they lack empathy. So authority is the only reason they don't do bad things, which of course means they often do bad things because you can't be watching them all the time. But guess who can be watching them all the time? Someone who is predefined as watching them all the time. So you could argue it's a third, arguably it's sort of part of the authority, but let's say human authority and divine authority. Now, everyone else has 3 reasons not to be a bad person, and psychopaths have 2, which means they're more often good people, as long as you can trick them into believing it's true. They actually believe it deeply. If you can, and then that's one of the main benefits of religion. Is if you can trick psychopaths into believing it, they are genuinely going to be good people more often. So that's just one example.
Just because
There's many other ways.
They're afraid. Well, that's why we have law and punishment for crime. Is I do not want to do this crime because I'm afraid or I'm concerned about the punishment for it. And Nachos, I do understand that. Like, sort of, we want to be good people because bad shit happened to us or whatever. Unfortunately, that's the left's entire basis for their own morality. I'm so oppressed. I'm so downtrodden. That's why I'm such an empathetic, good person. And look at how they actually act. That's their basis of morality. I'm a victim. And look at how victim morality pans out.
So Nachos, this is sort of a throwback to the atheist argument of, I don't have to be believe in Sky Daddy to be a good person. Right? There's a lot of truth to that. But Nachos, what we have to accept as atheists, and this is one of the things that I had to realize as a big sort of downer in human nature, is we are not the same as every human. There are many people in a society, perhaps as many as 10%, who will be good just inherently. Maybe it's much more than that. There's a gradient. But for everyone else, there needs to be something else, and especially for psychopaths, who are roughly the same percentage of the population, or less probably, they do definitely need to trick them into believing something to make them good people. But even in the middle, like there's a gradient smoothly between the two.
Just an attempt to reduce the likelihood that they will do evil acts because and violent acts. Because maybe if you can, yes, sure, if you trick them into thinking that they will be punished in the most horrific way imaginable, beyond imagination, they will want to avoid that for that reason alone.
Nachos, they won't necessarily die off. And it's the majority of the population, Nachos, are like this. And they won't necessarily die off because they won't be being selected against, because no one will view what they're doing as immoral necessarily. It's the minority of people who will enforce a secularly based but good morality on others. It's a minority. They don't have the power to do it. But if everyone believes in religion, then they'll all enforce on each other.
Yeah, as I was going to say earlier, one of the biggest arguments in favor of Christianity is atheist behavior.
Unfortunately, the stereotype is largely true. I try to defy the stereotype.
Unfortunately so.
Much like, there's women in the server who believe that the stereotypes about women are true, and they try to defy those stereotypes in themselves. Same thing with atheists. I think, unfortunately, the stereotype is largely true, but I try not to be that. I try to be a better kind of atheist.
Well, it's why there are stereotypes. It's because they're based on reality. It's why we know that Muslims explode when you sneeze on them, and Jews will try and, Jew you out of money.
Nachos, but what religion is
Yes, they do exist
right?
for a reason, exactly.
Now, that is a fair question, Nachos. Right in terms of most effective? As I said earlier, I think it's Christianity, not because I grew up with it, right? But that may be a factor, but it's because it evolved alongside high trust societies. The only other one that you might be able to consider is some sort of Asian one. But the Middle East is all for holy wars, and they're horrible. They're dehumanizing, they're misanthropist. Aside from being anti-woman and anti-man individually, they're just misanthropist. There's nothing worthwhile in Africa.
Slave ideology.
There's the only religions that are any good, and they're mostly good for their own people, of course, but the only ones that are even close to good is Christianity. And then, like, Islam is good for dominating, but it's shit for the people living in it. And what else is there that's actually worthwhile, worth considering? Like in the question, Nachos, of, well, okay, let's accept that we need to support a religion for the benefit of the people. Well, which one do we say is right then? Well, drop the assumption that it has to be true. Just assess it on which one's best. It's obviously Christianity.
Realistically speaking, yeah.
I agree.
There is no alternative.
That just says let the religious
tried
crazies.
The other alternatives, guess what? They don't work.
Yeah, let the religious crazies kill themselves and let their gods sort it out. Well, they'll do that anyway. But a secular society will collapse from within. It'll rot from the inside, as we're seeing today. I don't think it's necessary for that to happen, but it really does tend to. A religious society won't. So I would far rather have a society that has to fight outside forces, even over dumb shit, than collapsing from within. A healthy society can fight outside forces.
Every functioning society needs to have a collective ideology of some form. And when you start having a lot of variance in that, you inevitably get societal breakdown. This is why multiculturalism can never work. At least not in the long term.
The most important factor for the survival of a civilization is not, is it being attacked? It's internal cohesion. That's why you kill a traitor before an enemy every single time.
You have to.
If it can't stand on its own, it doesn't deserve to exist. We are the ones who decide
circle
that.
Of hell.
By me saying it should exist, it is proving its worth, at least to me, at least you using me through me or whatever. So it's that's true, Nachos, but we all have a part to play in that.
The correlation between atheism and leftism is very high. So that's why you get some of that shit, though, right? Is that there is people who lean to the left are almost all atheists. And so there has to be some reason for that, right? What is it about atheism and not theism of any sort that attracts people who lean left? That, to me, is a bad indicator societally. And again, I obviously agree with you completely that Christianity, whether or not you think it's true, societally is a positive force because of, just for one example, again, that it might influence some people to not do evil things because they think God is watching.
Ultimately, what it comes down to is the value system. Christianity objectively has the best value system for societal coherence.
Of any religion that exists,
there's a lot more
major
in its
religion,
book that's compatible with the value system that high trust societies already have. I don't think that our societies are based on Christian values. I think that Christian values are based on our genetics and our evolutionary history, as are our societal values, and they evolved together. There are parts of the Bible that we don't listen to, or that we try and reinterpret, or that we listen to, or are weaker, or whatever else. Then there are parts that we really focus on. The Golden Rule, for example, that's the basis of almost all morality, and that's, I think, from the Bible. The focus we have, the balance of interest in parts of the Holy Book, is based on what works, and what works is based on our evolutionary history, and our evolutionary history tends towards high trust, depending on where you're from, but most of us are from high trust societies historically. So they are Christian values in the exact same way that they are frozen north values, or white values, or European values, or long-termist values, or high trust values. Yes, they're all of these things at the same time. Calling them Christian values as a shortcut is fine, but don't give the religion too much credit on its own. It's not the only thing that caused it. And without it, we probably would have come to the same conclusions in a very different way, but similar conclusions, because they work. They are the best strategy for high trust societies. AC says the Christianity we think of when we say Christianity is 200 years old at most. It's a big gradient.
Yeah, that is well. Yes,
it's a big gradient.
Yeah.
So you could, depending how you define it, you could say it goes at any point. I'm sure that there are sort of inflection points where it changed a lot. But.
Join in. Uzlu making an argument about morality, floating titty gif in background. Cabal,
Yep. Chat, have we put the toque up yet? If we haven't, can someone do so? I think I did, but I know what happened. Never mind. I remember now. Is there anything more to discuss? Because what I actually enjoy discussing is, because creationists are so determined, but they're so wrong and so easy to argue against, That's what I prefer.
Sense.
But then I sit here having to be like, actually, Christianity is a good idea, even though it's not true. I have one of the most sort of odd and wonky positions to need to defend, though I think it's the right one for sure.
Again, I completely disagree with that. I think science evidence is
like opposite. I would rather have something where it's just pure and easy, like arguing against religious people on the basis of religion is false. And yet here I am having to defend religion because I think it's true.
I know I said this to you before recently, but like, yeah, I think actually all of science is, if anything, evidence of the existence of God, the uniformity, the patterns. And when, again, if you listen to the things that scientists in the 1800s were saying about it, they had the same opinion. The people who inspired modern science were inspired by looking at what they saw as the divine hand of God in nature.
Let the aesthetic
it's funny because a lot of them
of the order of nature and the idea of God, let that inspire you, because if it works for you, it puts you on a better path in life, let it go. However, the scientific mind that is in there still, Aiden, knows that that's not how evidence works. The order of nature is not evidence of one outrageously unprovable hypothesis when there are infinite equal hypotheses, including some that we actually have evidence for.
And I would agree that that's perfectly fine. However, I also think there's a reason why people can look at scientific data and see God's hand in it. And it is up to interpretation. But I actually think that science is one of the greatest evidences of the existence of God. But that's just me. I'll have to be right back.
Right. Well, as I was going to say, a lot of those scientists that Aiden was referring to, they started off in a position much like yours, Uzlu, where it's like, yeah, religion's useful and all that, but, not really for me. And then they study science for long enough and they come back around on it.
They end up
and encountering... they come to the same conclusion almost every single time that, there is so much beauty in the universe and how everything is put together that clearly there must be a God.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a non sequitur. And any of them that do that have allowed themselves to break from pure reason for some reason. And maybe there's a fine reason for them to do that, but they've allowed themselves to break from it. The pure reason, the logical following there, is not to assert there's beauty, therefore there's this completely unrelated, hysterically unprovable concept that there are infinite equal, completely unprovable concepts that we could come up with in a second. And there are also some concepts which have some evidence behind them which also explain this. So it's definitely illogical to assume science and nature is cool, therefore God. It's complete non sequitur. However, as I said, there are some reasons beyond reason, but in one's personal life or some emotional experience or some reason it gives you a balance in life to believe it anyway. But if you're going to do that, don't claim that nature is the thing that led to it. No, you have your own reasons. Even if your own reasons need to be masked by the notion that it was nature that led to it. Well, you can say that, but I disagree.
Oh, I should say I'm probably horribly butchering this when I bring this up because it's been quite a while since I've actually looked back into it.
I think there are many scientists who are Christian, many scientists that are atheists. You can go either way. If you encounter something numinous, something that hits you deeply, some people just convert on the spot. I think Dawkins told a story of a friend of his who saw like a triple waterfall and became a Christian. That's cool. I'm sure that he needed it. Maybe he'd been thinking about it for a while without even realizing it. He probably had something in him that was prone to religion, but had naturally been an atheist. But that's a non sequitur. The triple waterfall has nothing to do with God, at least not provably, at least not scientifically. It's just he had some reason to believe it, and the triple waterfall was his excuse. That's fine, if that's what makes sense for his life, but it's not true. The triple waterfall is evidence of geological patterns. Now, this is not as fun, but it is more accurate. It's evidence of geological patterns and, the water cycle and all the natural stuff that leads to it. Now, if you want to posit that the creator of all of that originally was God, fine, you're welcome to do that, but there's no more evidence of that than anything else, and it's not necessary either. In fact, God's a much bigger assumption than a bunch of other possibilities. And God's practically an infinite assumption. And I mean,
but at the same time, there's a certain utility that is to be gained from that.
Yes.
Especially when you're operating in a more religious society.
Yes. Yeah, that's my argument. It's useful. But the idea that the history of the universe as we know it is many billions of years of atomic and stellar phenomena, things gradually accreting, and then eventually planet, probably a chemical process, abiogenesis, can't prove, but many good theories, evolution, life. Life that thinks in the sort of way that humans do. And somehow, despite that long, long process of gradual natural processes and change leading up to a human-like brain, those humans realized that there was a human-like brain right at the beginning before any of those processes happened that did it all. Or they made it up. Obviously, they made it up. Obviously. Like, again, any of you approaching this who didn't already have the bias would say, obviously, they made it up. And if I were to find some analogy and ask you in a subtle way, you would obviously say, yeah, that's made up by them. Half the stuff we cover in the news, we could analogize to this. But it's useful, so go ahead and believe it. So I'm even sort of reluctant to talk about it because I don't actually want to shake anyone's belief. Because it's useful, and maybe that's good for you to be Christian, and it helps you in your life. Nacho says, I've never seen any evidence in my life of God. Neither have I. Ginger says, if anyone wants proof of God, just look at what's behind Uzu right now. There you go. Actually, Nachos, perhaps you'd agree with this. The closest thing I ever saw to evidence of God is the striking of the George Floyd Memorial. It only hit the George Floyd Memorial.
Oh, yeah. That
it was
crazy.
very public. Only hit that.
There were a bunch of lightning rods in the area as well.
That's just as true.
Speaking of George Floyd,
literal lightning rods.
That is the best evidence of the god Zeus. Right, Christians?
Speaking of evidence and relating to George Floyd, how about the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse shot a pedophile in the dick, a wife beater in the heart, and a thief in the arm?
That is the kind of
serendipity like that
you cannot make up.
It is serendipity, and there's a layer of interpretation there, of course. And think of all the times that didn't happen. Right, that's all. When I say when there's a coincidence. Still, though, it's a remarkable coincidence. But it wasn't
something that was made into a massive scandal and put on display in front of everyone to see how this young man who was being framed by the forces of Satan as an evil racist managed to shoot into a crowd of people attacking him, trying to kill him, and shot a pedophile in the dick, a wife beater in the heart, and a thief in the arm. It's kind of, I know it's all coincidence. From a scientific perspective, it all just looks like a coincidence, but it's crazy serendipity.
It is crazy serendipity.
On the other hand, shooting into a crowd of leftists, you are guaranteed to hit criminals, pretty much.
Yes, but the area of the shot is also real chef's kiss.
God does have quite the sense of humor.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why we live in the funniest timeline.
AC, do you see what happened, though? The reason that someone supported Arcane Codder is because you interrupted an N tower at the point of the E, so you're losing the E's from your name. That's the tradition. I don't think you've been around enough to notice it. Yeah, like coincidences happen all the time, and whenever there's something that seems serendipitous, always ask the question, how many times did it not happen? Because you'll find it probably evens out. But even then, sometimes it can just defy that.
Not every time is having a spotlight shown on it.
Well, no, but that was for another unrelated reason.
Well, in terms of Kyle Rittenhouse, that whole case, I do think that interesting stuff happens. And when you find statistical anomalies like that, the likelihood of that happening is so astronomical. It has to be. I know he just shot into leftists who were trying to kill him, but that's the probability of that occurring. I can't even fathom how you would calculate it, by the way. But yeah, that's just that particular factoid. And there's tons of stuff like that, which, look, I'm not telling people what to believe. I just think that there's a good amount of evidence in science, in reality, of some sort of divine, whatever you perceive him to be, Harry Thunderer or Cosmic Muffin. It's a reference to those albums from the 1970s I talked about earlier.
Okay.
Actually, no, it's not. That's from Deteriorata, isn't it? That's Deteriorata, which is, I believe, the early 80s.
There are many things in science which are compatible with God, as they are compatible with any conceivable God, and with many theories that are well evidenced. So that's the best you can do in science for God, in terms of scientific reasoning. Babylon is asking for examples of the evidence that suggests God. I mean, like, Aiden, do you have any that you could express in a scientific sense how it demonstrates God? Not just, it's cool.
Yeah, the sex ratio at birth stuff is such an... I mean, yes, it has evolutionary functions, but to me, as someone who obviously knows that evolution exists and believes in God, I think evolution in and of itself is evidence of the existence of God. But the sex ratio at birth stuff, the fact that the human species has evolved this thing that exists to have the exact rate of males that are produced versus females, and that it changes during times of plenty and famine, is, to me, divine. And I know that not everyone would look at that, but when you find it in every single instance, and it is so incredibly measurable and consistent, something like that beauty in data, and I mean that in the true sense, not in the way that like weird Redditors say that kind of shit. Beauty in the symmetry of data is, to me, divine evidence. When you find symmetry, it doesn't exist it's like it doesn't normally exist. Like, what's that one rock that they form using chemicals? So it forms square and patterns. No, that is made science. I don't know. It's not cubic zirconium. It is a mineral or a metal that's produced artificially, and it's not calcite, and it forms like little squares and rectangles. Bismuth. Fuck yeah, bismuth.
Bismuth is very cool. Yes,
I love bismuth.
I mean, they're not perfect straight lines.
No, they're not. They're not perfect.
What you just said is the evidence of God is, strictly speaking, not evidence of God. What it is the teleological argument. You've extended it to a specific example, but it is still the teleological argument, which is wrong because natural processes can produce it. We even know how they do. Now, what you're talking about there is at sort of the forefront of research on large-scale psychology. So we don't have necessarily existing theories to explain it perfectly. However,
yes,
it's perfectly reasonable to assume that we will have them, and perfectly unreasonable to posit an infinite divine, for which there's no evidence, as the answer, when it's just as likely as any other, literally any other theory. Literally any other. Infinite possibilities. So you have to already believe in God to posit him there. He is compatible with the theory because he's compatible with every theory because he's defined as being, just almighty, absent, separate.
You would have to also posit, however, that the existence
so is the
of
spaghetti
God,
monster, so is Allah and Zeus. They're all compatible with it.
Would you not have to also posit then that the existence of God is a statistical probability that is non-zero?
No, it's practically zero.
Why? What? No, non-zero is non-zero. That means it is a possibility.
Everything is a possibility in that sense. However, if we're talking about conceivably possible, it depends how generous we're being, Aiden. We're talking about conceivably possible. Literally everything is non-zero. Literally. If we're talking just a tiny bit more practical, it is zero. There's absolutely no evidence for it.
But wait, in terms of practicality, you've admitted that believing in God has a practical purpose.
We're not talking about use. We're talking about truth.
But you then said practicality, which is use.
No, if we're talking in a philosophical context, i.e., what is conceivably possible, it's non-zero. If we're talking in a scientific context, which is slightly closer to the pragmatic, practical context we use every day, it's zero because there's no evidence for it whatsoever. And any good scientist would probably agree because you have to be conservative in science with the truth. Now, conflating the use of the word practical to mean everyday useful to individuals and practical to mean distant from the abstract philosophical realm and closer to the everyday reasoning realm, conflating those two is not reasonable. That is not the same thing. Oh. Discord's muted itself again. Sorry, Ed. I'm going to have to ask you to repeat yourself, and I'm going to have to stab Discord in the face.
Sorry,
Ed, please say again. Discord muted itself.
Well, First of all, I said I think we should move back to the news because everyone hates this. But secondly, I don't know if you heard that part. But secondly, look, I'm not telling anyone what to believe at all. I'm saying that to me, as a data spurg who loves symmetry, who loves correlations, who loves finding this kind of stuff, to me, I believe that is proof of God. It doesn't have to be proof to you or to anyone else. But that to me is beauty, the beauty in the symmetry of data. To me, and that's divine, I think. However, again, I'm not telling people what to believe. I just think that I don't think that's I think that's a hard argument to go against, to tell me that the symmetry in nature is not compelling. You don't have to believe it, but is it not compelling?
In that it's beautiful, but it has nothing to do with God. This is the one thing in that you allow yourself to believe, despite the fact that it's completely anti-scientific.
I disagree, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere on this. So
I've got a different angle to come at this from, actually, a bit more personal to myself. The modern Pascal's wager, if you will.
Well, see, it
makes the right people recoil and seethe so much that I'd rather take my chances with being wrong and believing in it.
That's a classical fallacy, though.
See, that is very much an argument for its usefulness, not for its truth. However, I can agree to a large extent. However, my position of being a very convinced atheist but pro-Christian is compatible with that goal as well, Quadra. Because I can advocate for it with everyone else. And then a leftist arguing with me on this would assume I'm Christian for the entire argument, and I'd hit them with, but God isn't real. And that would really fuck them up.
But then they call you a liar. Yes. No, they just call you a liar, and
maybe they would.
No,
either way,
I
can make the point.
Talked enough to them that they would just call you a liar.
Maybe
they do.
They can't conceive of things that exist outside of frameworks that exist. Basically, like they see people who it's like you fit into this box and this box and this box, and you cannot. And they see this for like the people they support as well, minorities. Is that they have to have all of these things that they fit into this box of, or else they are not that thing. They are heterodox. They are wrong. So that they would just. I've literally had them tell me to my face, you cannot be a scientist and a Christian, for example, no matter how much you separate your analytical and scientific methodology from your personal beliefs, which, by the way, is what all scientists are supposed to do. And very few leftist scientists do that, very curiously, are capable of separating their personal beliefs from their scientific investigation.
Here's my take. Christians can do science just fine. Christianity can't.
Of course, an idea can't do science. Science is a method. But,
right, but I interpret it a little bit more generously than that, Aiden. You get the idea. The ideologies use incompatible methodologies to arrive at a truth, assumed truth. But the people who believe in it can compartmentalize those two things and use the methods of science while also using the methods of Christianity separately to form their own personal beliefs, or some of them.
Right. It's just that when I look at beautiful data, I see the divine, personally. And that's me. You don't have to feel that way. To me, evidence, science, is evidence of the divine. I'm not saying that it is in a definitive sense because it doesn't prove God, but to me it does. And classically, that is how a lot of scientists felt in the past. That is not in vogue now, but that doesn't matter. And again, I don't really give a fuck. I am not a proselytizer, so I don't care about what people believe. Do what you want.
You have a different reason for believing in God than the one you say. I'm telling you this, you have to agree with me, but you do.
Okay.
And you would rather not believe that your reason is what it is. You'd rather couch it in terms of science because you love science and that's how you get all your other information. You may not ever realize what your other reason is, and I don't know exactly what it is. But
I died. I nearly died. I was like brain dead, dude.
You may be interested in looking into. Well, yeah, that will have been the inciting incident. But why did that change your beliefs? Is the question to ask? Because it's not
almost universally. When people have a near-death experience, it often comes out of the other side.
Yeah.
And no, I don't have brain damage. I mean, I do, but it didn't cause any permanent actual harm. Large parts of your brain are completely useless and not used for anything. Aiden, I know I'm not helping my case, but I can't lie. I just have to be honest about shit.
To be fair, Aiden, you go into a new near-death experience that affected your brain. You come up with a different belief. Some would say that is brain damage.
I was already trying to be theistic before that. I've been trying to LARP and sincerely believe in Norse paganism for like 4 years before that.
Yeah, it sounds like
because of the calculated. Oh, this must be good. These people report higher happiness, all that kind of stuff. I was trying to do it because of the positive
because they live in
benefits
Denmark.
of being theistic. Well, true. No.
Actually, Odin came to me in a dream and told me I need to jack off to white blonde woman.
That's very cringing, guy. So yes, Christianity, brain damage gave me Christianity or something like that, you know?
Well, there's an interesting place for this argument to have arrived at. Tanuki Cutie says, Uzlu's stream matches the date, 10 out of 10. Tanuki Cutie, you have paid me a compliment, and thus everyone will now jump on you and call you a simp, but I appreciate you. Okay, Wolf, we're not really at the point of like trying to scientifically approach this evidence. It's clearly, it's what's useful, so it's fine. Let's not even go there. However, if anyone else thinks they do have evidence of God, I'm happy to hear it. However, that is not really the contemporary issue of the day, and I also don't want to persuade anyone out of Christianity because I think it's better for most people to have it, especially if they already do and have a balanced life with it. There probably are a few people out there, maybe a few in Cabal, maybe a few listening right now, who would actually, practically speaking, be better off without Christianity. But I don't know that. I don't want to tug at that cord. So, and there are probably several who are the other way around, actually. But I don't know that either. I will trust most of you are in the right position for your own life already.
I'm not surprised, Notches, that you have called God Sky Daddy since you were in middle school, because that is very middle school behavior that many adults, and it's why atheists get a bad rap, because it's never, why is it that so many atheists are incapable of not proselytizing? Because I am not proselytizing. I'm just stating this is my personal belief, and that is why atheists get a bad rap. And I don't dislike atheists, obviously, or I wouldn't be here, but I do hate the proselytizing atheist who calls you a fucking retard and an idiot. And particularly from my perspective, where I do see it it's scientifically driven for me. I don't like that stuff. And that's why it loses you from gaining people's attention in any way when you just can't help but insult them. As stupid in particular.
The question might be asked.
You, I mean, in a broad sense, not you. I know you would not do that.
The question might be asked, how can atheism be proselytized? Atheism is the lack of a belief. Well, there's two different things we mean when we say atheism. There's the direct original meaning of just no belief or a belief against. It depends on different definitions. And then there's the group or the ideology that's formed. Because in order to proselytize, you would need an ideology, right? But what is the ideology of something that doesn't believe in something? It's the belief that people that do believe in it are stupid. And that is modern atheism, unfortunately.
That is the unfortunate side effect, yes.
Is from themselves positive and trying to export that positivity onto the world, even if it's positive every time they believe it is. Christianity is directly negative against something else, which is probably, atheism is, modern atheism, which is probably why the people that believe it are nasty, because it's about negativity against something else. Christianity is about positivity across everything, which is why most of the people that believe in it are nicer. This is not a universal, there's obviously exceptions, but that's probably where it is.
Yeah,
so I strongly recommend
that
if you're going to believe in something, make it something positive that you would want others to believe as well. Of course, truth comes first, but then that. So don't buy into an idea that is just negative about something. And then Sargon was saying this sort of about the culture war, and I was agreeing around the same time. We shouldn't just be advocating against what the globalists are doing. We need to be advocating for a replacement for them. Yes. And I think he was completely right. And that's what I've been trying to do for years.
I mean, yeah, he stole that from the DR, but cool.
I doubt it. Because he was saying that before the quote-unquote DR existed.
Oh, okay. He very well may have been. Sorry, I didn't know the time frame of this. But yeah, I agree. I think it's kind of, so if we agree on the utility of it, then I think it's kind of pointless to debate about the reality. If the utility is there for what it does for humanity, does it really matter whether or not it's true?
For the question of whether it should be advocated and spread, yeah, it doesn't matter that much if it's true, if it does have utility. Agreed. But we can also have the discussion about whether it's true. Zane, what are you referring to when you say no, it's not? I'm asking Zane. Zane says no, it's not Usley. I'm not sure what he's referring to. But yeah, and like for most people who are not Christian but support it, you might expect them to be agnostic or something like that. But no, I take the position, and I invite any of you that are atheists to consider why you haven't taken this stance yet. I take the strong position that religions are not just unprovable, and I don't have a position on whether they're true. No, they are fake. They are made up, written by people. All the ones I'm familiar with are made up, written by people, and I claim to know that. That is Gnostic atheism. Not Gnosticism, Aiden, that's something different, but Gnostic atheism.
I know.
And if you are an atheist, well, many times in the past you've jumped down my throat for that. But any of you in the
I was
audience...
probably drinking at the time, to be fair.
Many of you in the audience, if you are atheists, ask yourself, why aren't you a Gnostic atheist? Why are you merely an agnostic? Do you actually believe, or do you actually just lack a belief in it being true, or do you believe it's made up? Most of the time you do believe it's made up. And so be honest about that. Say that you're Gnostic and say that you know they're made up. There are some religions about which I'm agnostic, but it's mostly because I don't know anything about them. And it's only a philosophical position. Realistically, my default stance is no, they're fake as well. If they're called a religion, they're fake. So yeah, there you have it, chat. Shall we move on? I mean, there were several people I saw saying that they're not interested in this conversation, but we've actually gained viewers since we started talking about it. So it's probably roughly balanced. I think this is a conversation topic we can weave in occasionally, but maybe I'm being helped by a certain other factor that's going on right now. What do you think?
Oh yeah, right. right.
Come for the philosophy, stay for the tit. Do we know anyone that comes for philosophy? Anyway, let's move on. Okay, I had this story to cover, which I just wanted to give my little defense of my nation on. This post, which has been going around, Rishi Sunak has been appointed as a senior advisor at Microsoft. And then this person said, England is down so bad that being the prime minister is simply a stepping stone for a much more prestigious job as a Microsoft employee. That's a funny joke, but I do want to jump in and quickly defend my nation quickly, because what this is Rishi Sunak is being given probably a board position. Just a simple payoff by a corporation that he did a favor for. This is, wait for it, the norm in America. Rishi did it because he's a globalist and because he's in with the right people. This is normal for American politicians. Almost all of the bad ones go through this process. So let's not get too up ourselves saying it's all the UK. This is actually not very common in the UK. I'm sure it does happen, but it's nowhere near as common as it is in the US. It's a funny joke, but it's completely misrepresentative.
But yeah, it is how it tends to work, yes. After they get out of politics or whatever, they go and obviously leverage that to go get a nice, cushy job if they still feel like working. Yeah, happens all the time.
Sorry, I have gone to work for Microsoft. Now the people, they did not like me, but they will now.
Oh, Rishi Sunak, I didn't know you were here. If you call up Microsoft support, there's now about a 1 in 5,000 chance that it's Rishi Sunak on the other side. No, that's not what it means. It says it's a senior advisor. It's a paid and non-working role. Let's be honest.
But it's my last word on this. If it is a problem for you that data-based evidence for me and science for me is evidence of God, because that's what the contention now is that I'm not allowed to feel that way. Good luck. I mean,
Aiden.
just with everything. Good luck with of trying to convince anyone of anything ever by saying you are not allowed to feel a way.
No one's saying that.
That's
if anyone
that is literally what I am fighting with right now. Yes, that is because science is our thing and we claim it, so you cannot feel a way about science. And
I don't think that's what anyone's saying.
Sorry. No, quite literally. So yeah, sorry.
I didn't see anyone saying that, Aiden. If they were, then yeah, there's no point trying to tell someone that they're not allowed to think something, but I don't think anyone was saying that.
It offends the sensibilities. I get it.
What do you mean?
Oh, science is the holy religion of the left and the holy religion of many people who aren't even leftists. It's their religion. And they can't conceive of it as such because that violates its basic principles.
We better not believe based on a holy religion.
I think it. What people
And
certainly treat it as such,
you're
don't they?
denigrating science to the point of being a holy religion, as if that means it's false
I'm
or a
saying that's
bad
how it's
idea
treated.
or something that you praise
No.
whilst yourself being religious. I always found it strange when Christians made that argument. You really are. You're using your thing as the basis for, here's a bad idea. Now look, you're doing it.
No, the reason why it pisses people off is because science, quote unquote, in a billion quotes, because they don't really care, they don't read studies, is their faith.
Sign, that's why.
Yes, is their faith.
It's
it
really
upsets
old
them.
code. I never even bothered to add a filter for the
Sorry.
for the Twitch bots. I just delete them when they come.
And that's why it causes that level of offense and causes that level of anger, is because they believe in science. Many people do. I'm not saying people here necessarily, but people believe in science implicitly. And when I say, well, I look at scientific data and I find beauty in the coherence and the symmetry of it. And to me, personally, that is evidence of God, which is all I said the whole time, is upsetting because, no, that's my atheistic religion.
Aiden,
for a lot of people.
I agree with where you're coming
Sorry.
from. I don't agree. I don't think anyone's saying that, but you've defended your point.
I'm
You
just done with
do
it,
a better job of most at actually analyzing science deeply. You don't just believe implicitly, and many in the cabal don't either, though some may. You don't. So well done on that. But there is disagreement
Thank
about
you.
whether your positioning God is actually supported by the science, and I believe that's all people were saying. I don't think
No,
they
I
were
only
saying
ever
you
said
shouldn't
for
or
me.
couldn't believe it or something like that.
But all I ever said was for me, and that was the
I know.
contention is no,
I
you're
know,
not
but
allowed.
The argument, no, it's not that you're not allowed. I don't think anyone said that. But the argument can still be had over whether it's a good idea or whether it's true. And that's what we were doing.
And we also agreed it's a good idea.
I believe it's a good idea for it to be believed by most of society. Not all, but most. There are some, like me, who are genuinely better off in life not believing it, or can't either way believe it. And Nacho is probably one of those as well, though I don't know. And there probably are others too. Right, so
Yeah, it's all good. I'm not.
that's
it's all
that.
good.
Let's see what this is. So we got more wall building. US awards $4.5 billion in border wall contracts, DHS says. Here's an example, and I don't want to speak for Americans, but Americans pitch in, of tax dollars you'd like to see spent. Washington Reuters, the federal government has awarded 10 construction contracts worth $4.5 billion that will add 230 miles of barrier along the southwest US border, the Department of Homeland Security said on Friday. Now, my question on this, and the reason I opened this article, is Trump was saying that in his last term, he actually finished the planned wall construction. But then they discovered that a large portion of the southern border was covered it was indexed as walled, but it wasn't actually. It was like rundown fences and crap that you could easily scale. So he finished the planned construction, but then realized there was more to do. So he started that, and that's what he didn't finish. Now, this term, he's been in office for 10 months now, I think, or roughly.
Yes.
And you'd think he could have finished it in that time. I don't know how much work has actually been done on it, because it hasn't been as big a focus this time as it was last time. So I genuinely don't know how much has been done on it.
Yeah, it's kind of been out of the news cycle.
Yeah, this seems to imply he's working on it. Maybe he has been the whole time. Either way, my question is just, why is this necessary? Isn't it done by now? Maybe it's not, but maybe this is additional protections for some areas that were walled or fenced well enough for now, but not up to the same standard as the best areas that he's now improving.
Remember that the Biden admin deliberately halted whatever they could?
They did.
Yes.
Of course.
I think actually there is something more in this that answers my question that we'll get to in a second. But go on, Aiden.
Well, the other problem is too is that as the wall, as much as it, yes, physical, we want it as well, it was also a metaphor, right? And the reality is that the physical wall can only do so much, as people have shown that you can get over this thing or under this thing in like 2 minutes, if you really know what you're doing and I've seen people demonstrate how to do it. So I'm sure every coyote or whatever knows how to do this, how to get over the wall. It was the metaphorical, the meaning behind build a wall. We have to stop rampant, unmitigated immigration, which he's also doing with the use of ICE. By actually putting the federal government to work and at least trying to deport some of these people.
Also, the wall would raise the cost and risk of getting over it, which will radically reduce the number of people crossing it.
Reduce some
the most important aspect, of course, is manning the wall. And I think what we're covering here, this story, is actually in that direction. So I'll read on it. I think it'll answer both our queries on this. The contracts will add hundreds of miles to a so-called smart wall border security system that includes steel barriers, waterborne barriers, patrol roads, lights, cameras, and advanced detection technology, according to its statement. Right. Taken as read, that's more than just a wall, because you're right that a wall is not a perfect barrier. But all that stuff on top, it reduces the chances of someone getting through and then not being caught afterwards to very low.
Right. This was more about what it symbolized.
Yes.
We are putting a stopgap on the limitless immigration that is becoming from the southern border.
But this is more of we're actually stopping immigration, not just the symbol. Of course, it's both. But in which case, good, and in which case I'm glad to give it some credit here. 7 of the 10 contracts which were awarded in September went to BCCG joint venture, according to the statement from DHS. The smart wall means more miles of barriers, more technology, and more capability for our agents on the ground. This is how you take control of the border. Now, it's just on the border. We don't have to worry too much about the authoritarian implications of surveillance. It's just on the border. So I don't see much of an argument here for this being a bad thing, except, of course, the price, which is not too much for the US budget, and it's an important thing to work on, the border. But I hope it's worth it. I don't think we're going to be able to assess that from here, but I hope it is. I suspect it is because it's Trump paying for it. DHS Secretary Christian Noem, there she... Oh, I guess Christian maybe is her full name, or they mistyped it.
It must be, yeah.
Yeah. Issued 2 waivers.
Wait a minute. Is her name actually Kirsten?
I think it's Christy Noem, but maybe it
is Christy.
Short for Kristin, but they might have just typoed that at the end. Might be a typo. Issued 2 waivers for 9 miles of smart wall in CBP's San Diego sector and for approximately 30 miles in New Mexico. Yeah, they misspelled it then. Within the El Paso sector to cut through bureaucratic red tape and expedite the construction of the smart wall, the statement said. It was not immediately clear why the waivers were necessary. Such waivers are sometimes used to bypass certain environmental or other laws. Well, that's probably what it was then. If that's the case, then fine. Chat, press 1 if stopping illegal immigration is more important than the vague environmental concerns, assuming that there's no direct, obvious, major environmental concerns right there. And I think that's what Trump would agree on as well. And that's kind of obvious. Valon says the most important contribution of a wall is preventing just driving over the border in a car. Now that's a pretty good argument because that can get you very far.
Yeah, there you go. Now, to be fair, the Rio Grande gets in the way as a natural barrier for a lot of it. And I really wish Trump had filled it with piranhas and snakes, like that one book said he was going to do.
Project 2025 wasn't Trump's idea, and it wasn't even that radical, but I wish it was both.
Yes. I know, right?
No, but as far as I know, we skimmed it. We didn't read the whole thing, but we went over it briefly on stream. And aside from it not being Trump's plan, it also wasn't even that bad. It was almost entirely stuff that conservatives have been talking about for decades. The most there was in there was some stuff that aligned with populism, but barely went past it. So I don't know. It could be that the left wrote it, but just didn't, forgot to put anything actually bad in there. Either way, that's very silly. Whenever they talk about Project 2025, they are either lying or being lied to. Right. Good. Next thing. Oh, yes. Comeuppance. New York Attorney General Letitia James has just been indicted by a grand jury on federal bank fraud charges. Remember that time that she tried to get Trump federally convicted, and I think did, over defrauding banks?
Yeah. Always accuse
taste?
Your enemies of that which you are guilty. Why do you think they do this shit?
Aiden, you have a massive cock.
Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, me, right? I have a massive cock.
Support Futa Aiden.
Oh, no.
Fucking Futa fags.
Where were we? I think we were talking about politics, weren't we? Oh yeah, Letitia James.
At one point.
Well, she's really been rammed by a futa, just to keep it on topic. So we can look into details, but I'm sure it's all a bunch of legalese. Either way, I and many others have been disappointed that Trump has been going after people that have done unjust things that deserve to be gone after, he should have been doing it more. There are many people in the US who appear to have committed decades of grievous crimes, the Clintons, for example, and everyone on the involved in the Epstein situation, who Trump should go after. Now, I've made the argument that it's good that if he has a choice between focusing on going after people that have done things wrong or stabilizing the country, he should focus on stabilizing the country. But I believe he can do both, and there are certain people that are high priorities to go after. It's a deterrent, if nothing else, right? So he's not doing it enough.
Stabilize the country by going after the wrongdoers.
That's also true. He's not doing it enough. That's still true. But this helps. Even just a little bit, this helps. I don't know how much Trump is responsible for it, but I don't really mind. It's still good that it's happening. Assuming it's true, which it probably is. Given what we know about her. She always appeared to be doing things that imply she was very corrupt.
Yeah, there's so much evidence about her engaging in all of this fucking nonsense. And she's not the only one. There's been a ton of these scandals that have, come out of the last couple of years where, the Democrats, look at the BLM organization is a money funneling shit. What was it? Who was the black woman who bought all those houses off of BLM proceeds? Of course, one of the leaders, one of the leaders did. So yeah, of course they're involved in all of these, money making games.
There's no validity change was being investigated before January 20th. Yeah. Okay, someone else makes a good point. It takes a long time for these to go through. There's a procedure that needs to be followed for it to be anything more than posturing. Fair enough. I mean, this is indicted, so I believe that's the equivalent of accused or alleged rather than convicted.
She's been charged.
Yeah,
yes.
Charged.
That's
the what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing, which doesn't take 10 months, surely. You should be able to do that straight away. Wolf, why have you done that? Oh, why did you say that? Scarab, why did you say that there's no cock like horse cock? Why did you say that? Has it put you into shock? I'm sure Aiden knows the words. I don't know them.
What, interaction? What are you looking for?
The words to the song about horse cock.
Oh,
why would I assume you know the words?
Like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. That one? Yeah.
That's the one, yes.
Of course you know it.
Oh no. I've been found out.
Fair enough, Somnus. So, it's fair point, yeah. If you have to build up the evidence before indicting, then okay, fair enough. Maybe we'll start seeing many more of these cases. Aiden, why did you say that?
Why did I say what?
Why did you say that you have 140 IQ and then that's proof of God?
Oh, this Zedman is claiming that I said this at some point and that he has proof of it. So evidence it.
I mean, what if he uses your standard of evidence that you used for God?
Well, no, we're operating on different standards, remember? My standards are lower and stupid or, a dumb theist. So, yes, I will be waiting forever for the clip of me saying that Aiden, phrase that I'm not going to say now, so it gets clipped.
That's not just our position, though, Aiden. That's demonstrable. If he uses your standard of evidence,
but he
doesn't have to present any evidence.
He claimed that I said those words, that I said that I used my IQ as evidence of God, which I have never done. So yeah, I'm sorry if we're talking to say evidence is so important, and then illustrate how quickly you do not care about evidence Aiden, when something has hurt your feelings. Sorry.
There's just such symmetry in all of the things that I observe from you. There's such beauty and order in your various ramblings that I just think that's evidence that you did say that. So that's just my personal belief. That's evidence that you did say that, and that's good enough.
And if that is the evidence for you, then you are a theist. Yeah.
No, it means I believe based on bad evidence, Aiden, which is also what theists do.
If you believe based on your feelings, yeah, there you go.
But that's your basis for believing in God, though, Aiden.
Yeah, so what's the problem? It should be fine then. There should be no issue with me believing in God if I believe based on my feelings. And you have a belief based on your feelings that I said something Aiden, I didn't say.
You're trying to turn the analogy around. We don't actually believe that, but you do actually believe that.
Oh no, I'm talking shit.
Yes, I know. But you're talking shit in such a way to avoid the inevitable conclusion that the analogy does demonstrate that you don't have a rational belief in God.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Well,
that's good enough.
Why would I would never argue against it. Why would I?
You were saying that elements of nature are evidence of God. That would imply irrational,
to
but
me,
they're not.
To me, they are.
You shouldn't use that word
then.
You shouldn't use that word then. I recommend. I think that's misuse of the word.
What? No, but I use it. What to me is the word I shouldn't use, or evidence. This evidence is to me. Yeah.
If you're saying that you find it to be, it is still it's still an unjustifiable position to call it evidence. But people may generously take the term evidence to be being used in a sense that doesn't require the same rigor that it usually uses because you specified for me.
Two people can look at the same data set, analyze the same data set, and based on a number of factors, come to different conclusions based on the way they choose to analyze it.
Yeah, but one could be completely
it's still the
nonsense.
same evidence.
Like one could be a non sequitur.
Yes,
Ravelon makes a good point.
That.
I think Ravelon has figured out the wording. You shouldn't you say what you want, Aidan, but I recommend for accuracy, instead of saying evidence for God, you say inspiration for faith in God.
It's because evidence is a holy word amongst the science cult.
So, you should consider evidence to be essentially not holy, but a word that has certain boundaries that we keep for high standards.
I agree. Inspiration is better because of the conflation. I agree. That's correct. That's probably the better way to phrase it. However, you have to understand that also as someone who does genuinely love the scientific method and loves data, that I see that there is a large number of people who treat science as God and treat it as a religion. And I find that very funny then for that to be turned around on me is that no, you cannot find divine beauty in science because it's to me, it looks like people trying to stake claim on science as no, that's my religion. Your God can't come into it. It's my God.
There's
that's
two main issues with that. Okay. The first issue is I don't think there's anyone in Cabal doing that. And the second issue is maintaining high standards to keep anti-scientific thinking out of science is necessary. It's the kind of gatekeeping that you should do. Now, there are some people that believe in science too strongly as if it's a religion, but that's not the same thing as maintaining high standards for scientific thinking. If you're trying to say that faith is scientific thinking, it just isn't.
That's not what I said, though.
Well, you said evidence, and I think the word choice there was misleading.
It triggers. I get it. It's triggering is what it is.
It should be triggering to you as well, Aidan, because you maintain a high standard for scientific rigor as well. So you says some evidence ends up being non sequitur. No, it ends up confirming what appeared to be a non sequitur. But then we find out, oh, actually, it's not a non sequitur. There it is. And hey, you posit that for God as well, but I'll await seeing an evidence that it's not a non sequitur. It's merely a postulation right now. There's no actual evidence. Yeah.
Look, I think this is how people make themselves feel intelligent, and I don't have a problem with that either.
Aidan,
but
I strongly recommend
the way that people react
that you remain humble.
Or it's a non-theistic religion.
Because people in chat are just trying to. You are being extremely condescending, extremely worse than atheists by the stereotype.
Did you not? Well, then you haven't seen what I'm reacting to.
Be better than them, then. Rise above it.
Yeah, right. There's no way to rise above it in that sense. Okay, right, fine. Just don't respond then. Yeah.
You don't have to not respond. Just rise above it. Let's move on to the next story because I think we've discussed this at sufficient length. Someone's saying F. Is there a technical issue? Okay. Go away, not the B. Let me read the article. Wait, can I? Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. So, opinion, Trump's newest bad... Oh, God. This one's about God. Let's do a different story. No. Maybe we'll come back to that one later. Okay, here is Keir Starmer being a colossal fucking hypocrite.
It's a piece of shit.
I think it's 1 billion people have digital ID. It's been taken up on a voluntary basis in huge numbers. not least because it means that you can access your own money, make payments so much more easily than is available with others. So I think now we need to go out and make that case of the huge benefits that this.
Okay. What he's saying is not quite what the tweet is saying. Now, let me start this off. Let me start this off by saying that digital ID is something that globalists like, and so I'm very fucking skeptical about it. I have my doubts that it's quite as bad as people say, but it does unite a bunch of other bad tools that they can use to make it a little easier for them to be authoritarian. So I am against it out of caution for the people that are for it. So that's my starting point. It's not good. However, to defend what he's like, this situation is where someone's overreacting to what he said. When he's saying access our own money, he then says more easily. But the tweet here
he didn't say more easily.
Is saying he did. The tweet here is saying Keir Starmer made an extraordinary admission in India that the digital ID cards could be introduced to access our own money. That is grossly misrepresentative of what he said. That is unfair
misrepresentative
on this asshole bastard who runs my country, who I do not like and do not make me defend him. That is not what he fucking said.
It's not defending him to point out that is an interpretation that is not accurate
Still,
to what he said.
The
However,
idea that
I think
you are damaging your own side when you misrepresent your enemy, because then I have to fucking defend him.
Well, no, I don't think you're even defending him. However, I can understand completely why someone would hear that, and that is what they would take away from it.
He might even do that. They probably will do that. But that's not what he said.
Yes, he probably will. He probably will, and that's why they're saying it, is because easier to access your own money. What is that? What does it mean, easier? Does that mean they're going to make it more difficult to access your money if you don't utilize the digital ID? Which sounds like what it's going to be. Well, particularly because they've tied this so much to jobs. And by the way, I did post that. The digital ID system was hacked twice before it went live. I don't know if you saw that. But this system has already been hacked. And they gave up essentially on trying to fix it and launched it anyway.
Yep, that sounds like a government.
The crux of that story is. Yes, it does.
Let's hear the exact wording again.
On a voluntary basis in huge numbers, not least because it means that you can access your own money, make payments so much more easily than.
Yeah, what he's talking about on the face, right? If the comment here was saying, "Here's what I think he'll do. Here's what he really means," fine. But he's not saying that. What he's saying is the same thing, and again, not agreeing with him. Same thing as the distinction between cash and paying with like contactless credit card. It's easier at the point of sale for the individual doing it. That's one of the pros. There's many cons as well, but it's easier to do that than paying with cash, especially if it's like a bunch of coins and finding the right notes and change and all that stuff. It's just easier. So I think he's wrong that it would be easier with digital ID, but that is what he's saying. It's analogous to that. It's just more convenient at the point of sale.
It's because they're trying to, again, it's because they're trying to sell it. And they did sell it also on, we're going to stop the boats. And now what has the government come out and said? If you don't work, which none of the asylum seekers are allowed to work legally, they do anyway, but they're not allowed to work legally. That means inherently asylum seekers, people who are not in the system, will not be required to get into the system because they don't work legally, and they cannot work legally. So inherently, this does nothing to quote unquote stop the boats, which is what they have said the purpose for the system is. And then they made a carve out specifically, the people who are from the boats will not be affected by it because they can't legally work.
Yeah,
pretty fucking cut and dry, right?
Yes, that method that they tried to use to sell digital ID was a hilariously bad argument. I almost can't believe they went for it, except that they are Labour. It's a hilariously bad argument. It's broken, like, was it Koonsberg herself on some fucking talk show with Keir Starmer broke it within like 2 questions in front of everyone? So yeah, really bad argument. But this one about making it more convenient to access your money, also not a great argument because, as someone in chat said, how could it be easier than just bringing out a debit card and scanning it? The only thing that could be easier is if your face is captured when you come in, and then you pick stuff up and you just leave and it pays automatically, which they tried. Right, and that maybe that'll be the future. Amazon tried that.
AI.
Yeah, go on, Quattro. Tell everyone what fucking happened. I know you love this.
It turns out they believe that AI stands for actually Indians.
I reckon what happened is that AI just was found not to be quite reliable enough, and so they ended up just having humans do it.
Yeah, and inevitably, that's just what happened. They decided not only was it cheaper to hire a bunch of Indians to do it, but it was also more power efficient, of course.
Now,
Just
that probably
turns out running AI requires having big data centers, and they also determined actually they would rather use it for our hiring. Oh wait, no, we have to shut it down because it's become racist. Oh no!
I bet they literally used more money to power each inference for each customer than the customer paid on average. But
guaranteed.
But yeah, that idea didn't work. But that probably will happen at some point. For good or bad, like inevitably that technology probably will reach the point where it's reliable and cheaper than hiring people. So it probably will become the norm. But it's not there yet. But that's the only way I could see it being more convenient. And digital ID isn't even strictly necessary for that. It would make it a little easier, but it's not even strictly necessary. So yeah, again, Starmer's trying to set it on the basis of something that's nonsense. It is copium indeed, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to step away for just a moment. I'll be back real soon.
No worries. Let's continue. So yeah, Starmer's retarded, but the guy that was defaming him there was worse. Kash Patel fires FBI agents involved in tracking GOP senators' phone calls. Now this is after the last thing he did in firing FBI agents, which he fired the FBI agents who knelt for George Floyd. Which is kind of debatable because that is protest, but then again, it's protest of a government agent, so he's representing the government. So I think it's debatable, but whatever. That's probably his call. If they knelt for something treasonous, then he could fire them anyway. So yeah, there's probably an argument there. Either way, FBI Director Kash Patel has fired agents involved in tracking phone calls of 8 Republican senators and a congressman as part of former special counsel Jack Smith's investigation of President Donald Trump. I think firing them over it is a much lower barrier to justifying it than prosecuting them over it, because this might not be a crime, although I think it is actually, but it's you're just firing them. You're not actually pursuing them prosecutorially. Maybe you should, but this is a good start. Communication records belonging to GOP senators Lindsey Graham, Marsha Black. Actually, that's a good thought. Who was it in chat that was saying that it takes, I think, Somnus. It takes a long time to build up these cases. So, for example, if they were trying to go after the Clintons, it would take years to build up enough evidence against them to actually go to court with. Well, there's just too many evil people to pursue. So now would be a pretty good time to be I guess like a prosecuting lawyer that for some reason the current US government trusts, because I bet they want a lot of them right now. Maybe that is the case. Maybe they want to prosecute all these people. They just don't have the time.
Well, they absolutely should be. This was insane. And this story, of course, broke while the left was having a meltdown about Jimmy Kimmel's free speech has been silenced. This is terrible, censorship and people being spied on by the right who wants to cancel them. And then this comes out because, of course, this happened. So, yeah, who's surprised by this? Nobody. And I do hope they get a good lawyer on it. I presume they will.
Guys, why do black women keep matching with me?
Ooh, woo.
Well, you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take over your account.
Yeah, so we'll go into the detail of this. Okay, that's interesting. Communication records belonging to GOP senators Lindsey Graham, Marsha Blackburn, Ron Johnson, Josh Hawley, Cynthia Lummis, Bill Hagerty, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, and Rep. Mike Kelly. I think about half of them are rhinos, about half of them are MAGA. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah. Were handed over to Smith's Arctic Frost team after they subpoenaed major phone companies in 2023, Breitbart News reported. The fact was unknown to the public until this week, with Patel saying he discovered the files hidden in a lockbox that was placed in a vault in a cyber place where no one can see or search these files. Perhaps he's found a deep state trove. I bloody hope so. If so, he needs to release some of it. Quote, you put it in there and when you want to hide it from the world, and that takes the authorization of the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, Patel said in a Tuesday interview on Fox News. So not only did they weaponize this law enforcement, but when we got in there and when I got in as the FBI Director, from my experience as Russiagate, I knew where to look and what rooms to open and what doors to kick down, and that's what we did. Well, I'd like to believe you, Kash Patel. I haven't seen a great deal of good stuff from you there, but this is good. Quote, we found this information to expose the politicization by Jack Smith and the prior Department of Justice, he added, before revealing that he fired agents who facilitated the secret investigations into US lawmakers. 8 sitting United States senators' phone records were gathered and subpoenaed through the grand jury process, and it was buried and wormholed. I think you mean memory hole, but either way. It was the hope that no one would find it, so we're just scratching the surface here, but accountability is coming. You're darn right I fired those agents, you're darn right. And a lot of them were just doing their job. Questionable justification there, of course. He says, I blew up CR-15, the public corruption squad that led the weaponization at the Washington field office. We're just warming up, but we are running our investigations to the ground. We are finding every single person involved. We will not leave a single room locked. I would love to believe you, Kash Patel, and I look forward to it being confirmed that I can. I remain somewhat skeptical until then. Hawley, one of the senators who had his phone calls tracked by the Biden admin's DOJ, called Smith's subpoena an abuse of power beyond Watergate, beyond J. Edgar Hoover, one that directly strikes at the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the First Amendment. I think he's about right, to be honest. Quote, we need a full investigation of all involved, who knew about it, who ordered it, and who approved it. Anyone and everyone who violated the law must be prosecuted. The way to save the country is to restore the rule of law. Yeah. I can't disagree with that. This is Josh Hawley saying this, so very good. Very base. I think it's Josh Hawley, isn't it? Yes, it is. I think I've heard other things from him. I think he seems pretty good. All right, good. Not much to add on that. Just good that Kash Patel appears to have done something more, and implies that there's more secret data to find.
Good God, he's been so ineffective. Kash is a fucking joke in so many ways. I would like for him to actually do some stuff, though. Yes, please.
I have returned just in time to talk about Jeet incompetence. It seems.
Well, he did something good this time. Fairly small, but good. He fired a bunch of FBI agents who were involved in tracking and monitoring and spying on US senators.
Oh.
So he did something
but
good.
The Democrats would never do something like that. That's what Trump does.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's okay when we do it.
Indeed. Took says the bad news is that he'll just hire Jeets to replace them. It's a possibility, one to look out for. All right. Next thing. This is going to be a quick debunk, I think. From Reason.com, ironically. Republican socialism. The Trump administration buys a stake in yet another company. The subtitle reads, the federal government can't even pass a budget. What's it doing buying a mine? Note that the federal government is not attempting to pass a budget. They are attempting to continue the existing budget until November. The Democrats are belligerently insisting on stipulations which have nothing to do with the budget and are absurd and have shut the government down over it. So Reason.com, I think you might be a teensy bit biased on this. Let's see just how biased, though, and I believe it's going to be a quick debunk, as I said. Not even shutting down the government can stop Republicans from forcing their way into corporate boardrooms these days, they say. Missing slightly the fact that Democrats are probably worse, if not as bad as that, as simply rhinos, let alone MAGA. The federal government is at the moment incapable of completing its most basic and routine task, they say, passing a budget, and yet it is simultaneously expanding its portfolio to include a 10% ownership stake in an Alaskan mining company. I just want to hear about the Alaskan mining company. I bet it was a good purchase, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that about any other government, but with Trump, it probably was a good purchase. If there's one thing he's good at, it's investing smartly. That company, Trilogy Metals, will receive a $35.6 million investment the Trump administration announced on Monday. In return, the federal government will own 10% of the company and will have the option to buy another 7.5% at some later date. Let's just go into the debunk here. The idea that it's socialism is the kind of aggressive line that a group that's talking about the government shutdown in this way would go for. It's not socialism. Government buying things does not have to be socialism. Now, assume for a second that government buying things is sometimes a good idea, that government investing in things, pushing the economy slightly is sometimes a good idea. We may prefer, from a libertarian perspective, that it never happens, but I think I put to you that in the realm of competing with other nations, sometimes you need collective power and collective oversight in order to make your nation more powerful at opportunities that benefit you to do so. I put that to you. You don't have to agree with me, but follow the hypothetical for now. If that's true, then sometimes the government investing in things is a good idea. Now, it's not investing a huge amount, which is also ameliorates this, but he's investing in the company. It's a huge amount to them. It's not a huge amount to Trump, but investing in that company will make it stronger, probably. in which case it will make the country stronger because it will be able to compete in this particular area. Mining is something that China has been doing a lot of, and other countries too, and the US would like to be stronger at it. I don't know what they're mining. I imagine it's rare and important materials, perhaps even lithium, which would be a very good idea. If you accept, therefore, that it's a good idea for the government to sometimes invest in companies, and at this point, I don't think I would have lost Reason.com. I think they'd be agreeing with me. Now, the question is, would you rather that the taxpayer gets something in return, guaranteed, the 10% stake? Now, if that's the basis for you calling it socialism, that the government now owns a 10% stake in the company, then it's only 10%
the government
a good
has
argument.
done that.
Yes, they could go too far
Yeah.
with it. If they were going to own 100% of it, that you could make the argument much more rationally that it was socialism. But a 10% stake, to me, that is just, we want to give the taxpayer a guarantee that you actually do something useful with this.
I mean,
You
I
actually give us
personally don't have a
return.
problem with this kind of stuff. And the U.S. government basically funds so many companies that essentially give it kickbacks as is. This being a little bit more formalized is only that, a little bit more formalized in terms of, I mean, obviously in the tax sense, of course they provide a kickback. So of course you want U.S. businesses to do well, allegedly, so that the government gets more taxes from it. And this is just kind of a more direct form of taxation in that sense. Now, again, I think you could definitely go too far with this in terms of, making this a nationalized system. But 10%, that sounds like taxes to me.
10% just sounds like, I mean, assuming, like, okay, in this hypothetical, we're assuming a government that's trying to do a good thing, like Trump appears to be trying to do for the most part. A corrupt government, you have many different things to say about this, but in the hypothetical,
but it doesn't actually.
10% ownership is just, we want to make sure that you don't just take the money and run. We want to make sure you actually get return on investment. The taxpayer needs to get something back for this.
It doesn't necessarily even matter if it's a good or bad government system. Again, my perspective on this is that seems like taxes. Just an additional tax that's basically being levied upon them that the U.S. government is enacting.
Well, it's the tax is in return for a big, like, right now investment, because having right now money is sometimes exactly what you need for a company, and sometimes you want the passive. So they're giving up some of the passive for the right now. They're buying forward, and the government's just got enough money to let them do that, and they're going to invest that, one assumes, to make the company more powerful, which is beneficial to the US in general, which is why the US government want to do it. So again, the article here is profoundly biased. I just wanted to make the case that not all government investment is socialism. It depends on your definition, but I think the idea that government being directly involved in the market equals socialism, I think that's a bad definition. Socialism also involves authoritarianism, which this isn't. In Marx's original conception, it was extremely authoritarian, but it was in aid of producing an atomized, village communal sort of space of a society, which is always a bad idea. But he wasn't actually an authoritarian, Marx. If anything, he wanted libertarianism, just of a different kind, not capitalist libertarianism. His ideas were not as insane as people say they were. They were still pretty bad, but they were not as insane as people think they are. Aiden, cease.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You don't have to, but I think
no, I will. No.
From the little bits I've been seeing, it seems like the argument has kind of gone off the rails. People aren't really understanding each other. So
yeah,
let's just move on. Okay,
since you said so,
more.
yeah.
You don't have to just do it because I said so, but sure. Okay. This is a really short article for some reason. I'm not sure why. Trump suggests Spain be expelled from NATO over low defense spending. Now, it's a bit mean to Spain, but this is what you have to do. The whole point of it is you pay in to get something in return. And the US can't just be a charity for the entire world. So cruel though it may be, would you actually do it? I'm not sure. I mean, they believe Trump would, probably. But you have to make them believe this. And when I say them, I would mind you're saying from a position of authority that Britain has always paid up its dues in NATO, I think. Still does. A lot of European countries now do, but didn't for years. Spain apparently still isn't. Now, Spain's GDP is not as great, but it's percent of GDP, so every country should be able to afford it in principle.
There is Spain, but there is no spleasure.
Thank you, Quattro. Thank you. I appreciate that input.
You're welcome.
You hadn't heard that before, Aiden, had you?
No. That's good.
It's just true.
Yeah. I don't know why this article is so short, but it reads, President Donald Trump suggested Thursday that Spain be expelled from NATO over its failure to match the higher defense spending requirement he has engineered. It's his, well, whatever. It's his choice, but whatever. I don't know why it is oh, okay. The Barron's Department was not involved in the creation of the content above. The article was produced by AFP. Okay, there's not a link to the fucking article. It's just a link to AFP. What is the point of this website? They just extracted a one-line excerpt from AFP. Just whatever. I think that's the most they're allowed to take from any other article, isn't it? Or there's a limit anyway. Maybe that's what it is. Okay.
I don't know. There's tons of websites that literally just they say source from, and they just republish the article. It's word for word. So I don't really know how that works legalistically, but yeah.
Either way, there's no much detail here, but this is probably a good thing to do. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to actually expel them. But if they believe they're going to be expelled, then it will get them to actually pay into the scheme. Because, the US being a charity case and everyone else not paying in, it would still run, but it would run the US to the ground and then it would stop running. It would be harder for the US to maintain it on its own. So everyone pitching in just means everyone maintains that defense. My point is, if Europe stopped paying, it's not like they would lose defense, but they would gradually and eventually, and it would be worse. So yes, it is actually worth paying in. The US isn't even asking for that much for this global defense network, which is genuinely effective, not like the UN.
Well, yeah. The big problem is that the US, the amount that the US contributes to NATO's budget, is massively overrepresented compared to all of the other members of NATO. So, and I'm not saying obviously the United States is vastly richer and more powerful than many of the nations that are members of NATO. So it's more about paying the proportional share of, whatever the US is paying into NATO versus its, total, revenue or whatever you want to calculate it based on. Fine, but that's not the way it's working currently. And so if this is really a collaboration of nations, well, then, every member should pay the same proportional amount. But that's not what happens.
I believe Trump raised it from 2% of GDP to 5% of GDP. If that's the case, I want to know more before I would say that that's necessarily a good idea. But I'm guessing it is. If I had to guess, I'd say it probably is. It's a big network. The US is paying a lot more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Hear me out. That would be the perfect excuse to let the GDP finally go down by deporting a bunch of migrants.
Honestly, look, GDP is such that's why I actually didn't say GDP. It'd have to be on something that actually fucking matters. But it's just because GDP is such a pointless metric in the big scheme of things. It's a nice shorthand for some things, but it is largely pointless. But yeah, I mean, it should be a proportional amount of spending. And of course, that will always mean the US will be overrepresented because of how much more money it makes. However, considering that NATO is a lot of countries, it should not just be the US. And it's not just the US entirely, but the US overwhelmingly funding it.
Yeah. I think we've made a point. Let's move on to the next thing. Here's our main story today. It's not a story that hit a lot of papers or a lot of headlines. I only saw it from one source here, but it's a hell of a story. I fucking love this. Republican buys Dominion voting systems and forces them to drop lawsuits against conservatives. Yes. Elon buying X was bigger than this. But this is funnier because they forced them to drop the lawsuits. I love this. I love this.
But of course, the part I'm fascinated by is how were they able to do this? How is this Republican able to buy Dominion?
Good question. Let's find out. Dominion Voting Systems has been acquired by founder and chairman of Liberty Vote, Scott Leyendecker, in a deal which included dropping lawsuits against conservatives. Maybe they were going bankrupt. Maybe that's why. So someone earlier said that they had renamed Dominion Voting to Liberty Vote. They haven't. Scott Leyendecker is founder and chairman of Liberty Vote, who have bought. So it's, I guess, a parent company. But yeah, the only way I can see this happening is if Dominion voting systems were literally going bankrupt. And the way I can see that happening is if every state decided, we're not using you guys anymore. Yeah, we saw enough of the 2020 election fraud stuff that we're not using you. Because a lot of people in power, even if they would publicly say it's all bunk, they know for damn sure the elections were rigged. So unless they're in very blue areas, in which case they'd still support these guys, a lot of states, probably all the Republican ones, are divesting from Dominion voting, which they definitely should. So I imagine Dominion voting systems have been struggling to keep up. And Liberty Vote, Scott Leyendecker has just swooped in and said,
their usefulness.
We'll purchase you, we'll keep you afloat, but you have to drop the lawsuits. And that's so brilliant if that's the case. If that's
it's not just the lawsuits, because of course it means that they're going to have, now, provided they haven't shredded everything, means presumably he'll now have access to their back-end data. I'm going to, of course, assume that they have shredded absolutely anything that would be in any way conspicuous. But then
except
again,
the stuff that we already saw and revealed to legislators in 2020, the irrefutable pretty much evidence. Fucking never mind that.
Right. I mean, but yeah. Now, that being said, given the sloppiness of it, maybe they didn't even think ever to delete anything or hide anything. And so it's all there in all of their internal shit. That yes, they were conspiring essentially to attempt to rig the election.
Yeah,
that would be damning. No,
Jack, you'll have noticed the funny name here. Don't know if you can read into that. If any of you want to look up the thing, you can. Leyendecker, former GOP election reform advocate, sounds good so far, has officially become the sole owner of Dominion after making the deal contingent on dropping several remaining lawsuits against prominent conservatives and One American News Network. Leyendecker further disclosed to the Caller, this article, that remaining litigation with MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, who is, to me, a bit of a clown. I don't know how he ever found his way into the movement. I always found that very funny. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who we certainly liked in 2020, but he sort of fell off the radar, I assume, because he was just under attack from everything. And former Trump campaign attorney Sidney Powell, similarly pretty good as well, and also dropped off the radar because she was just under attack from every angle after this, will be dropped by Dominion voting systems as part of the acquisition agreement. Good. They deserved a bit of a break. Dominion also filed a lawsuit against Herring Networks, which owns OANN. In August 2021, the lawsuit remained unresolved, though Leyendecker further confirmed that future litigation will be discontinued following the acquisition. Very good. Now, I wonder if he bought the company just to do this. I wonder, because if he paid like, I don't know, 1 or 2 billion or even hundreds of millions, then maybe it was just for this. I don't know how wealthy he is, actually. It may have been less than that. It had been tens of millions. I don't know how bad off the company was, actually. We'll find out. The Liberty Vote will be inheriting ongoing litigation with former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne, the Daily Caller has learned. I don't know who that is, but if it's over the same thing, defamation about election fraud, drop that too. Make it happen. Somner says this means that the Democrats have lost their ability to tamper with electronic voting machines from the manufacturer side unless they can find another company to do this. Unfortunately, Somner,
well, there's a bunch of other companies,
as someone, and I'm sure Aiden was as well, who was looking into this deeply at the time, there's about 5 or 6 of them that do the same fucking thing. Dominion's the biggest, definitely, but not the only one. This will just make the other ones bigger, sadly. But it does hit at the heart of it, and it stops the lawsuits, and it does potentially give access to more evidence for 2020. Not that we have much of a reason to litigate over 2020 at this point. It's a historical matter, and I think historians will figure it out that it was fraudulent. But for now, I don't think we're going to find a resolution to that publicly. I mean, Trump's already said Trump is the president, and he said it was rigged. So maybe that's the best we can hope for.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I guess how history remembers this, but who knows? Look, if people at this point do not already think at least something was suspect about the 2020 election, then nothing would change their mind. I don't think. I honestly don't think. I don't, because what would happen now if they release the data that shows evidence of Democrats having definitively, they contacted them and said, yes, we want you to do this. You have to rig it. They'll just say it's fake. They'll just deny. It's like the Hassan Piker dog thing is actually just a perfect example of that. Don't believe your lying eyes. A Republican, a conservative was involved in it, so it must be fake. And I'm not saying, by the way, that's not a possibility.
If they can get Fox News to run like a days-long, full front page spread, we have the evidence, then every other media company is going to have to cover it to some extent. That's the reason that they ever talk about something they don't want to talk about, because otherwise Fox News just sweeps up all the attention, and Fox News becomes more relevant, and all of them become less relevant. So you're right, the media will do anything to it, but there is a way. It is possible to make them right about something. And I think a story like that,
it's
where
just going to spin it.
Yes, they will. But if the current government gathers all the evidence they can, they get massive, bombshell evidence they can put together into a nice package they had not released before, and they can somehow convince Fox News to do that, it would actually spread somewhat. It would actually hurt the Democrat Party. People who haven't heard the idea will think, oh, maybe that's true. Or people that have heard it and thought it was false will think, oh shit, that looks like that's true. Some will actually change their mind. Many won't, of course, but some will. And the mainstream press, all of them will have to report on it. Something that big, if they really do get some big data. But they'll need the big drop. They'll need something worth reporting on. Otherwise, not enough people will read it in the first place for it to be worth the other media companies jumping in to compete. But it could be done. Somnus is talking about something that Sidney Powell was involved in. That does ring a bell. All I really remember about her was that she was correct on the fraud stuff, on the election fraud stuff. I don't remember much more, but you may be right about that. It may be that her involvement was more innocent than that makes it sound. I don't remember. Stooge says, Uzlu counter dominion has served its purpose and is no longer useful. Yeah, I think that's probably true. But that doesn't change that this is still good to stop those lawsuits. At the very least, that's good. But there may be something more that can be gained from it. At the very least, it does make it a bit more difficult for the opponent to do what they did in 2020. But if you look at 2024, why didn't they rig that? There's different theories as to why. One is that Kamala just wasn't good enough. They'd rather have had Trump. I think that's a little unlikely because Kamala was such a perfect pawn for them. But the other, and there's others too, but the one that I think is probably the right one is that they actually lost their ability to rig the election. For whatever reason, some links in the chain broke down. They believed that they would be too visible doing it. They rigged the 2022 Arizona midterms, I'm pretty sure. Though I haven't seen as much evidence of that as for the 2020 election. They have rigged since 2020, just not on a national scale. Again, maybe, and obviously the theory of they wanted to let Trump in for some reason, I don't buy that, but it's a possibility. There's lots of theories, but I do think it's a distinct possibility that they just can't rig anymore. So Dominion voting, as Stu is saying, perhaps wasn't useful in the first place at this point, that they can't rig anymore. So maybe this purchase wasn't quite worth it.
To be fair, no, it really wasn't. Okay, it's not worth it because, this, by the way, it just means that the way that they will try to rig is going to change because this one got found out, essentially. It doesn't mean they're not going to they're going to cease the rigging. Riggers raggy. They're going to keep rigging, but they're not going to use this particular method of doing it because it was way too public. It was way too exposed. And so, in a way, it really is a waste of money. And the reason why, too, is that there's been tons of research on what people remember about a headline or a news story. It's called the primacy effect. Is the thing they heard first. They will not remember the correction, which is why news outlets put out bullshit and then add, we previously reported.
Yeah.
Now, some of that is error, accident, of course. But some of it is because we'll get it out there and then we'll go, oops, we've made a mistake. And we'll put it at the end of the article and no one will ever read the correction. So the vast majority of people who believe staunchly that there was no rigging in the 2020 election will not believe it at this point, no matter what evidence is presented, because they already have the schema in their head that it was, that the idea of the rigging was fake and a Republican lie. It doesn't matter.
That's true for very many people. There will be some who can be convinced, but it's not the majority. Yes. So was this purchase worth the money for preventing rigging? Probably not. But was it? I would justify it in this way. It was unjust that those lawsuits continue. So that's worth the money, don't know, but unjust, good. And it gives the Democrats less space to play with, less options. It encroaches on them a bit more. Now, this is something that they weren't playing with anyway, most likely, but you don't know that for sure. It at least gives them less options. Now, Aidan, to your point that they got found out using this method, so they can't do it anymore. They'll just find another way to do it. The problem with that idea is they were using pretty much every method you could imagine in 2020 to rig the election. Yes, they will focus more on others, but then they get louder.
Don't underestimate your enemy to find some new way to be fucking gay, essentially. So that's my only point there is just be aware they will try to find some other way to do it because this one got exposed.
True, but those methods were built up over decades. So it's going to take them time to regain that position.
Yeah, they're on the back foot. The left is right now in a very bad position in the U.S. and actually I think across the Anglosphere, maybe not so much in Australia, but the left is on the back foot right now. And, you know, a lot of this is the back and forth that always happens. But I really think right now they are desperately trying to figure out what the fuck they're supposed to do. They don't have leadership. They don't have core values. What does the left, broadly speaking, stand for at this point? Trans? Well, that's been put away. Palestine? Unfortunately, that's going to get put away. And it's because of, by the way, the actions of people like Hassan Piker et al., who make that a very unattractive position to anyone who's not a lunatic. So
the main reason
to
divest from the left's ideas, it's advocates. Yes, agreed.
Well, yes, but also, what were the two things that were most prescient to my mind that are core values of the left? Supporting trans and supporting Islam. Make that one make sense, because it doesn't. These are two things that cannot exist in the same place at the same time. The left is running on and almost just a series of hypocritical and incompatible points on so many things. They've got to reorient. And I don't know what they reorient around. It looks like they're going to make it Gavin Newsom, but I think that's a very bad idea.
Yeah, that's clearly what they're going for. And I was saying for a while, that's what they'll go for. But it's not a good play. I saw him lose handily a debate against Ron DeSantis, who lost handily a debate against Donald Trump. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work out.
I mean, he would probably lose a debate against a paper bag. Let's be real.
No, well, don't underestimate him. He's not a total retard, but he's not that smart either. So yeah, he's very average for the Democrats. And of course, he's a white male, so they lose that appeal for the people that still believe in the racial and gender shit. Which is still a lot.
Right, a white guy with a white wife and white children. Worst thing you can possibly be in their eyes.
He's
right?
a more trad right identitarian family than J.D. Vance or probably Trump.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah, but still, that's content of character.
Definitely Trump. Trump's been divorced. Trump, is married a porn. Well, she was a model, but like this super hot woman. I think she has done tasteful nudes or whatever. But this is in that pure sense, Gavin Newsom is more trad.
In that pure sense, yes, but not in what he believes, of course, which is the content.
Of course not. But if you're just looking at the the data on it, right?
Yeah.
What is they?
ICE says Newsom is also blatantly a psychopath. Probably. I don't know blatantly, but I think he is. He's got the used car salesman vibe, which is it's kind of those traits, definitely. Not just
did you notice how
Vance.
Does it sound right to say what is they with the data and therefore why it's grammatically incorrect?
Data is. Revlon says he looks like IRL Patrick Bateman. Most normal people feel the ick when looking at him. Yeah, kind of. Nacho says voting should be paper ballots only, which it should.
Women
it is here.
Want to fuck Patrick Bateman. They love that psycho physiognomy.
You can't win with the women.
They clearly do.
But the Democrats' voter base at this point is majority retarded women.
Yes, and they love Hassan. So I mean, again, they'll sacrifice all their. Oh, I love my. What do they call it? The dogs. My pupper. My fur baby. My fur baby.
Doggo.
I love my fur baby so much.
Yep.
But Hassan, on the other hand, I mean,
see, the modern leftist woman is so willing to let psychopaths who abuse animals right in front of them get a free pass if they're quote unquote attractive.
Yeah.
See, that's the bad side of religion.
So willing to do that.
Because the modern left is basically a religion. And
the
adherence is the most important thing to them.
Point.
It's more important than morality itself. Now, that's why you need a religion that promotes moral actions which are on aggregate good things, because a religion that promotes actions which are bad things will cause people to ignore bad actions in favor of the religion, because they're just wired to do that.
More accurately, the leftism is not a religion, but a suicide cult.
Yes.
There's a fascinating study that I was reading either today or yesterday, and it essentially looked at, in terms of the liking and in-group homophily, if you want to call it, and versus the out-group hatred. And what it found is, let me see if I have it here. I may have already taken pictures of it. I may not have. But the sort of gist of what they found is that conservatives, right-leaning people, were way more likely to denigrate their own. The left, however, when you went and looked at the liking, so like they'll talk shit about conservatives, are very willing to talk shit about other conservatives. And when you went to the liking, they also didn't like other conservatives. Or no, sorry, they did like other conservatives a good amount. Sorry, I got it confused. They liked conservatives a decent amount. When you looked at the left, they were totally unwilling to denigrate other leftists comparatively. But also did not like other leftists. So they don't like them, but they will defend them to the death. And the conservatives are like, oh, I don't really like you. Or say, oh, no, sorry, I do like you. But however, even though I like you, I will throw you under the bus if I think you fucked up. And that so much sort of describes the dichotomy. I'll get the study here in a second.
While you do that, I'm going to read a comment from Avalon. He says, big enough or personal enough events can force people to reevaluate their prior assumptions. Kirk's assassination was one such event. There will be more. Yes, the primacy bias is important, as is the recency bias, another one that you've mentioned before. But there are factors that can change it, even on a large scale. And as Avalon says, there probably will be more factors of that kind. So it's possible. And yeah, Nacho says voting should be paper ballots only. It definitely should be, and it is here and in many other places as well. I will say this as my position on the US voting system because we're talking about it. The US, and I like the US, I'm not like many Brits where there's sort of an irrational hatred. The US is fine in general,
Why
but
is that,
the
by the way?
voting
I mean,
system
I get some of
in
it,
the
but
US
the irrational
is an
hatred is
international disgrace. The voting system in the US is an international disgrace. It is possibly the biggest problem of the US currently. It's horrendous. It is so hilariously open to fraud. 2020 was just inevitable, and you could have had any number of elections before that rigged. Not as loudly, but you have no idea whether Obama really won. I mean, it was against fucking Mitt Romney, so probably he did. But you really don't know for sure whether he did or not. It could have been happening for decades.
There's
likely
the study and
wasn't
the
happening
key graph
anywhere near
also.
as badly as 2020 for decades, but it was to some extent. Ravelon says, after Trump, 8 years of President Vance and VP Miller. After Vance, 8 years of President Miller, that would be so fucking funny. It would. I don't know about Miller specifically, but that would be so fucking funny. The Dems honestly could do that. They could be that fucked that they would. Tuke says, first past the post is still bad. I disagree, but it's very nuanced. First past the post, I think it has pros that people often don't conceive. It's simplicity being the main one. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Naden. That is interesting data.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's exactly what I was saying. It's a simple graph. So you don't have to.
John Wick says, your voting system is an even bigger joke than ours. You have Biden on meth and steroids. There's no need to be offended. When I say that America's voting system is an international disgrace, I'm not insulting you as Americans. Americans want to fix it. However, no, you're also wrong about our voting system. What happened last election is we didn't get what people wanted, except to the fact that people wanted to punish the conservatives, and that's what it provided. The conservatives are fucked, and that's what it provided. Now, we didn't get the leadership we wanted. No one actually wanted Keir Starmer. However,
the conservatives needed to be punished. They
was
really
legitimately
did.
elected.
And
he is, according to the systems of our country, and according to the vote numbers given, he is the rightful prime minister. I wish he wasn't, and not many people actually want him. He is still, according to the system as it's set up, the rightful prime minister. Now, maybe that invites reform of the system. However, John Wick, you cannot say Keir Starmer is a bigger embarrassment for the UK than Biden is for the US, because Biden was an illegitimate president for 4 years in a country where most people are armed. America really went through an embarrassing process there where they didn't do anything about a president they knew was illegitimate. Now, I don't say this much because I don't actually have a hate boner for the US. But that is going to stay in your history as a stain on your reputation, a stain on your national pride, that you didn't do something about Biden.
A violent uprising. And by the way, again, remember that the entirety of the left thinks that Trump stole the election, Russian collusion, both elections. That both in 2016 and in 2024 that he stole, and they are absolutely convinced of this. And so it doesn't really matter the veracity of the data and the evidence that support it in terms of what the people believe and therefore what they do and act upon. In terms of a democracy, right? They believe and they think there's tons of evidence that Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election and to steal the 2024 election.
There aren't that many
I actually
people
don't know if they
that
believe about 2024. Really? Maybe not anymore. And I don't know if they actually believe that about 2024 either, if that was just they do maybe on some level understand that Biden was just not, well, Kamala. She only had 4 months. She only had 4 months, you know. That was Biden's fault, I guess, but not really, because it can't ever be a leftist's fault.
So ICE is making a good point, of course. Yeah, once the shooting starts, it takes a lot of work and blood to make it stop. Yeah, there's plenty of arguments why it wasn't practical to revolt against Biden. I'm not even necessarily saying that you should have, but the principles many Americans express, on which they stake their pride, say that they should have done it straight away, the moment he was there. 60,000 soldiers defending the Capitol? That's nothing against the pride and principles of the US, but you didn't. Now, I understand why you didn't. It wasn't because you're cowards, it's because it was impractical. But holy shit, do not pretend as if the US election system and one of its recent leaders are not an international disgrace on the Anglosphere. And again, I don't say this much because I don't like bashing America irrationally, but this is a genuine criticism that you'll have to accept.
But yeah, I agree 100%. Of course that it's a disgrace. I don't know what else we can do about it besides try to, demonstrate what a disgrace it was. But unfortunately, for years you got banned for doing that. It was one of the key things that you could not question on YouTube. You couldn't question COVID policy, and you couldn't question the veracity of the 2020 election.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just on YouTube, for example. But is that way on Twitter as well? It's only recently become the case that you can even speak about either one of these issues now that they are far outside of the day-to-day political gestalt.
Yeah. Yep. Revlon says Miller is the based bald man in Trump's admin. Yes, but he's also Jewish. However, I agree. Most of the statements so far I've seen from him have been very good. But a lot of people would be hard pressed to trust him as a result of that. Still, yes, he's said many good things. Arbla says the Dems will probably be destroyed like the Tories were. Agreed. And that's good. And that was always kind of inevitable. I'm not saying that you should on all levels have rebelled against Biden. There's many practical reasons why it would have been a bad idea. I think the victory was inevitable anyway. I'm just saying on the basis of the principles and the pride many Americans express.
This was the whole point, but exactly, that was the whole point behind 0 seats, is fuck the Tories. Let's let Labor run rampant. Let's have their shit out there, make it, let them have all the power so that they can, show what they're going to do with it.
It wasn't even accelerationism, Pug. It wasn't. Like, it resulted in it inevitably, but it wasn't for that.
Yeah, I don't think that wasn't right. That wasn't the intentionality inherently behind 0 seats.
The expression I mentioned earlier of always kill a traitor before an enemy. It's good advice.
Yeah.
The Conservatives were traitors. Labor were merely enemies.
Yes, exactly. And so the traitors got, the traitors got humiliated first, at least.
And it's going to happen again. They're going to get even less seats next time.
You knew exactly beforehand what the enemy was already going to do.
Yeah. Right. They laid it out.
I said that they would be slightly worse than the Conservatives, and I think they have been. But it's not that much different.
Well, I will give Labor a point. I will give Labor some points on this. They have reduced migration comparative to the fucking Boris wave. Not like that it really goddamn matters, but they, in terms of, because those people are already here and they're not going anywhere anytime soon, but they actually have reduced the extent of the immigration since the Boris wave. And that was, of course, the Tories that did that.
Yeah. I think that's happened not because it's Labour specifically, but because of two main factors. One is they have Farage breathing down their neck, and two is just the times are different. People are even more radically against this, and there's more international support, and Trump, of course, as a third factor. So, yeah, exactly. That's true. Labour have arguably done more to reduce immigration than the Conservatives did for their entire term.
Yes.
But again, I think that's because of other factors. It's not because Labour wants to.
It is, of course, other factors. Yes, not because they want to. However, what a fucking stain. I mean, it was under the Boris wave. It was nearly 1 million people per year in a country of 69 million people. That is unfucking fathomable.
Yeah. The Conservative Party has stood for, I think it's like over 150 years. Yeah. I noticed that. They've stood for a very long time. And it's a shame when something that stood the test of time dies. And usually something that stood the test of time is worth looking at as this is probably good. So if the Conservative Party goes away, dies, collapses because it just doesn't have enough seats and doesn't have any support, there will be a certain melancholy to it. But the point I think the British public got to, and I agree, and I was agreeing at the time, is they have done enough to deserve it. They have done enough for it to be worth losing something that has stood for as long as it has, just because, and my point is, their performance over the last 15 years
what's a ship of Theseus?
is worth throwing away
what's left?
All of that history, because it was that bad.
Well,
it is a worthy end, historically speaking.
Yes. Again, it is the ship of Theseus argument, though. The historical argument, what does that make sense if it has no resemblance nor any core values that in any way align with the history of the Tory party? So yeah, you're not actually throwing away history there even by letting them fail or advocating their failure, because they are not the same thing. It's a totally new, very gay thing that Kemi Badenoch, of course, is so deeply involved in. Yeah, that chart, Wolf. Yeah. Now the experimental thing, by the way. So this is BBC data. I'm pretty sure, Wolf. I put this in my. Wait a minute, Wolf. Did you get this from my video? Because I have this exact graph. And with immigration, whatever. It's the same people looking for the same thing. That experimental data has ended up being largely true, though. That was a calculation, but I think post facto, it's not. I don't think that it's as bad as it was in this graph, but it largely panned out. Look at the fucking Boris wave. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, again, put those numbers into context of the total population of the UK is 69 million. And you're bringing in 1.2 million a year for 2 years. That is unfathomable demographic change.
Indeed. So, I'm going to read a bit more of this story, but I think we get the picture for the most part. See if there's anything more, though. The acquisition makes Dominion a fully American-owned company, a shift Leyendecker says is designed to strengthen public confidence, enhance transparency, and rebuild trust in the integrity. Well, of course, he has to advocate for it to still be used, but as we mentioned earlier, all national voting should be paper ballots. That is one of 5 reforms I've been suggesting ever since the 2020 election. Paper ballots is one of the most important, and there are 4 others. I always forget one of them when I try to recite them, but they're the things that would need to be implemented fully nationally across the entirety of the US for the system to be considered fine. Quote, every legacy system is under review. Liberty Vote will be 100% American-owned, American-built, and independently audited. We won't ask for trust, we'll earn it and prove it, Leyendecker told the caller in a statement. We'll see. The election technology company is being marketed to champion reforms aimed at ensuring every American's vote is secure and accurately counted, according to a press release. Paper ballots are fine. You don't need technology to do this. You shouldn't. Okay, let me say this again. Digital voting should be banned everywhere forever. Under its new leadership, Liberty Vote will move. Yeah, but you think voting should be banned everywhere forever, though, right? Under its new leadership, Liberty Vote will move its operations entirely to the US. The company says it's prioritizing election integrity by implementing third-party auditing standards. The same release added. Liberty Vote signals a new chapter for American elections, blah, 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 all the same stuff, marketing stuff. I think the rest of it is just background that we've already read about. And they were suing him for a lot of money. We might see more of this guy now that he's a bit less distracted. And Rudy and some others too.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not necessarily wishing for it, but he was entertaining. Okay.
It was entertaining for sure. Yeah.
We'll move on to the next story. But chat, let me remind you that I'm 100% audience funded. By you, I don't take sponsorship, so I don't put adverts, I don't do any of that shit. And if you'd like to support the community and these streams, many of you already generously are patrons, but that is not enough on its own. Contribute if you can via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net to the streams, or to give yourself stuff for stream games, to be able to influence the Cabal Aid board for the tits. You can also influence certain other effects to take place. There's a list of them here. I know that I need to improve the display of this, but you can cause us to cover a certain story. If there's something you want to see me talk about, you can make me talk about it by contributing a certain amount. The more you contribute for that story, the more time I'll assign to it, but of course it's dependent on interest as well. You can make an overlay appear on screen. For £15, you can make an overlay appear for the rest of the stream, but it's a bidding war, so someone else could outbid you. You can also pay £50 to make a permanent new overlay that anyone can vote for in any future stream as well. There are many to choose from, and many of you know what they are already. You can make me go on for longer, which that's open from now on. For £20, you can cause an encore, which causes the stream to go on for longer. You can also increase or decrease the audio pitch of the guests, which I suppose I'm willing to do. We're not really talking about anything super serious right now, but I might turn that off if we start. And if there are any single contributions of £50, you can ask me to wear some fancy sunglasses. And if there are any of £100, you can ask me to wear the wizard hat or the Burger King hat, which I can find. Actually, hold on that one. I might not be able to find it. It might still be in a box somewhere, but I'll find it later. The wizard hat, though, we can do. So thank you in advance for doing that. Tip.oozaloo.net or fund.oozaloo.net for any of those options. Thank you, anyone that does choose to. You'll also be given Cabal credit, which I'll have to do manually, but you'll be given Cabal credit concomitant with the amount that you send. Right. Thank you in advance for that, chat. You can also become a patron, which gives you certain benefits. If you do /IAM and then list a command in the server, you can also see all of the custom decoration roles that you can add, and I'm willing to add more as well for patrons, which require patronage. Wolf has suggested tits as an overlay. Would you want that over my face or over my tits, Wolf?
Wait,
if anyone
what?
wants to add that, then it's the price is on the screen. And that would be permanent as well for all future streams as well, if someone wanted to do that. Wolf has already provided the PNG, so we could use that if someone wants to.
Can I do a JF voice? I'd pay for that. I tried and failed. Yeah, just the other day. I only usually can do the JF voice.
It is one of the voices I can do. Nacho says she can do it.
Yeah, I'm not good at voices.
Yeah, Jackie, that does appear to be the same guy, doesn't it? Fox's new masked guest is always this one actor. Yeah. By the way, when I said Fox earlier, like Fox is not necessarily on our side. It's kind of mixed.
Nah, well.
They're not, yeah, it's mixed mostly not. But if you can lure them into reporting on something the right wants to hear about, then I think my point still works.
Sure. I think their allegiances may lie a little bit more foreign rather than domestic, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. It's at least closer than the rest of the press. Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Would you approve of that overlay, Aiden?
Yeah. There you go. Now you can be in the onsen.
Well, chat,
Kawaii desu.
I am very kawaii. You, chat, can make it happen. Tip.oozaloo.net or fund.oozaloo.net. Contributions through either can have the effect. Thank you in advance for anyone that does so. And there's those two suggestions there for the overlay that you can add. All right, let's move on. A discovery has been made. Feminists have discovered a nose ring theory.
Yes.
I haven't discovered nose ring theory. Actually, I don't know what it is yet. We're going to find out.
Oh, it's heuristic. You'll understand quickly.
I think I get it already. I just wonder if it's more detailed than what it seems to be.
Not really.
Fair enough. In the swiftly degenerating, they say, world of Western relationships, one factor above all others can be identified as the culprit: feminism. Yeah, I think that's probably true. There's many other things, but that's the main one. The driving force behind third wave feminism is not the pursuit of equal rights, which women already have. In fact, they have superior rights in many ways. It's a pursuit of power. Like any communist movement, unilateral power over society is the end goal. Yeah, pretty much. When power is the goal, such movements naturally attract narcissistic people and inspire narcissistic behaviors, not just narcissistic either. How can the nuclear family, they say, I mean, feminism is the ideology of the BPD female.
Yes, just expanded and trying to make it more attractive to regular everyday women with the nice little platitudes of we just want equality or whatever, even though you already have it again, as Zero Hedge has pointed out.
Yeah. They say, how can the nuclear family function when the female half of the equation, which is supposed to act as a nurturing balance, is conditioned to become self-serving, egomaniacal, conflict-oriented, status-obsessed, victim-obsessed, and desperate for control? There are many nuclear families that collapse because the woman was always that way and hid it well, but there are many which are threatened today because the women in them wouldn't have been that way, but have, as Zero Hedge say, been conditioned into it.
Well, all their friends are into this stuff. All their friends are constantly telling them. All their girlies are sitting around them saying, "Oh my God, it's like so disgusting and patriarchal. Don't you feel so oppressed?" So yeah, even women who have necessarily been in marriages and relationships for a long time, all the women around them are telling them, actually, this thing that you enjoy is terrible, and it's problematic that you enjoy it because you are perpetuating it.
Today, 63% of men are single, with the majority not looking for a partner, which is tragic. Most of them have given up because it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
By the year 2030, 45% of Western women between the ages of 25 and 45 will be single and childless, they say, spinsters. It's a demographic disaster. It's the end of civilization as we know it, they say, and that's exactly what the political left wants. Yeah, no notes. Only to say that it is happening all over the world, but it's worst in the West.
Yes.
Feminism is the key to creating this crisis because it disrupts the basic biological and psychological imperatives of men and women, which is well documented. But beyond women using their prime years to pursue careers over marriage and family, there is the factor of emotional and mental incompatibility with the vast majority of men, and that only begins to express the problems with feminism.
Yeah.
It says, even if modern women decided they prefer to find a man in 2025, most men do not want them. This has led to what some are calling the female loneliness epidemic, because calling it the male loneliness epidemic will not drum up as much sympathy. A rise in women seeking relationships but unable to find men willing to reciprocate. Within feminist circles.
What a fascinating.
Yeah.
Sorry, what a fascinating little. It's completely true. Is that yes? They are. It's the, how could a female loneliness epidemic exist without a male loneliness epidemic as well? But yeah, it just doesn't sell as well to call it that because purely white males are at the bottom of the fucking pecking order in terms of social hierarchy. God, it's so
anything happens,
sickening.
Women most affected.
Every time.
Did you know 1 in 4 homeless people are female?
Wow, a total of 1 in 4.
I'm
really
surprised
got
it's that high,
to help those. I used to work with the homeless. Those women, by the way, even so, not in all cases, but many cases, they have all kinds of these additional opportunities that are present for them. Oftentimes, they've run off with the kid, essentially, from a guy. And homelessness in most Western countries is a choice to a pretty big degree, and the choice is, I would like to do drugs, please.
Alas, you probably
statistic, it's not all cases, of course. There are really people who fall through the cracks, but usually it is just crack.
Nachos and Aiden must now compete on which can be the most sympathetic to men's issues. Within feminist circles, it says the word on the street is that men are no longer approaching. Well, yeah, because you fucking beat them off with accusations every time they do, or at least enough of you do. The feminists have no idea what tools they are for their own unhappiness. Feminism hurts everyone, including women. But men first and probably worse.
Even I think women who they can't recognize that these numbers are untrue because they gain social benefit. They know they benefit socially by doing things like making false rape accusations. No matter how untrustworthy they become over time, it's because they get sympathy, they get money in many cases. So they get everything that they could possibly be looking for by making a false rape accusation. And where is the punishment for it? Because it almost never exists. In a couple of cases, but almost never.
So, they say, this is a trend that is visible in many European countries and Canada, Australia, where feminism has been allowed to spread beyond universities and into vital social structures. Men wait for women to approach, or they avoid women altogether. And women are not turned on by approaching. feminism almost perfectly sabotages everything that makes the gender relations work.
You mean women are turned on by approaching?
No, women are not turned on if they have to approach.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
The theories are numerous. Feminists claim men are losing their masculinity, which is also true and also your fault, and are too frightened of strong, independent women, which is not exactly true, but strong, independent women is one way of saying unbearable harlots who will hurt men using the power they don't even realize they have.
Yeah. Yeah, strong, independent woman is a nice way to smuggle in a bunch of things that to say things that you don't want to actually say, but they do say that. Strong, independent woman, meaning I'm a massive, gigantic cunt, and I have extremely high standards, and I'm not going to contribute anything to this relationship, and it's all your fault.
So this is all pretty basic MRA stuff. I want to skip to the point here.
Is one particular MRA trend if it's true?
True, but it's also stuff that I think we all know. One particular trend that has gone viral and has feminists enraged is nose ring theory, also known as septum ring theory. The trend is based on an observable stereotype, the idea that many crazed feminists on social media tend to have the exact same physical characteristics. It's the blue hair, the face, neck, and full body tattoos, the high cut bangs, and of course, they almost always seem to have septum rings in their noses. Isn't it funny? Feminists, women in general, have broadly, not all, have become so unbearable that now men have to be the selectors.
Well, yeah. As to why they do this, yes, it is, as he mentions here, it's a cultural identifier. It's a symbol of in-group membership. However, I think it also is essentially that a lot of their identity is, well, one day I will lose my youth and beauty. So we have to change the standards so that ugliness is basically, if we make ourselves ugly, then we increase the acceptance of ugliness or something like that.
It's something like that. But I think it might be similar to what I said a little while ago, that I think I said to you, that my theory is that the left does have an in-group preference, but they have an inverse disgust reflex. So they believe many things that should be disgusting are not. So they embody that themselves.
Sort of. I actually just recently found that their outgroup preference is so insane that they will, in some of the literature I looked at recently, that they have an outgroup preference, and they specifically did this in a study of people who were not Israeli and were not Arab. They still have an outgroup preference for Palestinians and Kurds, very specifically. I mean, probably for obvious reasons in terms of the conflict, but they do have these outgroup preferences that exist as well as the outgroup preference. So it's both things happening at the same time. There is outgroup preference, but yes, there's also the way that they manage their own in-groups.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Somewhat. Sorry, I was distracted by the story. Yeah, that is
you're
definitely
distracted,
disgusting.
I see.
Unfortunately, both our nations are doing things like that, but that's a much more evocative example, isn't it? Let's continue.
That news story, yeah. Jesus Christ.
The theory, they say, men have noticed the similarities and are now avoiding any women with these features. So what I'm going to say is going to sound big-headed, but I think it's true and needs to be said, that I can identify these red flags in the personality quite easily. Many of you can as well. Most, if not all, of you can as well. Men and women, both red flags. However, not everyone has the same aptitude as we do. And giving the majority of people something as simple as blue hair, bad. Septum ring, bad. Tattoos, bad. Like, these are not universal, but they're good enough as proxies that people that can't always detect red flags in just easy conversational interactions implicitly can just look at these things, and they're good enough proxies for red flags that sorts it out anyway.
What's aposematism? That has nothing to do with Israel. Aposematism is the natural, the term for the naturally occurring thing. Like, you know how poisonous rainforest frogs are brightly colored, which is essentially a warning to predators to say, "Don't eat me. Look at me." Normally, animals camouflage them. Yes, there you go. Exactly. That's aposematism. Warning that hello, I am toxic. And so essentially, that is what it's done, regardless of its intent. is that the nose ring and the colored hair, because the colored hair has fallen off a little bit, but the nose ring, that's a bit more permanent. Whoa, no, I don't like that example. That's when I accidentally. No, put this away. I accidentally put too much of the toner in and it turned purple.
And then showed everyone.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
no,
yeah.
don't use the thing I gave you to mock me, to mock me. Are you toxic, Aiden?
Probably.
Woe betide any who need to find out.
Pug, I don't even know what Bureau leaked. Bureau is. What is what is Bureau?
Pen.
Oh. 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 Yeah, okay. It was capitalized. I didn't think about it. Although I guess it would be.
No, it shouldn't be capitalized. I don't know why it is, but whatever.
I think it is a brand name. No, it's not. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. All right, so I have no room to talk about this.
Okay,
I also, at one
Nachos
point,
is
it was
just-
bright purple.
Nachos has just said something worrying. She says, I don't have tattoos or dye my hair crazy colors anymore because I don't want to be easily identifiable. Now, what you've done there is you've noticed the problems that men are, the identifiers that men are using to find dangerous women. And you've said, I'll trick men into not being able to use those against me.
By the way,
Now, it's not
I
quite
dyed
that
my
bad
hair
because, as I said, not everyone that has these features is a bad person, and although many, and you probably aren't anyway. So fine. And also, you're not looking, so you're already with someone. But yeah, but like there wasn't great wording, specifically corpse,
Well, no, I mean,
she says.
I did it. One of the reasons I dyed my hair a bunch of stupid colors for a while, I started doing that after I started YouTube, because it was like, oh, this way people won't know what to make of me. And I'll make it intentionally confusing if I dye my hair a bunch of stupid colors. So when I go to conservative events or whatever, it'll be funny. That was my.
Out,
yeah, I was at when I went to CPAC, I had bright purple hair.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden doesn't need to dye her hair to confuse everyone around her.
Probably true.
I'm surprised it took Nacho so long to press 1 for that one. It says, the theory is supported by the leftist habit of using symbolic identifiers, much like a cult would use to pick out other adherents in a crowd. There is, I think that's part of it, yeah. When the pandemic mandates failed to garner enough public support in the US and the mask requirements were abandoned, largely because the masks were proven to be useless, pretty much useless, the political left continued to wear them anyway. Why? Because the masks have become symbolic of the cult, a uniform for the woke.
Yes.
There's a bit more to it than that,
Yes.
but that's most of it, yeah.
Oh,
The septum ring, they say, is the new
yeah.
COVID mask. It's a signal to other believers that they are on the same side. What is with this fucking double spacing? It's
I don't know, but
a
it
very
is true,
biased
though.
but very well written article. But the double spacing
Well,
implies
this
a boomer.
is yeah, or AI actually, but that is it's core social identity theory. Toshville, Turner, Hogg, and Oakes. Toshville, Turner, the seminal Toshville and Turner in 1979. That
Whoa, you just summoned Cthulhu.
Toshville, excuse me, it's Toshville at all. Or I think his name's actually pronounced Toffel, but whatever. It's got a J in it. I say it that way to make it, one, because I don't actually know the correct answer, and two, because that way you can look it up more easily. It is spelled Toshville. Anyway, that's the seminal work on social identity theory. And if you even go back further than that and you look at stigma on notes on the spoiled identity, it's all about having these visible classifiers where you can, I don't know, like say that there's a group of people and you notice that, well, on average, they tend to have really big noses and they tend to, rub their hands together or something. And then you go, oh, now I can identify that group because of a physical characteristic. And that's, nudicine has occurred with the moids here, or the foids here, excuse me, where it started to nudis your in-group signifiers. The out-group has nudist.
I think I can tell you why this happens. Aside from it being an indication of adherence, which it somewhat is, but I don't think that's the main reason this happens. Why is it that the worst ones seem to do this? But not all the worst ones, just many of them. And the reason I think is because this is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from BPD women. BPD is, at its root origin point, a lack of personal identity. BPD women
Yes.
are like social butterflies. They're very good at integrating into a group, but they do that by totally changing who they are to fit the
Yes.
group, and then they manipulate the group from that inside point.
Yes.
They're very good inquisitors as a result. So
Yeah,
what
group
you would
or
find
individual
is that
in
they,
interpersonal relationships, they do the same
because
thing.
they
They
have
mimic you.
so little personal identity, they find anything to substitute that ideology and identifiers. So if they have almost no personality that's not coming from someone else, so they do stuff to offset that. Brightly colored
They do
hair
have a personality.
is a
It's just
pretty
vile.
well, no, the personality is entirely from the group they're in, and a group that gives them social power will attract them, so they become feminists. BPD women don't have to be bad. Like, they're really good operators, for example, but they are bad when a group that will give them power is bad, like feminism.
Well,
that's why
it's
this
a
happens. That's
personality
why BPD
disorder
women are so unbearable. So they end up needing to offset their lack of personal identity with identifiers. The blue hair, and almost every woman that you'll see with brightly colored hair has BPD or has BPD traits. Tattoos is sort of one. The nose ring I expect is one as well.
Tattoos have become one. They didn't use what I don't think they used to be, and also let's be clear, it is the type of tattoo, and everyone knows this as well. If you have a tattoo of your deceased mother's name or something, or even like your dog that passed away, their name or something like that, people, that's pretty normal, I guess, to some extent, that people have gotten for a long time. But there's a certain type of tattoo, and there's areas of tattoos where it is very much like the nose ring, because again, that's what makes it the social signifier, that you can see it. So they are signaling to everyone around them, I'm a member of this social group. This is my identity. You can see it by looking at me. Whereas, and in the same way, all those tattoos that are big warning signs are like, where do they say like nothing on the hands, nothing on the face, or anything that's visible, that it would be visible in like business casual attire. So you gotta look for the tattoos there in particular. If they've got tattoos in a place that you could see it while they're dressed for business, it means they are trying to show something. They're signifying something in a way that is perceptible by others.
And
I think they're trying to signify something when they get those upper back or lower back tattoos, but that's to the guy
sort of thing,
looking at it.
Yeah. People get tattoos for lots of different reasons, and the reasons you've given are definitely valid. Another one is to force themselves to adhere to something. Because if it's on their body, they have to. People do that sometimes, that kind of mentality of setting something up so that you have to do something. It's painful not to, which I find rarely works, but so I guess some people find it good. And that can indicate adherence to a group or to a belief or something like that. So I think we get the article. It's not actually that deep. It goes over a lot of background, but all it's saying basically is that the nose ring correlates with feminism, which is probably true, but it's not that good a correlate. It's probably, women that have nose rings, how many of them are feminists? 75%? So
probably about that.
Decent gap there, but it's not bad. And as social proxies go,
there will be
that's
There will be a couple who are outliers who again do it like maybe even for to be countered. Like, no, I actually hate this shit, but I like the aesthetic. I'm going to get it just to say fuck you, as I did with the brightly colored hair as well. Was like, oh, I can infiltrate, but also as a fuck you, I can do that with my hair if I like. I mean, now I just bleach it and then accidentally put too much toner in it and turn it purple, but I should never have posted that picture.
I think I may have said that at the time. And yet you did.
No, it's actually quite funny. It's quite funny, though.
True.
I did do an oopsie.
Maybe. All right, chat. We'll do one more story, but we'll go for longer if someone contributes enough for us to do an encore. So I will put the links up again in live chat. tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net if you want us to go longer. Otherwise, we'll end after the next story, unless it's a really, really short one. Musk agrees to settle $128 million lawsuit with former Twitter executives. This will be a short one, actually, I expect. Elon Musk, controlling owner of the social media platform X, has agreed to settle a $128 million lawsuit brought by 4 former Twitter executives. I imagine that this is sort of part of the price of buying it, just delayed.
Essentially. Yeah.
The settlement presents
it's an additional
a timeline.
Cost.
Yeah. The timeline and outlines specific details for the closure of the case. The exact terms of the settlement will remain private. The original court documents filed in March 2024 in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California in San Francisco indicate that the Twitter ex-CEO Parag Agrawal, I remember having fun saying his name every time.
Yeah.
Former.
His name is the sound that makes when you try and plunge a toilet.
Oh my god, it is.
It's wasn't that like Galugu something? The meme about that. That one really fit. This is more like the sound you're trying to make if you then try and swallow the plunger.
Yes. Yeah, you're choking on it. Yeah. Or like you've got a dick in your mouth, to be honest.
Or if you're gargling,
okay, I guess
rakes,
that's something
like
you're thinking about.
Someone.
Just saying, that's what it sounds like.
I had something to say about Mr. Parag. I don't know what it was.
Get distracted thinking about dicks.
I got distracted thinking about you talking about them all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Oh no, I've been found out.
Oh yeah, that was it. Parag Agrawal, otherwise known as, or probably better called, Dikshit Ramamandeep, which is my favorite Indian name.
Dikshit Ramamandeep.
Dikshit Ramamandeep.
Yes.
Nacho says, how do you know that sound? Nachos, I use the power of imagination.
How kind of amazing is it that the most offensive word in whatever the fuck, I forget what their languages are called again, is mother chode.
Nachos, are you an authority on that sound? Former Chief Finance Officer Ned Segal, former Chief Legal Officer Vijaya Gad, I remember her, and former General Counsel Sean Edgett claimed that Musk withheld their severance pay after purchasing Twitter in 2022. Consider it fucking just desserts for all your censorship, fuckers. Then again, if they're legally entitled, whatever, just do it. In the lawsuit, plaintiffs claimed that Musk originally agreed to buy Twitter for $44 billion, but tried to back out of the deal when the stock market declined. Yeah, I think he was trying to manipulate it to make him be able to pay less, but courts intervened and prevented that. So yeah, he wasn't trying to back out the deal. It was performative, but.
No, it was, and that's also just business. I mean, we're talking about $44 billion is a massive sale. So of course, if you could try to get the price knocked down a little bit, you're going to want to do that.
Yeah, but he couldn't, but that's fine. He could afford it. After several months, the deal closed at its original price. Defeated, but still determined to avoid his obligations, Musk then tried to recover some of what he paid by repeatedly refusing to honor other clear contractual commitments the plaintiffs claimed. You can say that if you want, but I have enough confidence in Musk to say that he wasn't just being a little bitch baby, though sometimes he is. But in this case, I expect he was just trying to say fuck you, which you deserve. According to the lawsuits, you're legally entitled, whatever, but still fuck you. According to the lawsuit, some of those agreements included severance pay for Twitter's top executives. Quote, accordingly, most public companies provide the executives with severance benefits that include the value of unvested stock awards, as well as their salary and other benefits for a defined period of time, if they are terminated or constructively terminated following a change in control. All of this like legalese and the specifics of the bureaucracy, I don't care about. But I was just going to see if I sort of got the idea from the headline. It looks like I did. He was probably just saying fuck you to them and wanted to, again, avoid paying them if he could avoid it. Musk began buying. This is all backstory. Separate. In August 2022, they agreed to set a separate lawsuit filed by almost 6,000 former employees, claiming that they were owed nearly $500 million combined in severance pay. Because he cleaned house. I mean, I think he did.
Yeah. He seemed to have.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitter is certainly different now, demonstrably, in terms of, I mean, there's tons of, you can just say, you can throw slurs all over the place. You absolutely could. You could have done anything. No, not the slurs. You couldn't have said, if it just went against, in any way, mass narratives. I mean, COVID, of course, is a big one. Again, the 2020 election, huge one. Yeah.
It was really bad. It's much better now.
Did you see also that the big meeting, now I don't know if it's gone through, that Discord and Reddit and stuff we're supposed to have with Congress got delayed?
I did see it got delayed, yeah. I wasn't sure why.
Well, it got delayed the day after the Hassan dog thing, which maybe completely coincidentally, but a strange bit of timing.
Yeah. I figured that may have been. Maybe the Twitch CEO asked to delay it on that basis, but it seems like a weird basis, and I doubt the Congress would agree.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was strange, but it probably wasn't about the dog. What was I going to say? I think we got the picture on this story. I think we'll wrap up pretty much now. Wolf, why are you asking for people's birthdays?
To get your Indian name.
Oh, okay. No, we're all dick shit Ramaman deep. There's the best. Like, there's lots of funny Indian names. That is the best one.
What was the other one? Yeah, a Ramit in my asshole.
Thank you, HFNH, who has contributed enough for the encore. He says, slide circles across the table. I am not asking for an encore, but for a bit of music before you end the show. Burb and Spoon haven't said the secret words in a while, so would you mind playing some info metal before you go?
Oh, info metal. Let's go.
I have no idea what that is. We can do that
word was.
In the chat in Cabal after the stream.
Info metal is just Alex Jones clips of Alex Jones talking turned into metal songs.
He did contribute.
It's an entire genre.
If someone has a link, do link me. We'll have a look.
Yeah, I'll find you one.
And you said you don't want an encore.
It's a prolific genre.
But that is sufficient for an encore, so I'll cover the rest of what I have. It's not very much anyway. There's only a few stories. Enough to cover an encore, but...
Should I find one I've not played before, I suppose?
Well,
it's a massive playlist.
Find the best one, because I haven't heard any of them.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. I have seen that one posted. I haven't watched it, though.
That's not info metal, though. It's just that this is.
Oh, the best in your opinion?
For you. Yeah, for you. For you.
Remind me at the end of the stream. Or maybe we'll do an Access on topic. We'll just watch a bit. Well, now I know what that sounds like. I didn't before, but now I do.
Are you not amused? Are you not amused?
I like some genres of metal, but this is kind of a waste of sound.
Oh, no.
The one thing I will say, Alex Jones is a comedic entertainer.
He's so funny.
He does these silly things. I don't know how much of a benefit he really is to our side overall, because he makes us look all a bit crazy, but...
I don't care. He's so funny. I don't care. I actually
funny.
Don't give a fuck. No, have you ever actually watched InfoWars? Now, if you can get through the constant ads, which run about every 3 minutes, and then for about every 3 minutes, no, it's been a while since I have seen it, to be fair. But if you can get through that, it is just him doing the craziest shit every day. It is deeply entertaining.
I'm sure you've seen the bit where he's in the gay frog costume.
It's excellent. Yes,
hopping around the studio.
I know. That's what Alex Jones is an entertainer. Okay.
Okay, the place boing is good. Place boing is good.
I do like that. I love place boing stuff in general.
I like Billions and the Obama If. Those are good songs.
Oh, dude, the If one is my favorite. If.
We. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, this genre of metal, though, like the metal that I like has something more than just the sort of dark industrial instruments. This to me is half a composition. The other half's missing. So I don't like this particular sound.
I think it's the amusiness of it. Yeah, Alex Jones' indie folk song, Yellow Flash plays that before every stream. It is a good one. It's like a proper song. It's actually listenable. It's not info metal though, but it is very good.
Well, I was paid for info metal, and I have now played 40 seconds of info metal.
Well,
so what's the secret word meme? HFNH
I don't know. I actually have no idea. Is it? Wait, who donated for that? Was it not Horowitz?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Horowitz, Feinberger, Horowitz. Yeah, okay. So I don't know what the secret word is. I didn't know there was a secret word.
Do you know what the Cabal password is?
Yeah, what?
Surely you know, Aiden.
Doesn't know.
No, I don't know.
Surely it's a word that causes us to trust people more because we believe that feds are less likely to be able to say it within the remit of their job.
The N-word?
Not just the N-word.
The K-word?
What's the most offensive thing that you could do with the N-word?
Oh, NF.
Yes.
Okay.
So remember, I think that's what he contributed to us for you to say. So go ahead, say it.
NF.
No. Chat, press 1 if Aiden's a fed.
No, no, look what you've done. I can't. I'm not allowed. I'll get in trouble.
I allow you.
No, I'll get in trouble.
With who?
N-word F slur.
Coward.
I can't say these words.
We don't have a role, I don't think, for verified fed.
Okay,
but if you'd like for me to create a role for verified fed,
listen,
then go ahead and do /support fed Aiden.
I will say it to you in private, but I will not say it on stream because it'll get clipped.
I don't know.
I don't need that kind of chaos in my life. I just don't need it. Dude, the other day I had to take a stream down because near the end of it, our friend who was on, who's a great guy, Shade Master, he called the Irish potato N-words, and for almost no reason, to be fair, but not that they need a reason, but he just dropped that hard R on my stream, and I was like, oh, great. And I got to go through and clean this out. Hit her with the car, glow in the dark. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll admit I say it in private. Everyone does. Let the white kids say it. They probably say it every day. They're going to say it and anyway, there you go.
Well, it is the sacred gamer words that we were promised 3,000 years ago that we were allowed to say.
Exactly.
Look, nigger is a white word anyway. That's just faggot.
My God, Brittany Venti got banned from Instagram, and the way she put it, I can't. I'm quoting Brittany Venti here. She said, so I was banned from Instagram for saying the nigger word, and it was just something about it. I love. Sometimes Venti really cracks me up. There you go.
Aiden, there are some detractors in chat. Wolf is saying, I vote Aiden isn't allowed to be a guest again until she says the password. And Nacho has surprisingly agreed.
Okay, well, I quoted Brittany Venti, and I will openly say faggot. So.
You did say it, actually, even though you were quoting.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Aiden won't say nigger faggot. Quote what I just said back to me.
Uzaloo said, quote, Aiden won't say nigger faggot, end quote.
If you were afraid of it being clipped and used to defame you, Aiden, I'm afraid to say that won't save you. However, she did just say it.
Oh, no.
No, it was a quote. Nacho says it has to come from the heart because Nacho wants any excuse to kick Aiden off. However, she's not completely wrong. But what Aiden's just done is closer, maybe arguably close enough. Rogel, however, takes the alternative position and says stone her to death.
Well, see, Uzlu. Oh my God, I almost said something so mean. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. One of us has a YouTube channel.
Well, Aiden, no meaner than I've been about myself. Oh, that's not playing
You
through
get
an
my
audio
drift.
channel that you can see. Hold on. Let me put all 43 of my IQ points towards this. That was me quoting an average Nepalese citizen. So do you think you won't be clipped there, Aiden?
Oh no, right, but yeah, there it is. Yeah, yeah, I know I'll be clipped here. It's about being clipped elsewhere that I have a problem with. Here, clip it all you like, but it's about being clipped outside of this little safe space that you've curated.
Okay.
It may not be a Fed, but probably something far worse. And you should have said, "May Allah forgive me, a woman." Yeah.
Who is this cute little lesbian and how tight is her pussy?
Yeah.
You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Remember what the context was?
No.
Me neither.
I say that all the time.
I wish Vishnu would shove me into her giant bloody
Oh my god, I was so drunk. I was clearly very drunk.
Is it something in the voice, or is it just because you're talking?
I've really tried to cut back on liquor.
You don't get to complain about me saying something mean to you when you just gloated about having a YouTube channel at me when I was censored for telling the truth.
Yes, you are totally justified in its retaliatory violence. I understand.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Wait, what?
Never mind.
Concern. Intensifies. What?
Now Rogel's fully on your side. Aiden rightly says. The you says she may have a YouTube channel, but you still get more views. I don't think that's true, actually. I kind of wish it was. That would be funny, but I don't think that's true.
My views have been down, but yeah, to be fair, I think it's because my content has just been, it's a lot of factors, but mostly it's my fault.
How many views did your last video get?
I've not been looking because it wasn't doing well, and then I just stopped looking. Let me go check.
I need a ballpark figure.
When I stopped checking, it was at 20,000.
Okay, that's about what I expected. Yeah. Since I have had 2 separate YouTube channels taken down, my stream VODs only get in the order of hundreds of views. But then, of course, if you factor in the Discord viewers as well, it's higher. And if I had the whole time, if I'd sent all my Discord viewers to YouTube, I may have been able to amp my performance there. But it would just be a bit inconvenient for my community, so I haven't done it. Maybe I should, though.
Oh no, that's really bad, Wolf. That one's awful. Is it me? Actually, did I do that? Probably I did.
Hold on. Let's have a listen.
No, don't do it. It was I'm sure it was in context of something.
Of you getting fucked? I mean...
No. Cease.
The fucking titties in the background.
Titties in the background. He just leaves. Wowie. And he left.
What a fucking stream this has been.
It really has been it has been one of the streams of all time.
Yeah.
Well, this is awkward. Ginger, I don't know what the context was. I guarantee there was something approaching it. But I don't know what it was now.
All right, that's enough, Aiden. Calm down.
Yeah, don't worry.
I can't believe none of you alerted me that my mic was flashing red. No, it's running out of battery.
Uh-oh.
But it's okay. I have another one. It's a 2-pack, like that wrapper. There you go.
Nachos, you wouldn't hate me so much if I sounded like that more? Ooh, woo. What did you mean by this?
Aiden, I think the line about the cute little lesbian is going to apply in a few minutes. Good. God.
Who is this cute little lesbian and how tight is her pussy?
There you go, chat. We have a version 2. Bashar al-Assad has joined the ranks of gamers. Base.
That is not a line I was ever expecting to hear, but I'm glad I did.
One of us. One of us.
He can now say the sacred gamer words.
Most oppressed classes in the world. 1.
Yes.
Former secular Syrian dictators. 2. Gamers.
Yes.
It's a natural jump for him.
Yes. I mean, it just makes sense. He's trying to find a less oppressed group than the one he already belongs to.
No one says, can we invite Assad to Cabal, please?
He'd fit right in.
Look, how many degrees of separation do you think there are between me and him? It's less than 6 on average. Probably 3 or 4. Reckon we could do it?
Well, I mean, I have some connections. So,
Aiden, I've never asked you to use your connections for me in my life, I don't think. But this time, it matters.
All right, I will get in contact with Assad because I have this capacity. You know what the most direct route would be? I could probably ask Jack Posobiec, who could ask someone above him to get him in touch with Assad to get him to come to Cabal. I think I could talk to Callum or Miles. I don't know Miles that well, but I do know Callum. There you go. I thought Poso might have more capacity. So that's why I mentioned him. I don't know.
Chat, the tits in the background were supposed to be a joke. I said it as a joke. Why have I kept them on for the entire stream? It's a good thing we're not still being clipped by Motch, isn't it? Because holy shit, that would just X this stream out completely from being used.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to make a clip of this to put on YouTube.
Well, see, now we can say whatever we want.
Well, you could anyway, but still, yeah. Rogel says is the best part of the stream.
Even more so.
True. If anyone has any more looping breast gifs, let me know. I can add them to the playlist.
It's rather brilliant.
Why have
This
you and
is how you
Spoon not
finally
done
get-
this? I mean, Spoon would use like dancing male pecs or something, but
Pectoral muscles, yeah, flexing.
Wolf says, I think
I don't
the
know
tits have
why.
improved the quality of the stream by at least 3 cup sizes. What you mean compared to A cup Aiden?
Why am I being so bullied?
Are you more dismayed that I'm saying that by the fact that it's true or not true?
Well, how
Don't
would you
answer
know?
that, it'll reveal
I guess
too
you
much.
Well, I guess you have met me. Wait a minute.
Have me.
Wait a minute.
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
Well, no. I think this now displays poorly upon you. What did you make this
how are we doing this?
calculation?
It wasn't my idea.
What was? Okay. Whose idea was it? Oh, wait, was it Cabal's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably from someone that hasn't met you and just assumed, given your personality, that you had too much testosterone to develop breasts.
I mean, no. I don't think that's why.
Oh, so you're admitting to being A cup Aiden. Chat, make it number 1.
I think it's actually a B, but it probably is an A. At this point, it's an A. When I was chonky, it was probably a B.
Why are you spelling it wrong? I like to say, from memory, I don't think you're A or B. Did you? Oh, it was at that moment that my Discord decided to cut out and I couldn't hear the response to my funny comment. There we go. I'm back.
Well, yeah, I was saying,
from
what were you
memory, I would say that
implying?
you want an A cup or a B cup.
Yeah, what is it then?
I don't know cup sizes well enough, but
I'll
I
show
would
you when I was
guess
chonky.
I would guess C.
No. Wait, again, but now, what? Hang on, where is it? It should be in my CosCom.
A cup Aiden is now in 5th place.
Here it is. Where is Jolene? Because when I cosplayed Jolene was when I was pretty chonky. It's not here.
How big are the ones on screen?
Profile?
Are these C or D?
That's like F.
Well, then you're definitely not A or B.
Okay, here's a picture. This is when I was. This is the heaviest I ever have been. I was pretty chunky when I was the boss too. That was pretty heavy for me. That's the heaviest I've ever been.
Aiden, that's not chunky.
That's it. But
Stop
for me,
fishing.
it is. I am genuine. That is the truth.
Nachos, accuse her of fishing.
Okay.
You're not chunky there, Aiden. That's almost like supermodel levels of size.
For me, that's heavy though. I was like 135, 140 there.
Well, that's probably because you're skeletal most of the time. Maybe you should eat more.
Nah.
Sounds like you need more bacon cheeseburgers in your life.
Unfortunately, I just cook those and force other people to eat them, and I don't do it.
Scab says, I thought Futa Aiden was confirmed though, so A cup makes sense.
It would.
No, I don't think.
What the fuck are those grades on the driveways? That's Morgantown, West Virginia. Every street looks like that. Everything is on a hill, particularly when you're near downtown. And I lived within walking distance of the university, which is on the river. So yeah, every street looks like that.
There's a huge variation in that kind of thing around here. Some places are like that, and some places are flat.
Yeah. If you're going near the river, obviously, the land is going to sharply decline around it.
Hmm. You don't get to call yourself fat, Aiden. Not allowed.
Well,
unless you're referring
not anymore, but
unless you're referring specifically to your tits.
At that point in time, that was too heavy for me, in my opinion.
Look, there's several people in chat that would offer to hold them for you if they're too heavy. Yeah, as Ginger says, in all seriousness, that image is basically perfect weight for a woman. You should aim to get back to there. I have to agree, actually.
I'm going to have to agree.
This is the only other costume. This was the same year, so that's the other one.
She's fishing again, chat.
No, I'm saying that was the heaviest I've ever been.
Don't let her catch you with her bait, chat.
Those shoes were so painful, Nachos.
Well,
Those shoes
just
suck.
remember, Aiden, when in doubt, thick thighs save lives. It's just the truth.
I suppose that for me personally, nah, that was too heavy for me. That was when I was in grad school and stressed the fuck out.
Well, you look pretty good for it, is what some people might say in that situation. Obviously, I think you're an ugly whore, but that's just
yeah, yeah, based.
Well, I mean, the main problem is you're an elf. Now, that's the main problem.
I don't know. I don't know how much room you have to really be calling other people elves.
Excuse me? Are you about to say something you're going to regret?
I'm just saying that you're like a talloid, like a langoid.
I'm a human. Human supremacist.
And it's very, very elf-like.
Chat, press 1 for elf genocide. Cock sleeves or kindling, make the choice.
I don't know. You seem a bit elf-like to me.
I am way too stocky, and I hate trees way too much.
I don't know about that. That sounds like something an elf would say.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like the exact opposite of what an elf would say.
Yeah, and something an elf would say if he was trying to lie about being an elf.
Oh, when would they ever do that?
I don't know.
They're too proud.
Marcus.
They're too proud to do that.
Maybe a half elf would do so.
Elf doesn't. Marcus doesn't lie about it. Marcus admits that he's an elf. He's wore the years.
Boy, I don't lie about it. I've got a pair right over here, right next to me, within reaching distance, on the side of my desk. I mean, to be fair,
makes you the authority. I see.
Well, it was for a video I was doing, and then I forgot to leave that part in the video where I was in the Star Trek costume that I meant to do for the Star Trek video that I actually left out of the final draft like a retard.
Jadev's Freeman's allowed to live as long as she breeds with a human.
I've got a free run costume as well.
That was a weird thing to say
I
after I said that, Aiden.
Well, I was talking about why I have elf
What did she mean by
I have okay. Okay, all right, I walked into that. Whoops. I bungled that one. Oops.
Or did you?
My mistake. It was an accident. Hang on, I'll post it. Wait, do I have actually? Oh, I dropped my phone.
What a funny thing to say.
What an odd thing to say. Whoops. All right, here it is. Okay, where is? I thought did I post it on Twitter actually?
Princess.
Yeah, that was Dice Age. She's a Pillow Princess. Chat, can you clip what she just said when I said Freeman should be bred by a human, and Aiden was like, "Oh, I can be Freeman."
Well, I didn't. Okay, I was just saying. I didn't really think about it. Okay.
That is a good costume, actually. You're a bit too tall for Freeman, but it's fine. It works pretty well.
Yeah. Long ass fingers, yeah.
All the better to make your cock look bigger with.
Wait, no, but if you have long fingies, wouldn't it do the opposite?
If they were like thin, I think it still wouldn't.
Yeah, the ears aren't correct either. They're just the ones that I had. Yeah.
We're in danger here of Aiden at some point just randomly saying, well, then we'll have to find out. Stop flirting with me, Aiden. I'm a pure and innocent male soul.
What the fuck? In what capacity?
Oh.
In what fucking capacity have I done this?
Have you done what?
I made fun. I kind of made a joke about your YouTube, but how I have a YouTube channel and you don't. How am I?
No need to bring that back up, Aiden. We already got past that. I already forgave you after insulting you. There's no need to bring it back up again. I'm already feeling the pain from the last time. I'm just trying to recover, and now you bring it back again. Well, we're going to have to do something to remunerate this.
Because you accused me of a war crime. Liberal?
Where's this coming from? What war crime did I accuse you of? What appears to have happened, Aiden, is I said Freeman should be bred by a human, and then you said, ooh, I can be Freeman, and then we're here.
I said I have a free red costume, but I didn't quite think about the implication, okay? But
no, I don't think you did.
No. God damn it. Fuck.
I love brain autocomplete.
Yeah, that was basically what happened. Is my brain was just like, yeah, I have a free ride costume.
Nacho says you should go on her channel and just say nigger faggot. Yeah, Aiden, invite me on your channel at some point. I'll say nigger faggot.
Yeah, definitely. Now I certainly will. I will definitely invite you back on the channel so you can say.
You have to invite me back on the channel because my YouTube channel got censored and you owe me for gloating about it twice.
I do. Okay. Fair. But please don't say that series of words or one of them at all. The one you can say, the latter you can say, the former you can't. Again, or I'll have to do what I did the other day and have to clip it out.
Chat, how can I say it in such a way that she wouldn't notice it?
I mean, look how easy it is to get me to say fucking retarded shit. So, like, you know.
Do you know what?
You really don't have to try. It happens on accident.
Do you know what a lot of people put on their chips? Vinegar.
Chips. Yeah, there you go. I certainly do. That's my favorite type of chip.
Do you know what do you know what someone who likes a common liquid condiment for chips but also likes cock would be called? A vinegar faggot.
Well, I love vinegar. I literally drink it, and I also enjoy having sex with men. So there you go.
Human men. See? Specifically.
Well, yeah.
You pluralized men. I assume that that's a time pluralization, not a space pluralization.
Yes, a time, as in, yes, that has been my proclivity, as in I am mostly straight. Not at the same time. Well, yeah, I mean, you also know about that proclivity too, with the brown ladies.
True.
It is known.
Chat, can you believe Aiden is a cock lover? What a gay.
It is very gay.
I guess Nomon, in the end, was right.
Yes, I'm borrowing your shitty definition, Nomon, just to mock Aiden.
Yeah, kissing men is gay. It's all very gay. It's extremely homosexual.
Spirit, why have you just specified in live chat that you are... Oh, never mind. You're getting a God of War plushie, are you?
It's not a plushie. It's a dakimakura kind of thing. It looks like a dakimakura.
How many dakimakuras do you have, Aiden?
I really, I got so close to buying a Garrus one. I was at a convention and they were selling it on the convention floor, but it was like it was like $300. I wanted more than anything to buy that Garrus dakimakura, but it was outside of my price range at the time.
Well, at least you have good taste in true bro Mass Effect characters. However, I do not wish to fuck Garrus.
I do.
Yes, I thought you might say that.
Garrus is not cringe. Garrus is based. He's best bro.
Yes, he is based and he is the best bro, but I don't want to fuck him.
Yeah, because, yes. However, being a woman, I do. And I'm gay, also.
The correct choice, by the way.
Gay.
The correct choice, here's my proof that I'm a human supremacist. It's not Liara, she's all right. It's not Tardy, she's all right.
Miranda?
It's Ashley.
Okay. Yeah, that's based.
Miranda's okay.
Ashley's
but Ashley's,
racist.
Ashley's
cool.
a tomboy. She's also racist, yes. Garrus is one of the good ones. He can live.
You don't understand how frustrating it was to play through those games with that calibration shit and be like, Garrus, talk to me. What the fuck? Can you please be done calibrating so we can flirt? What the fuck, dude? It was so annoying.
Still have to play through those games. I picked them up a little while back, and I just haven't gotten around to it.
Mass Effect games are okay.
They're a maze.
In my view, they are a little overcredited, but they're pretty good. 1 is much more of an RPG. 2 is much more of an action game. I think 3 continues. Right.
Yeah. What?
Lenovo found out about me developing Cabby, apparently. They're talking about the keyboard nub that you used to find on old laptops.
Yeah.
Rubbing this and calling her a good girl while she processes information for me.
Could you not?
Right. Actually, yeah, fun fact, all women have a keyboard nub.
It is true.
It too is near the V.
Which incidentally is near the factory reset button. If you
and the
can
B
find that.
also. It's in between.
It's near the sexuality really factory reset button, yeah.
Yeah. It's in between the V and the B. It should be moved over a little bit. But it's acceptable.
Aiden, why did you have to make it weird?
What? It's true. You're the one who said it was near the V.
Yeah, but now you're bringing the butthole into
them. Wait, I'm just stating facts.
Oh, okay. I was actually trying to bait you into... I thought you meant belly. I was messing with you. But no, apparently you were talking about the butthole.
I meant butthole.
And you were thus talking about the taint, which is not relevant to the clitoris, Aiden. I don't know if you know fucking anatomy.
Oh, right.
Try looking down.
Wait, so it should be on the other side, right? It should be on the other side of the V, not in the center, right? Yeah.
Yes, it would make sense if we bring in the B. It would make sense if the clitoris was located above the tail bone.
Yeah, I am not helping that the any kind of rumors that I'm not actually a woman, that I just fucked that up. Oops.
Aiden, the clitoris is at the tailbone, paladin.
Look, okay. What even is the clitoris? It's probably fake. I don't believe. I don't want to believe. It's not real. It doesn't exist. What the fuck is this conversation at this point? Yeah, it can't hurt you.
Aiden,
Jesus
almost
fucking Christ.
100% of the reason this conversation is so ridiculous is you.
True. Almost all, but not all. Hashtag.
I mean, I capitalized on your oddness.
Yeah.
Duke says the clit bone is connected to the tailbone.
Yeah, that's like, the rhyme that you learn in school about where the clit bone is. However, we can all agree, I'm sorry about my anatomical mistake, but we can all agree that pee is stored in the balls, right?
No, because it's potential that's stored in the balls.
Potential starts with P.
There you go. It's like pottery, it rhymes.
Thank you, Lucas.
Oh, when you put it like that.
Are we done? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
The encore was paid. So let's see what else we have. Okay. Gavin Newsom's redistricting election is going to be rigged.
I'll be right back, by the way.
Apparently. No worries. She needs to go find the clitoris. California resident got her ballot.
No,
apparently,
I gotta
if you
pee.
vote. Oh, okay. So you're going to release it from your balls. If you vote no on Prop 50.
My balls are full, okay?
Futa confirmed. If you vote for support Futa aid. If you vote on Prop 50 to stop the redistricting, it shows through the envelope. This makes it easier for Democrats to identify them and throw them in the trash. Apparently. Oh yeah. I think I get what I'm seeing here. So this hole shows through to where the no is on the sheet. So this is the envelope, and it has two holes in it. And this one just happens to be over where the no mark is. I says check comments and replies. I will. It doesn't look good so far, though. Flip the ballot to hide your no vote and track your ballot after. Okay, well, that's an obvious solution, but still, it does make it easier for them to throw out ballots where someone has not flipped it. But you obviously should, but that's still not good. The envelope does nothing to hide the contents inside anyway. Take a phone's flashlight and you can clearly see. That is fair, but it would make it easier to do it without the flashlight. That is a fair point, though. Oh yeah, that's a pretty bad place. So let's be clear that there might be rigging, but not every fuck up is deliberate rigging. This one may not have been. I mean, it's a big coincidence where it's positioned, but it may not have been a fuck up. It may not have been deliberate, rather. Either way, be careful. If you're in a blue state, there's many things to be careful of. Stuff like this, don't jump at shadows, but do alert people. This could be intentional, but it might not be. Just be careful with this stuff. All right, next thing. Yeah, I don't know why there's holes in the first place, Ice. I don't know. German mayor was tortured for hours by her adoptive African daughter. This is a strange story. Doesn't quite match any profile we've seen so far. Did the mayor learn
African
anything?
daughters could be here.
I'm going to try and find the story on this. German mayor tortured African daughter. That's a different German mayor being injured by probably A. Brown. Multiple stab wounds. Is that the one? Knife attack. Is this a completely different story? No, it's not. This is the same story, apparently. Daughter suspected in attack on German mayor, police say. Iris Stolzer, due to take office next month, was found with multiple stab wounds in Herdecke on Tuesday.
Oh, I covered this story, yeah.
It's one that doesn't quite fit any mold we've seen. It's got some similarities, but we haven't seen one quite this with this relationship. The incoming German mayor found at home with stab wounds named her daughter as a suspect. Well, at least she fucking was willing to say that.
Yeah.
In the attack, police have said. Officers said that Iris Stolzer, due to take office next month in Herdecke on the Ruhr region, after being elected on 28th September, was found with multiple stab wounds on Tuesday. German police said Miss Stolzer is now in a stable condition and was found sitting in a chair. Well, of course she's Miss. She adopted an African child and was found sitting in a chair with multiple stab wounds before being taken to hospital in Herdecke. It's impressive that she survived. Emergency services were alerted shortly after midday.
She survived. The article I read didn't imply that, but I may have just missed it. Interesting.
By her 17-year-old daughter, who reported that Mrs. Stolzer had been seriously wounded outside her house in an attempted robbery. I assume it was not the same daughter. With the mayor-elect's daughter and 15-year-old son were taken into custody.
They are the adopted kids, right? That is the story. Unless I'm sorry, I had to go grab a drink and
it is the adopted kid, yeah. This one doesn't look 17.
Well, they're both adopted, yeah. Whoa, oh, gee. It's never been heard of before that when a person of a certain persuasion does a crime, they make sure to use the oldest picture of them being the youngest and childlike possible. That would never happen.
To be fair, that is a good
with someone
point.
like Axel Rudakabana or
many
anybody
such
else.
cases as well. That's a good point. In an update on Wednesday, police investigated. The thing is that it was the 17-year-old that reported it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it's a different daughter. In an update on Wednesday, police investigated.
She's got multiple adoptive children. Right. Yes.
Jens Rotenberg said Miss Stolzer pointed to her daughter as the suspect during questioning. Well, officers also determined that the attack appeared to have happened indoors, found 2 knives and clothing believed to have been used, and determined there was no sign of a political motive. Possible. There wasn't.
Yeah, she is a Social Democratic Party politician, but...
Right. Prosecutor Bernd Haldorn said he considers it a case of bodily harm and officials intend to release the children and put them into the hands of youth welfare. Don't know about that. That office could... I mean, she got stabbed. She doesn't deserve to be separated from her children, but the one that did the stabbing needs to be put somewhere where they can't ever do it again.
Yeah, the one who did the stabbing certainly does. I mean, it's so fucking insane. Yeah, I mean, everyone has been pointing this story and being like, yeah, this is white guilt. This is what you get. And I find that grotesque. But it is a crazy story in that sense. She opened her home to these people. She truly believed in the things that, on some level, seemed to believe in the things that she preached. She practiced them, and look what happened.
Well,
we can hard to draw a morality lesson or something out of it,
right?
Yeah.
We were brought up with nothing but the ideals of, oh well, we can all just get along, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya. But the reality of the matter is everyone else was trained to hate anyone with light skin. So people like myself, well, we're just targets. We're nothing more than that to them. They don't care. So, but of course, it's a human right to be able to live among us, right?
Aiden, you're right that it's... I can see what you mean by it's grotesque in saying that white guilt, it's her fault, she got what she deserves. I agree that is maybe a bit too far, it's a bit too insensitive. I don't mind if anyone wants to say it, by the way, but
oh no, I don't blame
we
people
can
for
still
saying
assess
it.
what is true, regardless of the way we word it. It could be optimized. There is an angle here to express that white guilt led to this. White guilt oriented politics, at least. But
no,
that said,
sorry, I don't disagree at all with that. If I intimated that or implied
there might be other reasons. We don't know why the stabbing occurred, and to say because she was brown is maybe that's all it is. But it seems a bit reductive. There might be something more to it. Maybe the mother wasn't being abusive. There's any number of things that could have happened.
Maybe she was abusive.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's one of those stories where the headline and the facts about it are just so fucking insane because it is emblematic of the suicide of the West, right?
What I'm curious about is that everyone I was seeing talking about the story used the word tortured. This article did too, but the Sky News article here is just talking about a stabbing. So I'm going to try and find out what the torture was after we read through this article. Maybe it'll say, but I don't think so. I think we're near the end.
The article I read about it didn't mention torturing either, so I don't know. Again, I covered this on Wednesday.
The office could decide on further measures when the investigation continues. She's an employment lawyer. Part of a centre-left Social Democrats beat a centre-right Christian Democrat candidate to secure her new job. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz responded to the attack on social media. It must be swiftly investigated. Fear for the life of the mayor, designate, and hope full recovery. Okay, fine. Where is the thing about the torture then? Let's see if we can...
We'll put the word torture into a Google search, I suppose, and try to backtrace it.
I did,
Wait,
but Google is not
you did,
reliable
okay.
for
Right,
politics, so I'm checking Twitter.
Yeah.
Does this have a link
torture
to an
case.
article? Sure doesn't. German police endured hours of torture in her basement by her 17-year-old adopted daughter. So it was the one that called the police, which is...
It's saying that the police are not saying... They are calling it torture, but they've omitted the details of it.
Interesting. Okay,
so all we have is I guess the police saying it was torture, whatever happened.
Remix News.
Oh,
is
maybe.
This from some other site? Mayor tortured for hours in basement by her own adopted daughter, according to shocking details. Site reports of brutal torture, misleading investigators, scrubbing a crime scene, and the near death of her mother. The adopted 17-year-old daughter will not be arrested.
Conan Freiser says that German media says she used a can of deodorant and a lighter and a makeshift flamethrower to light up her hair and burn her skin.
It may say something about that in here. The story of the Social Democrat mayor from Herdecke, Iowa, Stolzer, has taken into another incredible turn. New information now reveals that her 17-year-old daughter reportedly tortured Stolzer for hours. I guess the previous article didn't. It was older.
Wolf says this Daily Mail article has it. Yeah, if this one doesn't.
Okay, appreciate it. I will continue reading this one for now, but I'll get that if I need it. Thank you. Stolzer has spoken to the police about what transpired during her ordeal, and now the details have been leaked to Bild newspaper. She is being honest about it. Like there are some politicians. You remember that male, I think German politician who was raped by an immigrant and then said the worst thing about it is that he might be deported.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, I reckon that was a gay bottom with a rape fetish, to be honest, but whatever.
Maybe, but there's so many cases of that where they have come out and said like, well, I don't want to talk about, I can't talk. More or less, they won't say it directly, but it's very clear that like, there was another case where it was, it was recent too, where it was like, I don't want to talk about it because it will have negative effects on immigrant groups or something like that. That happened quite recently.
It may have been a Swede. I can't remember exactly.
There was something that happened very recently where that was the case. I just don't remember the context.
So let's continue. So yeah, this one was at least better than that level. On October 7th, Stolzer's daughter called emergency services saying her mother had been attacked by several men, was severely injured, and was barely conscious. So, I mean, that is her, right? That is the one that, unless she's got two 17-year-old daughters.
No, the one is, one's 15 and one's 17, right?
But it was a 17-year-old that called it in, apparently.
Oh, no, but there's also a son. They're all adopted. I think there's actually 3.
My point is, neither of these are saying which. I'm actually pissed off that they're not making this clear. Which daughter called it in? Was it the one that had tortured her, or was it a different one? But they're the same age from the reports we're seeing, so it could be the same one.
Yeah, it's... okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
There was a cover narrative. Okay. This is why she called it in. It was a self-report almost. Witness off the street found the politician bleeding in her armchair in the living room. Later, the adopted daughter told police that was how she had found her mother. However, despite claims of several men torturing the mother, it turns out this was reportedly an orchestrated lie to cover up the horror that had occurred inside the house. Police have since learned that the mother was subjected to grueling torture for hours in the basement of the house. The daughter probably assumed the mother was dead.
Yeah.
And when she wasn't, the narrative fell apart.
Yeah.
I'm glad she survived.
Oh my God, that is so... So
it's horrible.
So the other adopted child covered it. Seems like she covered it up. She invented a lie.
Maybe so.
Well, no, that's a very specific story, though. It's not like, oh my God, I came home and found my mother in this state. It was a bunch of men.
One of the bloody knives was also found in the 15-year-old adopted son's backpack, along with bloody clothing from the daughter. Yeah, they all joined together to do this.
They did it together. Yeah.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Sick.
Yeah. The suspect attacked Stolzer with deodorant spray and a lighter, trying to set her hair and clothes on fire. The adopted daughter said she wanted revenge. However, it still remains unclear what she wanted to take revenge for. It might have been a collective revenge, which I think a lot of people will be assuming.
I think
it
it's
could have been something personal.
I mean, it is possible. By the way, it's very possible this woman was abusive because look, why do people like this adopt black children or whatever, the disenfranchised children? They're essentially purse puppies. I can understand being a little bit resentful of that. Maybe not treat them well because they are purse puppies, because they are a social ornament. However, it doesn't obviously justify a stabbing alone.
And torture.
Very little does. Yeah, very
thought
little does.
I think they thought they'd killed the mother. And only called it in once.
Yeah, why they lied.
Exactly.
Yeah, that she was already dead. Yeah.
Sick Puppy, why on earth do you think that I needed you to notify me?
No, we know. It's just knowing that it's happening and then still reacting with shock and disgust at it happening can both be true. You can know that it's going to happen and also still be disgusted and shocked when it does, and the brutality of it is, and that they apparently
the notion,
collaborated.
The notion that when a black person does something violent, that therefore the people saying that all blacks are violent are right. It just doesn't track. And if you're not saying that, well, you're saying the same thing I am. They're more prone to it. Genetically, probably. That's the same thing I'm saying. So why, I've been warning you about this for a long time, Sick Puppy. Why is any of this a shock to you? Why weren't you listening to me? No, it's not a shock, unfortunately, Sick Puppy. There are people that do this all the time, possibly more of them in certain groups. We don't know what the motive was yet. It could have been personal. It could have been a combination of personal and collective. But you probably would convince more people, Sick Puppy, if you weren't that way about it. It's very arrogant.
I just think Nachos is probably right. They were probably a virtue signal adoption. She was likely a horrible bitch. They plotted to kill her together, but she wasn't dead. That sounds, I mean, look, that's a plausible,
right to me.
That
perfectly believable,
sounds, like a very plausible state of events.
Because there are some people in each group that are violent enough to do this anyway, but it's rare enough that I think that's more likely, yes.
I mean, look, even somebody with 65 IQ can tell when they're being neglected.
Yeah. I mean, dogs can.
Yeah, and there's going to be and there is, however, the ambient social push outside of that, white people are all evil. Why did you bring me to the West? So that exists on top of it.
Yeah.
But I can very much see that being the case, that the children were purse puppies. They were there as a virtue signal, and she probably, under this narrative, maybe she didn't treat them very well because that's how she saw them, that they were just virtue signals. And again, that does not justify fucking torturing and stabbing your adoptive mother, but still, yeah, I could see that being plausible.
Let's continue. The adopted daughter also had 2 kitchen knives, which she used to stab and slice the politician's body. Stutzler faced critical injuries, including 13. It's amazing she survived.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, that's why I'm sure they thought she was dead.
Yeah. Police investigators also found that
survived that
large traces of blood were scrubbed from the scene, which were later revealed by the police forensics team. They're just kids, but most of you probably do know that you can't hide it that easily. I mean, you'd have to you'd have to go as far as, JF did to cover up a murder.
I mean, they're as JF well knows, but not, I only know this honestly from watching so much true crime shit. There are ways to clean up blood, but you need to probably not be a 15-year-old, 17-year-old, 70 IQ African. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just amazing. Very fortunately, she survived. It may have been a lot longer until they found out who caused it. Or then again, I don't know. Maybe they left enough other evidence there that they would have found out. The police would have found out.
I don't know, Nachos, if there was CPS history or whatever the German equivalent is.
The 15-year-old adopted son was also black, by the looks of it.
Yes. Oh, someone posted where they were from. One was from Haiti, and what was the other one?
Haiti is not the stock I'd like to pick from, even if I was going to adopt an African.
Right.
Jesus.
Right?
I mean, they're French.
Of all things. Yeah, far worse.
Mali and Haiti are bad choices.
Mali, there you go. Yeah.
Stolzer nearly.
But if you're virtue signaling, that's a great place to. Those are great places to pick from as a virtue signal.
Yeah. Stolzer nearly lost her life and was transported to a hospital in Bochum via rescue helicopter. Bild wrote that police sources believe the mother was sitting in her armchair for a long time, bleeding out, while the two alleged suspects cleaned the house of crime scene. They thought she was dead, definitely. Numerous German media outlets, including Spiegel, also reported that police were called to the house not so long before this latest attack during the summer. In that case, the daughter was accused of domestic violence and threatening her mother with a knife.
There you go. There's this, not CPS, but this is a pattern of behavior. They knew that these kids were violent.
Well, there's still no indication of what they wanted revenge for, but they wanted it for a while.
Yeah.
The case is not only unbelievable due to the details, but also due to the prosecutor's response to the entire affair. Instead of an attempted murder charge or charges for evidence tampering or even torture, which is also illegal in Germany, well, good, there was no arrest warrant being issued at all. The prosecutor alleges that because the daughter called the police, it is clear that she did not want to commit murder. Bullshit. That's bullshit.
What the fuck? Did they at least arrest the son?
Yeah, they did arrest the son, but I don't think they're going to keep him. Instead, they are only investigating the case as bodily harm. That is a line of bullshit I didn't even expect to hear out of Germany.
Yeah, you don't expect to hear that out of Germany?
Not even from Germany.
At this point, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, I do now.
Because of course, it has to all be, it has to all be scrubbed because this kind of information is counter to all of the presuppositions of, global liberalism, of the everything that these people believe in. This much like the murder of Irina Zarutska, why that was so impactful to people and why it stuck with people is because it was so, again, emblematic of a problem. Ukrainian woman flees a war, gets stabbed by a violent lunatic black who had been through the system 19 times and just let go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As Remix News detailed yesterday, it says this claim raises several doubts, including the fact that the daughter attempted to mislead police about who is responsible for the crime, as well as the fact that the two allegedly scrubbed the scene of blood traces. Those are clearly not the actions of actors who were attempting to save their mother's life, but instead the actions of two suspects attempting to mislead investigators, which is also a crime in and of itself. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
But they're brown, so it's okay.
Yeah, well, that's probably the reason. As Remix News reported yesterday, the public prosecutor in the case offered numerous excuses as to why the two teens are not being charged despite the severity of the crime. Across X, commentators, influencers, and users are speculating about the case, pointing out the extreme double standard in modern Germany. Austrian right-wing political activist Martin Sellner wrote that Germans are being imprisoned for memes, while the daughter in this case will never appear before a court for her alleged heinous crimes. He wrote that it is clearly a case of two-tier justice, a common charge and accurate. The daughter and the son were transferred to the youth welfare office instead of prison. When asked why the two suspects were not being transferred to the father, the prosecutor remarkably said that the father had also been the victim of violence by the daughter in the past. Okay, so it's less likely to be personal then, isn't it? I mean, there might still be something. Maybe he was just complicit, or maybe he's even worse than she was. But still, if it's twice two people, it's less likely to be personal.
What's the fucking revenge? How long had they been with these people? So they tried to so they did violence against the father. Oh my God. So yeah, what is it revenge against?
Good question.
At some point, hang on, this does actually start to raise questions. Why did none of them at any point did anything about this? Because it would be failures for them as leftists, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would, and as a politician in particular, you would never be able to admit that. As a leftist politician, you could never admit that your adopted black purse puppies are actually extremely violent and trying to fucking kill your husband or your ex-husband, and now you would never be able to admit that because it would destroy the narrative.
Well, they've had to now. Karen Fraser says, we got a ridiculously high burden of charging someone with both murder and charging a minor as an adult here. Sounds like it.
Yeah. Conan Fraser said that we've got a ridiculously high burden of charging someone with both murder and charging a minor as an adult here. Did you read that? Yeah.
I just read that.
I'm fucking retarded. It's getting too late for me. My brain's not working correctly anymore.
Chat, press 1 if that doesn't make much of a difference.
Look. Okay, true.
No, I'm being mean, Aiden. You're fine.
I had a very deep intellectual conversation with Benjamin Boyce before this, and then I came in here, and it had
and tit.
Less intellectual, more tit.
How dare you?
To be fair, the tits are better. Justice system that focuses primarily on rehabilitation and not punishment. Oh, yeah. Denazification, so-called 68 movement, basically hippies, and of course the Frankfurt School made our systems ridiculously tame. Yeah. I'm not surprised by that.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, however, that you would want to actually overcharge people who are violent and aggressive in German society if you really wanted to stop, more fascism or whatever, violence from the right. You'd think you want to do it that way, but okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, the Weather Underground professors, yes.
Either way, gay and cringe.
It is
that's
gay.
that
well,
story.
it's not really cringe. It's fucking. Yeah. It's depressing.
Yeah.
Maybe she was abusive. Maybe, I don't know, or neglectful. Perhaps.
I suspect there was something else going on. But it's a little harder to believe when they've already done it to the father as well.
I also can absolutely believe it is possible that two libshits adopted blacks as purse puppies and did abuse them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, again, not a justification in any way, but I can totally see that happening. I was thinking of a Gypsy Rose case that was brought up recently about, just because someone is sympathetic doesn't mean they can't also do horrific crimes, right? Even from the broadest sense, like in the Gypsy Rose case, where the mother used that girl as a prop for social media clout and cred and just for attention and money. And the girl ended up killing her mother because she was horrifically abusive and it all was for show. It was all fake, or a large portion of how bad her disability was that she was grifting off of. I do have some degree of sympathy for someone like Gypsy Rose. I do.
So the fact that
it doesn't excuse her crime or anything, but
the fact that she was wielding a knife in the past and didn't do anything then, but then did now, does suggest to me that there was something reciprocal, even if it didn't justify it, but there was something, some sort of abuse. If this was just a psycho, I think there wouldn't have been a warning. It would have just happened. But the fact that there was one time, and also with the father, I suspect they were abusing her, but of course it doesn't justify it, and maybe it wouldn't have happened if she was not African. Or Haitian or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I suspect there was something going on there.
Yeah, the extent of the abuse on the inflicted on Rose. Yeah, I do understand why she did that, and I can understand why people who are in these horribly abusive relationships and they can't find any way out, like what happened with Gypsy Rose, is the key example of that. Or recent example, relatively. But again, it doesn't justify it. And I know she didn't do it. Her boyfriend did it, but she set him up to. Like she told him to do it. Still, again, does not justify it. It explains perhaps it, if true, but it's all speculative at this point.
I have 2 more stories today, or 3 more stories today. Let's go through them quickly. So Rand Paul, let's just let him say it himself.
I want to ask you about what's going on in the Caribbean, Senator Rand Paul, and specifically when it comes to Venezuela. And you've been outspoken about this. You commented around fears of extrajudicial killings following the first boat. We've now had 4. Your concern about the president's actions here, is he looking for regime change in Venezuela?
I don't know, but we did discover today that the Coast Guard, when they interdict boats, it's a common thing off the coast of Miami and California. Yeah. About 25% of the time, the boat that they board doesn't have drugs on it. So they have made an error, but they don't kill them. But we've blown up 4 boats now, and if the percentages hold true, did one of those 4 boats not have drug dealers on it? If they all had drug dealers on it, the first 11 they killed, what were their names? What was the evidence linking them to being part of a gang? So I think there's a lot of unknowns here, and I don't think you can have a universal Coast Guard policy of just blowing up boats before that are interdicted. There's, decades-long history of how we board boats. We say, halt, stop, we will board your boat. If they don't halt and stop, there's an escalation of use of force. But we don't just blow ships up. So there is a real problem, and yes, I think it might lead to regime change. And some of the more skeptical among us think that maybe this is a provocation to lead to real regime change, a provocation to get the Venezuelans to react so we can then insert the military. I hope that's not true.
Well, I know you're very familiar.
So, interesting position.
This is why libertarianism fails, by the way.
So, okay, his position
This comes out of libertarianism.
His position has some validity, but there's two issues with it.
Yeah.
Firstly, is that they're foreigners, not Americans. That does matter a bit, but I can definitely see where he's coming from. That you should do it properly. And the second is he actually correct here? Did the U.S. government actually just blow up these boats, or do they have good reason to believe that they were drug boats first? Where's he getting the 25% from? So I don't think you always have to. Be reasonable and stop them with forewarning and such. Maybe that's better to do overall, because it would still have roughly the same effect. But maybe if Trump's going for the shock and awe, then maybe that does work out better. So I don't agree with the extent of what he's saying here, but there's something to it.
I mean, look, the reason why we lose is because it's like, well, not every single person on that boat was definitely a violent criminal. So just let them all in. Because that's the only other option. Well, not maybe the only other option, but taking the violent, aggressive approach does set a precedent, and it does say if you've got a boat that is full of 75% of people who are violent criminals, blow it up.
Yeah, if they're
because
trying
the 25%
to
on there, aren't. I mean, it's terrible for the people that aren't. However, are they not also trying to engage in an illegal border crossing and also violating the law at the same time? I'm not saying that deserves them to be killed, but all of them are lawbreakers.
In any kind of conflict scenario, including international drug smuggling, you don't always have the luxury to give them all the fair trial. It's like saying in war, we had to open up on the advancing enemy with the machine guns. Instead, when what we were shooting, of course, was fair trials. No, unfortunately, you don't always have time for that. And in this case, the reason I have some sympathy is that in this case, the US probably did have time to do that and the resources and whatnot. But it is more resources.
They probably did, but they also had them
a bit of a waste, because everyone on those boats had implicitly decided to participate in the drug trade, and Trump wants to end that shit now. They probably thought, even if one of the boats we hit isn't a drug boat, holy shit, this is going to scare them from doing it again. And if they're just going out and arresting them, it does have less of a shock and awe effect. It's still effective. I think it would still be effective, but less overall.
They're totally immunized against the arrest, because what has happened for what's the precedent they expect? I know that Trump's in power now, but the precedent is, if I do some drug smuggling, I will get arrested. I will be put on a luxury plane back to where I came from, and they're still allowed to do it again. At the worst case scenario, that's what would happen.
Maybe, yeah.
So, I mean, at some point, you do have to set a precedent that not only no, but hell no. And again, and I myself, as the person who inspired me to be interested in politics was this guy's dad for a reason. So I don't like a lot of that stuff, but it is reality, and denying reality is an unfortunate thing that a lot of libertarians do, I think, entirely on accident, because they're trying to see things from a principled position. And I understand this, that doesn't necessarily comport with reality and practicality. And this seems like practicality to me.
Libertarianism is a great starting point for an ideology, but you build on that given necessity, given the needs of reality that defy in times the pure principle that you would like to support. That's at least how I recommend doing it. This is not a completely unreasonable position, but I don't think it's good enough to sort of set your flag down here. If they were US citizens, absolutely. If they were allied citizens, even, absolutely. But they're not. And even if Trump got a quarter of them wrong, it is overall still going to make the world a much better place to do it. And it's in an environment where there is a conflict that's killing American citizens.
I mean, they are complicit, knowingly or not, in a crime that is occurring. That means that, unfortunately, sometimes if you are being complicit in a crime occurring and a cop shoots you while you are aiding others in committing a crime, that's going to happen inevitably to some extent, because there are others who are and they are committing their own crime, by the way, as well. Just in terms of the illegal entry into the country. I'm not saying that it totally justifies it, but this is libertarianism in this sense, as to what he's talking about, is not wrong to bring up. It's not wrong to take note of these things. However, it is politically sticking the stick in the wheels, in the spokes, right? It's just not useful. It doesn't mean it's not maybe morally correct, but it's not efficacious.
I was expecting us to disagree on this one more, actually, and it seems that we agree. So yeah, I'm glad that Rand Paul and Ron Paul exist to bring this stuff up, but sometimes it's out of place. Libertarianism is great for inside the nation. When you're dealing with outside the nation, it wanes in its usefulness, and you tend to be a lot tougher and a lot less careful.
Look, libertarianism probably works great in homogenous, safe societies. But you kind of need that prerequisite for these ideals to even be things that you discuss, and they don't exist in a vacuum.
Precisely. Often you have to fight long, bloody, brutal conflicts in order to get to that point.
Yeah. That's just the reality pill that comes with libertarianism when you live in a global world,
As I said, machine guns don't fire fair trials.
Damn right.
Yeah.
It's better that they don't.
Suppose. Some cases, yeah. So yeah, I'm glad he spoke up, but I don't agree that it's actually much of a problem. And they're stopped now anyway. Even if he did hit one, they're probably not going to happen anymore. That's it. So good.
Well, they might still happen, but they're going to have to make the choice to do so less. Again is going to be far steeper.
Yeah. I mean, you make a route like that more expensive, and it might just stop entirely.
Well, I mean, it's like with the small boat crossings too. Of like, oh no, how terrible! Lawrence or whomever shot a flare at it. Well, okay, if you did anything to stop them, maybe they would stop on their own. Violently. If you blew up a couple of migrant dinghies, and I really do kind of hate the small boat discourse, because that is not. The fucking army that is at the gate is coming from small boats. It is a problem, yes, that should be done with. But the fucking issue is the legal immigration.
Yeah.
So more pressing one, and I that's why I also get a bit weirded out about the small boat discourse, because it's like, why are you talking about this when it is a drop in the bucket?
It is very symbolic, though. All right. I have 2 more stories. Woody Kane, member of the international terrorist organization known as Antifa, was arrested over the weekend. His father is none other than Democrat Senator Tim Kaine, who was...
wowee.
Was he Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016?
Yes, he was.
The user says, I wonder how much of the money the FBI is tracking in connection to Antifa will be traced back to individuals in Congress or the Senate.
I would imagine a hell of a lot.
There is context. Apparently, the arrest was in 2017, so the tweet made a mistake. My mistake for including it. I didn't read I didn't see that there was a context.
Well, hang on. However,
still,
I
makes
didn't
the
know
point
about this.
That this is how the funding
I didn't fucking
goes.
know. Yeah, and I never heard about this.
Yeah, I didn't hear this.
I was covering politics in 2017. I never heard about this. I mean, I wonder why that's the case. I actively cover politics and never heard that this happened. So it's worth, and it's at again, it is worth bringing up some of these old stories, just because they are evergreen in that it keeps happening.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't forget about the shit when it happens. Because we're media brain 24/7 news cycle shit. Yeah, I never heard about this. It should be brought up. It's like, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, when everyone was like, oh, Melissa Hortman. And yeah, what happened to Melissa Hortman was disgusting. But, and things do fall through the cracks. However, I do think it's also why not? When something comes up that you find, or is happening that you find relevant, bring up an event, even if it's not recent.
Yeah, like
I'm saying that the Dems weren't wrong necessarily for bringing up Melissa Hortman, because what happened there was fucked up. Now, there was some weirdness with it, obviously. Tim Walz appointee, but still.
Yeah, this is still relevant. It's not. It didn't just happen, but it's still relevant that his son is Antifa, and that they're likely. I mean, do you think that connection is sparse and vacant, and that there's no influence?
I'm sure it's been totally severed,
around?
And there's no, no, of course not.
Indeed, I think that's worth investigating.
Now, not to be contrarian, but of course that's what they said about the killer of Charlie Kirk. His parents are Republicans. Just to be fair, that was brought up. That was a major thing. It's like, no, he look at his parents. They're Republicans. They created the monster. It's because they were Republicans. That was a narrative for a bit.
I think when you see that the parent's ideology differs from the child, then it's unlikely that there's a connection there. And when the parents are not U.S. senators, then we also...
I agree completely. I'm trying to play sort of devil's advocate on it,
I appreciate it. All right, so yeah, that's that. Next thing, this is our last story for the day. UK households told to delete VPN after bank accounts emptied. An urgent warning has been issued for UK households who must delete a popular VPN app. So, there's two different ways that you can view this. One is that the UK government is, despite appearances, honestly trying to protect people from a scam app that a lot of people downloaded because it said VPN, maybe it even said UK VPN or something, just to try and attract people who needed a VPN, and it fucked with them. It collected their internet data because it can just decode anything they send, including bank details, and
it's not supposed to.
Got through it. So that's a possibility. This could be innocent.
By the way, use code Aiden on
and of course,
VPN, Surfshark
stop
VPN,
advertising on my stream. And of course, the UK government will be motivated to say it's a bad thing, even if it is a bad thing, because they don't want people to use VPNs. Second possibility. The VPN app was put out intentionally to cause this, to give an excuse to scare people away from using VPN apps.
Well, that certainly would be convenient now, wouldn't it? When
maybe not by the UK government, but by someone.
It doesn't necessarily matter. Someone who wants it, exactly. Labor is obviously arguing that VPNs, they made like a child, a CP argument about this? Is it like only people who use VPNs or I remember hearing this back when the stuff was being talked about this, not too long about when they started to do the VPN shit of just, oh no, but the only people who use VPNs are people who are trying to look at CP and other disgusting material. There's no reason a regular person would use a VPN.
They're thinking of Tor and the dark web, and that's not even true of that, though it is more.
But they conflate it on purpose, and you know that as well as I do. The conflation is always intentional of, well, if you have something, actually, I think I made this joke. Is like, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Or I said that, I think, at one point in Cabal, because I remember there was a meme about it that I had saved. I still have it. It was true in that context, but it's not true in all contexts. In terms of using a VPN does not necessarily mean you've fucking done anything. You're trying to watch fucking Netflix, like most people do with VPNs.
Yeah.
Right?
What I've just linked in live chat there is a VPN app comparison. This is a spreadsheet I found a little while ago. I don't know if it's the most up-to-date one, but it seems to be a decent comparison anyway, of the various features of different VPN services. None of you are dumb enough that you would just go on the App Store, type in VPN, and download the first one you see.
Yeah.
And especially free, it's not free. You're paying somehow. Pay for a good VPN. It's not that much. And then you've just got it, and it's fast. Use one from that list. I between NordVPN and ProtonVPN, I would tend towards ProtonVPN because the the guys that make Proton VPN are, I think it's the same guys, Proton Mail. They have done a lot of good ethical software stuff and open software. So I would
I can't
tend to
find
watch
the old Cabal meme. I knew someone made it, but I can't find it.
So just look through them and pick one. But really, any of the top sort of 5 VPNs on there should be fine. Just get the one that appeals to you. I do recommend it. Generally speaking, everyone should be on a VPN these days.
Yes.
Yeah, the speeds have definitely gotten a lot better.
Yeah, the speeds are fine. It's almost unnoticeable, the difference. The only real issue that you get is that some sites will block VPNs, but then if you're using a good one, you can just switch location, and usually you can find a location that they haven't blocked. It's a little bit more awkward, but it's worth it because all your shit is private. I think, especially with the top 3, 4, 5 of these, it is fair to assume that they do not log your traffic, because they've been tested in international courts where they've been ordered to reveal the logs, and they say we literally don't have the logs to reveal. Find one that is true for, and use them.
Like not being paid.
Whichever
the
one,
best one in my opinion.
Whichever one Aiden is going to recommend to you, don't use it because she is biased.
No, having been sponsored by 4 different VPNs, I will tell you the one that I think is the best out of them, and I will say this at the risk of never getting a sponsorship from the others ever again. It's Surfshark. It's not because they pay me more. It's just that's the, in terms of the ease, in terms of their accountability and their safety. There's a reason I stopped working with Nord, by the way, because they had a massive data breach. That's why I stopped working with Nord. It's kind of insane when people got angry at YouTubers for supporting Nord retroactively after the data breach. Well, I've not taken a sponsorship with Nord since the data breach, and that's kind of the important part. Surfshark, if they've had one, I don't know about it, in which case I would immediately disavow. But in my personal use, the VPN I use every day is Surfshark. Even though I've taken sponsorships from a bunch of them.
Surfshark is 3rd on this comparison. Molvad is 4th, Tuk mentioned.
Yeah,
the one I use is
personally
high
quite like Molvad.
I believe the one I used was...
and that stuff changes too from time. It changes over time, how reliable and stuff it is. But the one I use is Surfshark, personally.
Do be willing, chat, to shop around, compete them against each other, pick the best one at the time. But yeah, they're not very expensive. And it is worth it.
There was one I took a sponsorship with that it fucked up my computer so bad. It wouldn't allow me to connect to the internet. I had to go have my whole fucking hard drive cleaned out to remove every last trait. I can't remember what the name of it is now, which I should. It was called Blue something. And I did a sponsorship with them. I left it on my computer, and eventually at some point it just made so both my desktop and laptop, where I had installed it, in order to shill it, made its choice of what to do was just to, we're just going to not allow internet access at all from your computer to protect you.
It put some sort of network driver on there that got
it did. It's exactly what it did. Yes.
Yeah.
That is exactly what it did. Yeah. And it broke, and I was freaking out because I was trying to work on a video at the time, and I was like, I don't know, use the fucking internet. And I was like, why did my desktop and laptop break at the exact same time? Oh, nice little thing where they just decided to cut off your ability to access the internet. I really wish I could remember what VPN it was, because I was so pissed about that.
This comparison chart, by the way, if you scroll down, it does actually list examples where the no logs policy has basically been confirmed. So this is a very good comparison. I wish I'd found this before I picked the one I picked, because the one I picked's fine, but it's not the best.
It's actually, I can't even find, I think the VPN that I used is fucked, because when I typed in VPN Blue, because remember Blue was in their name, it doesn't show up. It just shows up Surfshark, funnily enough, because their logo is blue. But it was something, and they paid me just about the same rates as any other VPN. It was very common. Lots of people took ads from them. But yeah, it totally fucked up my whole system, both on my desktop and laptop at the time.
Right. That's all I have for today. I have some stuff from last stream that we didn't cover, quite a lot actually, whether we could go over, but we've been going for 5.5 hours. I think that's enough. That's all you're getting for now, chat. And I am an hour and a half past the time I have scheduled to go to bed. However, I might stay up and watch stuff with people instead. We'll see. So that's it for the stream chat. Thank you for joining me. And I shall be back to stream again in the next few days. Hopefully you'll come join us in Pit 1 just after the stream, assuming it's okay, which it is. And we'll
Yes, Usli,
chat
you should stream more. Don't be lazy. Stream.
Thank you, Aiden.
And
I do appreciate the encouragement. Yes,
I know you're lazy. I'm encouraging you. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a very generous way of putting it. Wolf says I need at least another hour of Titty Hypno to fall asleep to. I don't think you have enough money to convince me to stay up another hour. At least not streaming.
But do you know what Titty Hypno is?
I've heard of it. I mean, I can guess from the name.
No, what do you think it is versus what I tell you what it actually is?
It's a delusional attempt to use video to hypnotize the viewer into liking tits because they're gay.
No.
Okay.
It is. They think that binaural beats, no, maybe not this particular thing, but there's a big thing within the tranny community where it's that they think they'll use binaural sounds that you listen to while you sleep that will cause you to grow breasts.
Ah, yes. I have also heard of that.
If it's the same thing, I've certainly heard of that in the past, where it's like, if I just listen to this ASMR, I'll grow titties and be a real woman. I mean, someone else would say that. I wouldn't say that.
So that's how you got them. All right, chat. We'll wrap up there. I'll see you down in Pit 1 or next stream.
Good
Good night, everyone.